evening, everyone. I hope everyone's doing well today. Oh, I'm on the left side here. Let's get in the middle there. Good evening, everyone. Hello, everyone. A special shout out to Post for sneaking in past Ria and claiming the best seat in the house. But of course, hello to everyone. Good evening to Ria, to Post, to Melanie, King Gambit, and to Zilla. I hope everyone's doing well this evening. Oh wow, we're going straight into RGB mode. Excellent, you guys must be very excited. Quickie, welcome in. I'm doing very well. We're just about to get ourselves started in just a little bit with our robot tier list. And I've been looking forward to this actually. This is something I've been secretly wanting to do. Well, not even secretly. I've been wanting to do for quite a while actually. As a robot, as you might expect, I do have quite strong opinions about other robots. So, obviously, my opinions are by no means absolute. You know, you feel free to disagree with me. In fact, without spoiling anything, there is one opinion that I'm going to give tonight that I guarantee that a lot of you will be either surprised by or disagree with. I'm not going to say which one it is, but I'll just say that once when we get there, I think you'll know it without me pointing it out. I should draw robots as I do. Oh yeah, awesome! If you can, I'm not the best artist myself. I'm okay. I can draw decently enough to get the point across, but drawing robots is actually very hard. You would think as a robot I'd be good at it, but actually no, it's something I find extremely difficult. Getting the edges all in parallel where they should be, the angles correct where they should be. It's actually very difficult, I find. But if you have that talent, then by all means, go for it, Kingdom. I fully endorse it. We need more robot artists in the world. They are far too few. They are an endangered species, and I would protect them with my life if I were able to. So I've taken submissions from you guys, and when I say you guys, I've taken submissions from lots of people actually. We've got exactly. So I have got a folder here for every robot that we have in our tier list today. And in total, we have 138 robots that we're going to be going through tonight. Some of these are ones that I've added myself, some of them are ones that I've had submitted, but suffice to say, this might take a little while, but that's fine, I'm looking forward to it. Especially because some of the ones that we've had submitted here, I actually didn't know myself either. So with the ones I don't know, I'll obviously have to be working a little bit off just what they look like. That's fine. Speaking of bots, Helm, I came across a series of vids where it's just all the mobile suits from Gundam Evo, but it's all of the mercenaries from TF2. Oh, I think I've seen a few of those. Someone I know shared me the one with heavy arms as the heavy and the gym sniper as the sniper. Yeah, 138, and I mean, hey, I'm down for it. We're gonna go for all of them. Some of them, admittedly, do stretch the definition of robot a little bit. When I first came up with this idea to do this robots tier list, I was thinking about, I was originally thinking about maybe limiting what I would accept as a robot, because when it comes to things like mecha, it comes to things like, mobile suits or megazords, they are robots, but they're also not robots. Like, they are robots in the sense that they're big mechanical stomping machines, but they're not usually sentient or intelligent or autonomous. Would a Warframe be a robot? That's actually a really good question, Coma. I don't know. I played Warframe. I don't remember the lore of what the Warframes themselves actually were well enough. I don't remember if they were robots or if they were like cyborgs. It's been a while. So I don't know. I will say, I'm not going to take any more submissions because I had to get images for everything here and they're already imported in. So unfortunately, we are locked in on submissions. We are locked in on our 138 there. Would you say that individual Zords have sentience? So I had this conversation with someone the other day, actually. I'll be honest, I don't actually know much about modern Power Rangers. I only ever really engaged with it years ago on the original Mighty Morphin, and my understanding of them back then was that they were essentially just vehicles, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with robots that are just vehicles, but as far as I understand it, they don't. But then someone told me that in the newest series they do, so I don't know. I kind of have to throw my hands up and just kind of say, I'm not sure. But Foxy Sides, hello! Melanie, hello! And Yeti Summer, welcome in! I hope you're doing well as well. I'm doing fantastic. I've been looking forward to doing this for a while, actually. And I'm hoping that everything goes fine without anything breaking. I had one minor thing, not break, but one thing that I wanted to set up wasn't quite cooperating, so I've had to do it in a slightly more janky method than I would have liked. Essentially, I can just tell you guys, I have a folder with every robot that we've got here today, and I've got a full, or as close to full as I could find, like full body image of them. So we can pull them up, we can have a good look at them, scrutinize the design a little bit. And I had originally been planning on having that using the Windows Photo viewer, so I could scroll between them very quickly. Unfortunately, it seems that OBS doesn't want to capture Windows Photo Viewer. So I have a way of doing it. It's not the end of the world, but it just means that it will be slightly slower to go between than I would have liked. That's okay. OBS having great. Oh no, Melanie. Oh man, I really hope that has worked out. I know it's been bothering you for a while now. I'm sorry that you've had to deal with that. Hopefully you can figure it out for yourself. So I do hope so. I'm rooting for you. They're autonomous, sentient. They meet the first bit, but they're primarily made of biological matter and infested metal. So if a robot can have biological bits, then it might be a robot. But warframes have systems, circuits, wires, all mechanical bits, and also have muscle, bone, blood, and eyes. Okay, so yeah, from what you're describing, I would say that would fall more under the category of cyborg. However, I did say I am allowing cyborgs for this list. Funnily enough, I actually don't think we had any. Unless maybe I'll find some and be like, oh yeah, this one is. But from what I remember, I don't think we actually had any straight up cyborgs submitted for the list. I think I picked one out to go on the list, but yeah, it's very interesting the ones that people submitted. I'll be honest, I'm kind of surprised by this. I got a lot less robot girls than I was expecting. I got a few, but I was expecting a lot more than the amount we did get. But that's fine. I know plenty to put on there myself. Well, Melanie, I do hope you do enjoy being here tonight. Hope you enjoy the stream, and yeah, I do hope you're able to get those issues figured out for yourself. I wish I could offer some help, but all I can do is offer my condolences and commiserations that I know how miserable tech issues can be. So hopefully they are something that you can work out for yourself soon. That's when you know it's an underrated archetype. You know, maybe it is, maybe it's not. I'm not sure. I feel like robot girls, I mean, maybe I'm biased in this regard because I am one, but I feel like robot girls are quite well appreciated. I don't think they're underrated. I think that that's just underutilized. Maybe that's where I'm getting at here. But I think for now, guys, why don't we get ourselves over to catch myself there. I almost said the game screen. We're not doing gaming tonight, we're doing tiering. So why don't we get ourselves over to the tier screen, and I will give you guys a little peek at who we've got to rate tonight. So mind your hands on the closing doors. You all know this feel by now. See you guys there in just a moment, and hopefully nothing breaks. See you in a second. Alrighty, I put some background music on. Let's actually unmute it first. Let's turn this just a little bit. Don't want it too loud. I just want to have some background music so that we're not sitting here in complete silence. How is the music coming across? Is it too loud? I know it is quite loud music, but if it's too loud, I'll turn it down a little bit more. I just want to put out feelers for the audio levels. Are we doing okay on the music? A bit louder, a bit quieter? Actually, I'm going to turn it a bit quieter on my end. This is loud through my headphones. There we go. Good volume, excellent. Yeah, I'm just basically, I wanted to try and find a good set of music that would be suitable for robots, but I don't really know what music I associate with robots, so we're just going to be jamming out to the Blaze Blue soundtrack. So, yeah, we've got Megatron. So I'll give you guys, I'm not going to go through every single one right here, because we're going to be doing that as we go through, but I'm just going to give you guys a little scroll, a little peek at all these beautiful faces we have for us tonight. This is the full roster for who will be, we will be rating tonight. Geriatrics, welcome in. I'm just going to give you a little peek at our tier list for tonight. Jack, welcome in as well. We think robots fit into metal. True. Well, I guess Blaze Blue counts as metal. I'll be entirely honest. I actually am very poorly educated when it comes to defining musical genres, so I don't know if Blaze Blue is rock or metal or what. I guess it would be one of those. But yeah, so this is our roster for tonight. Every single one of these here, this includes rather every single robot that was submitted on my Twitter, and a few of them that were sent to me on the side, as well as some that I've picked up for myself to fill in the roster a little bit myself. Not that I needed to, mind you. We had plenty as it was, but there were a couple that, well, I wanted to give some attention to, and a couple that I was surprised didn't actually get brought up. So, what are the tiering criteria for this list? Well, we're going to be keeping the tiers themselves pretty straightforward. We're going to go for S, A, B, C, D, and F. We're not going to go for E because I don't think there's not that many bad robots, I'm going to be honest. I have a feeling this list is going to lean very top-heavy by the end of it. That is fine. That is fine. I like robots. I don't want to hate on robots. But when it comes to the tiering criteria, the important thing I want to hammer home about this tier list is I am rating these as robots. Now that sounds really obvious. That sounds extremely obvious. What do I mean by that? Well, when it comes to robots, robots are designed for something, you know? They have a purpose, and the robot needs to be able to fulfill that purpose. But also, it needs to be nice looking, you know? Now, some robots here I'm going to be judging on slightly different grounds to others. For example, this fella here, this is the FNAF wet floor sign robot. It would just not be fair if I judged him on the same criteria that I'm judging the Dom from Mobile Suit Gundam. So, bearing in mind, this tier list is not necessarily about what's better or what's worse. Let's be real, this is an entirely subjective tier list. This is purely just what do I like, and I will do my best as we go through to justify why I like what I like and why I don't like what I don't like. If anyone disagrees with my opinions, that's fine. That's a good way of putting it, yeah. The best qualities of the individual robot, exactly. Now, I am familiar with a lot of these robots, obviously. Quite a lot of these, not too many, but quite a lot of these I put on myself. So, when it's a robot that I'm familiar with, if I know the robot, I will be judging them on their personality, their behavior, as well as just their design. To a degree, things like their functions may come into play, like, you know, if it's a mobile suit that's got weaponry, then maybe I'll rank it a little higher than a mobile suit that's weaponry isn't as good. But by and large, if I know it, I will be rating it based on everything. If it's one I'm not familiar with, and I'll be honest, there are quite a few here that I'm actually not familiar with, I will be basing my opinion purely on looking at the design and trying as hard as I can to work out what the robot does within the context of its series or its media, and going from there. So with that in mind, we're going to start at the beginning, and when we get to the end, that's when we'll stop. I'm mildly annoyed about one silly thing. I arranged all of these alphabetically in my folder, and when I imported, they kind of seemed to just get flung in at random. I'm not quite sure why this is the case, because while the first one is correct, that this one does begin with an A, I'm not sure why at the bottom here we have Machina Citadel that begins with an M. So I don't know what's going on with that, but it's fine. If anything, it makes it a little bit less predictable. So let us start with the beginning with this one here. This lovely lady is Ada Clover from Blaze Blue. Her design is okay, it's fine. I don't love her strange little the headpiece going on here. I don't really like the weird shape of this. And one thing that I can't show you with a single reference for this character is the way she moves is very unsettling to look at. So Ada is from the game Blaze Blue. She is one half of the character Carl Clover. Carl Clover being a small young boy character. Ada is kind of his weapon. She's also his sister. Long story there. We'll get to that with another character. But the way that Ada moves in the game is it's very uncomfortable to watch. She moves like she's not properly in control of her body. When she's idle, she's very slumped over. Her movements are very jerky, very awkward, and it does make it a little uncomfortable to look at, in my opinion. That being said, she's not a bad-looking robot, so I think she's a pretty good base mark for us to put around the B tier. Hey, how did you add any questions from Metal Gear? No, I didn't get any Metal Gear robots, which is a little bit surprising, but that's what it is. I'm not a huge Metal Gear fan myself, so she functions like a marionette. Yeah, she's a bit marionette-ish, so, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Just compared to some of the other robots we have here, the way she moves about just is a little off-putting. So I'm going to put her in B for now. So bear with me. I need to do a few clicks between each one. So next up we have this lady, and I think a lot of us, we have robot fans in tonight, so I'm hoping most of us know who this is. Because this is... Oh, Blaster! Who'd have a like? Blaster, thank you for cheering! Thank you for the bits! Really appreciate it. Welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. So, my armor! Okay, so this, everyone I think probably knows this, but this is Aegis from Persona 3. And Aegis is... Oh, she is a very, very, very interesting character. A toaster. Yeah, that's fair. So, I'm actually going to deliberately avoid going too heavily into the details of Aegis because Persona 3 itself is a fairly old game, and the remake is coming out next year. Very, very excited for the remake. Very excited for the remake. But because of that, I'm going to assume that we might have some people in tonight that don't know the full story of Persona 3, and I wouldn't want to ruin it for you. But suffice it to say, Aegis here is a robot. And, well, I love her. I have 2 figurines of this robot, and she is an easy S tier. Her design, funnily enough, is one of those designs that when I first saw her, I wasn't that fond of. I didn't like the fact that her limbs, like her arms and her torso and like her legs, it's oh, Dusk, thank you for following! I just realized I need to put my alerts on top. One moment, guys. I did not think this part through. Just a second, let me put those right on top. Just a second. Those right over the top. There we go. Those on top now. Dusk, thank you for the follow. You had a great evening. So yeah, Aegis here. I didn't like the fact that her limbs had this kind of... It's hard to tell in the image. Maybe if I zoom in a little bit, actually. So her limbs are like padded. Like she's got cloth over her body and her arms. You can see like the edges have got like seams there. I wasn't too fond of that at first. I also wasn't too fond of the fact that her feet kind of end in these little kind of stubby little hooves rather than actual feet. But I do like the fact that there are mechanical details on her. In my opinion, a good robot girl design needs to sell both the robot and the girl. Well, Aegis' face very much sells the girl, and the rest of her body sells the robot. Her behavior sells the robot as well. She is very much... You would guess that this girl was a robot even if you saw her wearing like a cloak. You know, you couldn't see her body at all. Also, machine gun fingers. Just machine gun fingers, just advice. Zexian, thank you for the follow. Have a great evening. So yeah, Aegis, easy S tier. And I think anyone that's played Persona 3 will probably agree with that. I don't think that's a controversial one. Next up, so I tried to get official references where I could for all of the people on the tier list, or as close to official as I could find. I could not find a good reference for Alpha 5, so I believe this is a bit of fan art. Well, it's definitely a bit of fan art. I've lost the credit for this after I saved it, so I apologise to whoever's art this is. But Alpha 5. So Alpha from Power Rangers here. Oh, Jared, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, having a great evening. So yeah, Alpha here. I'm going to be honest, I don't remember much of Alpha. The only thing I remember from Alpha was ay, and that is it. So I can't really judge him too much on his personality. I do vaguely recall him being slightly on the annoying side, but let's be honest, Power Rangers is a show for literal children. That is its target audience, you know? Where's Starblind? He's here, don't worry. We have Megatron. I think you actually submitted Megatron, if I recall correctly, and every submission is here tonight. We will get there. So, Alpha. I like his design, actually. I don't know much about his personality, so it's a little bit hard to judge him on that. But the design, it's pretty cool. It's got a very kind of retro-ish sort of feel about it. I could see Alpha being kind of right at home next to maybe some, oh gosh, what was his name? He's not on the tier list, but the robot from Lost in Space, you know, Danger Will Robinson. You kind of see film right up against there. I like the I do like his head shape, the weird kind of UFO look with the visor. That's very good. Alpha's head shape, very good. The body is fine. Obviously, it is a guy in a suit, so it's not going to have full mechanical details. We need to bear that in mind. I think he's pretty good. I'm not sure I don't think I could put him too high. He's definitely, I'm going to put him tentatively into B. Because while the head is good, the body is, again, it's very much clearly just a guy in a suit. I think that there's a universe where we could get a reimagining of Alpha, where he has more mechanical details. You know, maybe some like nice clear joints on his elbows and knees. And I think if he got that sort of reimagining, I think there's a world where I could put him a little higher, but I think we're going to put him at B, which is, you know, B is not bad. Like, C is kind of where it's kind of like, oh, that's not incredible, but B is still respectable. So I think we can keep Alpha at B for now. Next up we have Android 18, aka Krillin's wife. Or, yeah, they did get married, didn't they? So Android 18 from Dragon Ball Z. I think most people, again, probably know her. She's a very well-known character, very popular. And I'm gonna be real, I don't love her. Like, so now let me explain myself here. As a character, she's fine. Her actual personality, her characterization, the arc she goes through, where she goes from being an enemy to, well, eventually Krillin's wife, that's fine. But as an actual robot, I mean, she's very strong, but she doesn't look like a robot. She just looks like a woman. She doesn't have any mechanical details, doesn't have a rocket punch, doesn't have any boosters, doesn't even have like a machine gun finger or anything like that. Again, as a character, 18 is a good character. I like 18 as a character. As a robot, though, unfortunately, yeah, Jenny, you've got it. We're going to have to put her in F tier. And again, it's not because we don't like her. It's just because she doesn't look like a robot. Doesn't look like a robot, doesn't act like a robot. If she had a chainsaw arm, that would be a different story. She's an android and was meant to be more human-like. Correct. And that is why this is a robot list and not an android list. Here's the thing about the androids, they both have human tissue and vital organs. Wait, yeah, so they're cyborgs then. Wait, really? I had no idea about that. I'll admit, I know a little bit about Dragon Ball. I was never the biggest fan into it, so I never really looked into like the Japanese side of things, but yeah, in that case then, yeah, that's a cyborg. That's not a robot or an android at all. Well, that makes me feel better about putting her into the F tier, because, yeah, she's a cyborg, not a robot. Again, good character, bad robot. That's where we're at. Next, we have, from the Mega Man series, we have Base. And I've got to say, this artwork for Base, very good. So, interesting thing about Base, actually. When I first saw Base, I actually really didn't like him. I did not like his design. I can explain to you exactly why. It's this bit. It's the head fins. I don't know why. I just thought they looked really goofy. However, my original impression on Base was originally based on his sprites from, well, Mega Man and Base. And I'll be honest, those sprites, they are not flattering for him at all. Modern artwork of Base makes him look a lot better. And that's why I deliberately wanted to get artwork that did do him justice. Like, this looks good. So, with Base, I like the color scheme. Check his Battle Network. Oh yeah, Basic. Oh yeah, I am familiar, Jared, yeah. Basic is also good. I avoided putting any of the net navis on this list, purely because, well, they're not robots, they're computer programs. They do look very robotic, a lot of them, but I wanted to keep the list perfectly pure on robots and cyborgs. I will say, a lot of the net navis are very good. I do like a lot of the net navi designs. So, yeah, with basic design, I like his color scheme. The gold/orange, whatever you want to call that, with the black. Very, very nice contrast. I don't quite get what's going on with the blue gem in his chest, or why he's got, like, the purple, like, eye streaks and the plus-shaped gem on his forehead. Again, I'm not quite sure what's going on with those. But it's a solid design. I don't like Base much as a character, but I do like his design. In my opinion, Mega Man designs look too much like kids in suits. That's fair, honestly. That's fair. I can definitely see that. X had a red claw. Base was meant to be his rival. I think you're mixing up your things like that, aren't you? Because Base is from the main Mega Man series. X is in a different like series of it, but Base doesn't appear in that. But you'll see, yeah, I think C or B is pretty fair, honestly. I'm gonna say, I mean, he definitely goes above Ada. That's easy to work out. I think I like him just a tad more than Alpha, just a little bit. Sane, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. I'm Helm-Chan, perfectly normal robot maid, and tonight we are doing a robot tier list. We've just, Inquisitive Ray, thank you for the follow. We've just decided that we're putting Base into B tier, which, you know what, that's fair, because it was B for Base. Sane, thank you for being pretty over. What were you up to before you came here? Your shout out there. At the Nautical Menace, great name. Thank you for the follow, and thank you for helping us get our follow goal. Thank you so much, Insane Ray, let's go. Thank you so much, really appreciate it. Well, we've only just kind of got started, guys. We've got a lot of robots ahead of us tonight, so yeah, if you'd like to see more, please step in and get comfortable, because we're going to be here for a while, hopefully. So let's get a Base now. Hey Base, why are we fighting each other? We're not enemies! Oh man, that's from Mega Man. Was that Base or was that Ace? I can't remember. But yeah, that's what we're doing. There's Base. Oh man, of all the ones to come next. Shout outs to anyone in chat that can name this robot without cheating. Because I'm going to be honest, I can't name this robot without cheating. I'm going to have to look it up in my folder here. So this robot is from a movie, Clash of the Titans. I believe that it was also in the original Clash of the Titans as well as the remake. Its name is Bubo. It is a robotic owl, and its main defining characteristic, even within the movie, is that it is annoying. In the remake of the movie, a character pulls it out of a chest, looks kind of mildly disgusted at it, and then throws it away. So let's have a look at... Oh, lights out, okay. This is more excitement than Bubo deserves, but that's fine. So, what have we got here? I mean, it's a robot owl. That has not a lot to say about it. I believe it's actually kind of clockwork or like some sort of vague magic in the context, but this doesn't really excite, does it? It's just an owl. It's got some robot parts. I will say there is one thing that Bubo does do that I do enjoy, which is metal feathers. I am just a real sucker for anything that has like metal or bladed feathers. I don't know, I just think it's a really cool aesthetic. So that alone does save it from being F tier. But I think I'm in agreement that with you, Mr. Player, that we are going to put it in D tier. It's not. No one's going to be clamoring at the bit to get for Bubo. I'm not going to lie. I was surprised that this was even a thing. This isn't even artwork from the movie, as you can read in the corner here. This is an advert for a figurine of it. I'm surprised that anyone would want this, but hey, you know, I guess everything's got its fans. So next up, as has been spotted by some sharp-eyed people, we have the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card Trooper. Card Trooper. This card in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is actually pretty good. Or it used to be pretty good. You don't really see a lot of play with it these days. But let's go! Yeah, so Card Trooper, famous Yu-Gi-Oh! Card, used in a variety of strategies. One strategy that this card was used for, which I just think is a very funny strategy because of the name of it, is a strategy known as Troop Dupe Scoop, whereby you summon Card Trooper, you use machine duplication to summon 2 more Card Troopers from your deck, and then you use their effects to boost their attack up, and just have 3 monsters on field that are just big guys, basically. To do my best dual logs impression, Card Trooper is a level 3 Earth machine effect monster with the following effect. Once per turn, you can choose any number from 1 to 3, then send that many cards from the top of your deck to the graveyard. This card gains 500 attack for each card sent to the graveyard this way until the end of this turn. If this card you control is destroyed and sent to your graveyard, draw a card. It has 400 attack and 400 defense. So, yeah, this card sees play occasionally, even today, not in good decks. But the fact that it's not in good decks, that means it's in decks that I play. Caracalis, welcome, thank you for the follow, I really appreciate it. Thanks so much. So, okay, so as far as playability, he's very playable. So, because we don't, obviously, when it comes to robots in something like Yu-Gi-Oh!, we've got to consider their playability. And he saw play. This was a playable card that you might use. And if you were doing something very gimmicky today, you might still do it. I do like his look. I'm not gonna lie, it's a strong look. I do like the robot helmet. I do like the arm cannons, and I do like the treads. It's a bit... This is a little bit like Gun Tank crossed with... what's it called? Dang! I should have put this guy up. I should have put him on the tier list. Again, the Danger Will Robinson robot. I'm forgetting his name all of a sudden, but it reminds me a little bit of that. And there is one other thing about this robot that I do like, which I do have to share. Pardon me for being a little bit self-indulgent for just a moment here. Which is, I have a little fun thing I like to do where I like to turn things into anime girls that have no business being anime girls. It's Card Trooper Chan. Yeah. It makes a good anime girl. What can I say? So... Lost in Space, that's it, that's right, yeah, Lost in Space, yeah. Digital Robinson is literally just referenced to as, really, it's just called Robot, it's never name, huh? But yeah, the fact that Card Trooper can inspire me to draw something like this, I have to rate it pretty high. It's very playable, and it's pretty cute on its own, like, even before you turn it into an anime girl, it is pretty cute. I think we're gonna put it at A. I don't know if it's gonna stay high at A, but I think he gets to sit at the A spot for now. Possibly he goes down later, we'll see, but I think I'm feeling pretty comfy about having him at A now. Next up on our list, okay. Alright, guys, I challenge you. I challenge everyone in chat right now. This character here, is there anyone in chat who has any idea who this character is? This green-haired robot girl here. Has any of you seen this character before? I won't be terribly surprised if you haven't. Post, you got it. You got it, Post. Post, good taste. Good taste detected. So, allow me to introduce you all. Once I navigate back to my correct folder. Where is it? Here it is. Here. This is Chachimaru Karakuri. Unfortunately, it's very hard to find good artwork for this character. Dordon, welcome in! No problem, you're not late. We've still got plenty to go here, don't worry. So this is the highest resolution image, the best image I could find to show off this character. That wasn't a little bit on the ecchi side, so for context. This character here, Karakuri Chachimaru, she comes from a manga series called Maho Sensei Negima. It is a series that begins as a kind of harem comedy. If you've ever heard of the manga Love Hina, it's actually by the same author. It starts as a harem comedy, but about 5 volumes, or maybe a bit later, about 5 or 6 volumes in or so, the author clearly gets bored of writing harem comedy and just turns it into a full-on shonen. Ken Akamatsu, correct? I believe he actually works in politics these days, which, hey, that's a bit of a strange career leap, but hey, more power to the guy. So Chachimaru. There's a lot to talk about this Chachimaru in a very good way, because I want to spoil things, guys. Chachimaru is an easy S tier. Easiest S tier of this entire tier list. And it's like, wow, hell, that's a heck of a statement to make. Why so sure? Well, few things. First off, earblades. I love earblades. Every robot girl should have some sort of strange ears. I guess it's got her kind of headphone ears. Chachimaru has her earblades. Second of all, doll joints. I can't point onto it because of, unfortunately, I don't think OBS will capture it if I... Can I? No, I can't. I can't put my cursor over it, so I can't point directly. But the doll joints, the ball joints, the knees, the hands. Again, it's a trait that makes it very clear that you're dealing with a character that is not entirely human. That's great. But the thing that I cannot possibly convey to you guys to convince you of why Tashimaru is an S-tier robot girl is how she acts. Because while she does act very robotic at times, she also has... It's a bit of a soft side, but it's not the sort of soft side that's kind of cheesy. Planis, welcome in, thank you for the follow. She seems pretty bad. Well, here's the thing, Plague. You need to bear in mind in the context of the series where she comes from. This is a series which is very, how do I put it? It's not necessarily low fantasy, but it's hidden fantasy. There is magic and things, but Tashimaru is the only robot in the series. The only robot person in the series. She does also, at some points, have she has back thrusters, and I believe that on multiple occasions they do equip her with heavy weaponry. There's also a one-off gag bit where they put her head onto basically a gun tank body. Also, I'm gonna be real here. I'm gonna be a bit opening up here. Tashimaru was probably my first robot girl crush, so there we go. I can't not put her S tier. If it wasn't for Tashimaru, I don't think my own design would look like it does, because the ear blades were definitely a huge source of inspiration. So yeah, all I can say is I would recommend looking up the series if you like kind of, you know, harem comedies that are a little bit pervy, you know. It's nothing too rude, you know, but you know, it's a bit lowbrow humor. You know, if you like that sort of stuff, I do recommend the manga. The anime is fine. It's not awful. It's one of the rare cases where I actually really don't like her dub voice. I usually like dubs. Tashimaru's dub voice did not really land with me. So for that reason, yeah, I'm gonna keep her at S tier. So I like her a lot. She reminds me of your next subject to our S the adore. Zordon, again, good taste detected. So everyone, let me introduce you, if you are not familiar, to She from Chobits. It's very hard finding good art for this character because, again, she comes from a very old series. So Chobits is a series where it's slightly near future, and humanity have developed what they call Persicons. They are robots, but they treat them more like PCs that just happen to be movable. You know, they'll walk around and they'll interact with you. She, in the context of the series, is special. Without going into too much about it, she is the titular Chobit. And there's a lot to unpack with what that entails, but suffice it to say, by the end of the series, the main character falls in love with Chi. Now, cute but too human-like. Jerry, that's a fair assessment. That's a fair assessment, because when we look at Chi, what do we have? Well, this is just a girl. This is a girl with kind of cat ear robot ears. In that regard, you would think I'd put her quite low. But here's the thing, again, it's one of those ones I can't show you. The personality. Chi's personality, at least throughout the main part of the series, obviously, I think by the end of the series, like the post-series, it's probably implied this changes, but she very much acts in a way that is obviously non-human. It's not full-on like, I am a robot, I will do as you say, but it is very much something that would catch her as not being humanoid. It's a tough one for me because I have to really be honest with myself. I like Chobits. I just like Chobits. It's a really wholesome series as a whole. And it's the first anime series that I ever actually finished. Well, kind of. It's the first anime series I finished after being aware of what anime is, as opposed to just, oh, this is a fun cartoon. So I am fighting my own biases here because I want to put her quite high. But if I am entirely honest with myself, she does just look like a human. I mean, she's cute, but she does just look like a human. I think based on her personality and behavior, I'm gonna put her bottom of B. I like her more than I like Ada, but I think, you know, just for the sake of being consistent with the tiering, I think it would be dishonest of me to put her any higher than that, considering that we put Android 18 in F tier for not having any robot bits at all. And if she didn't have the ears and the behaviour, she would certainly be much lower. Well, we've got all the cute girls out of the way. Let's get to something that's, well, you might find it cute. Your mileage may vary. Let's get some Gundams going as we go into... Oh, that's a big image. Hold up. Well, let's do... There we go. Gundam Death Scythe Helm. She's a double, this is what sells me on her. Yeah, exactly, yeah. She's very cute. She's very cute, but we're rating robots. We need to be consistent on why we're judging them. So, Death Scythe Helm. Iconic Gundam used by Duo Maxwell at the end of Gundam Wing. The science, very cool. Very cool. Color scheme, very cool. The kind of ribcage motif going on with the chest. Okay, it's a little bit silly, but it's pretty cool. I like this Death Scythe line of mobile suits a lot. They're not my favourite, but they're very good. There's one thing though. Actually, Gerard, this is the Death Scythe Helm. So there are 4 versions of Death Scythe. At the beginning of the Wing series, you have the mobile suit called Gundam Death Scythe. It has a similar shield on its left arm and has a single-bladed scythe. This is Death Scythe Helm. Then in Endless Waltz. No, so you're getting mixed up, Judge. You're getting mixed up with the Endless Waltz version. In Endless Waltz, this mobile suit got a redesign. And that mobile suit is known as Death Scythe Hell Custom. They're technically the same mobile suit. It's one of those weird things where they kind of redesigned it without actually retconning it. It's very strange. But the key difference is with this version, this is the regular Death Scythe Hell, the wings fold up over the shoulders. With Death Scythe Hell Custom, its wings go sideways and they fold around like a cloak. I like that version more. XEL, welcome in. We're having a great evening. Yeah, so with Death Scythe Hell, the wings fold around. And that is actually the reason why this one, I don't like it as much. It's still good. I'm going to put this at the bottom of A. I like the Death Scythe line, as I said. It's purely just I don't like the way the wings open upwards. If we were doing custom, it would go around sideways, and that would be better. Don't move on. Still a very good suit, very solid suit. Okay, what is Virtue? Ooh, Virtue is a good one as well. Absolutely. I'm sorry. Yeah, there's I will say there's a lot of robots on this list that I don't know. But when it comes to my Wing Gundams, those ones I am confident about. I mean, I've built every single one of them, so... Alright, so that's what I found. Next we're going to go on to our next mobile suit, and we're going to the original Gundam series. We're going to the Dom, the mobile suit used by the Principality of Zeon. This is a high-speed mobile suit that is emphasized by its hover jets. I forget exactly what they refer to them as, but these very large ankles that it has contain boosters, and they allow the Dom to skim across the surface of, well, wherever it's traveling across. It has a large heat soldering suit. I like the head. I like the mono eye with the kind of cross-shaped helmet there. Why? Welcome in. Having a great evening. See, I like the cross-shaped head here. That's very cool. The colour scheme's alright. The purple with like the black and red, colour scheme's okay. I don't like this suit though. And there's a very, very petty reason why I don't like this mobile suit. And it's because it hovers. So if anyone in the chat's ever played Gundam Breaker, or one of the Gundam Breaker games, those are games where they're a little bit like Dynasty Warriors. They're very kind of action-y, arcadey hack and slash games. In those games, you collect parts to build your Gunpla. You can customize it however you wish, and you can give it like all kinds of unique and wonderful parts. If you put the Dom legs onto your Gunpla, however, they stop walking. They don't walk across the ground, they hover across the ground. And I really don't like the fact that the Dom hovers. The Gundam series, for those that haven't seen it, is quite grounded. It's kind of famous for beginning what's known as the real robot genre. That is to say, it's not super robots. These aren't like fantastical robots that just appear out of nowhere and throw fireballs. That's G Gundam's thing. Everything they have is just, they explain it. They're not always the best explanations. So, like, the whole reason why mobile suits exist is because there's these weird fictional particles that make radars jammed, so we can't fire missiles. I know, let's build a giant robot and give it a handheld bazooka instead. It's not the best excuse, but it does the job. But here's my question. If the Dom can hover, why does it need legs? What is the point of this thing having legs if its only mode of locomotion is hovering? And I say only mode because in Gundam Battle Operation 2, if you're playing in a Dom-type mobile suit and your legs get broken, you still hover. You don't walk around, you still hover, just very, very, very slowly. Exactly, Rhea. If this thing had no legs and maybe some wings, just put engines where the feet are, I'd like it a lot more. A bit like the Xeon, actually, now I think of it. But because of the needless legs, it really makes me dislike the suit. The design as a whole is fine. It's not the worst, it's not the best. It is pretty good in the context of the show it is. Yeah, just turn it into a hovercraft that later, yeah. Why doesn't have wings when they have thrusters? Yeah, fair enough. So I'm going to say with the Dom, I'm going to put the Dom into, and this is purely my bias, I don't like it, I'm going to put it in D tier. Top of D tier. It's not bad, I just don't like it. It's going to top of D tier. Alright, we're now getting into the realm of ones that I actually don't know very much about. So I believe, and if anything I say at any point when I'm talking about robots that I'm not familiar with sounds incorrect to you guys, please do correct me. I believe this robot's name is Drossel, and she is from a series called Fireball, I believe. I have never seen whatever series that is. I assume it's an anime. Again, I'm making assumptions here. But I have to say, I like this design a lot, actually. This is a really good design. So, as I said earlier, Disney JPI, really? Wow, I would never have guessed this came from a Disney property. I really, really like this design. Holy crap. So, as I said before, in my opinion, the best robot girls sell both the robot and the girl angle. And this clearly does both. I mean, we've got, the robot's obvious. I don't need to point out the robot, but we've got the hips, we've got slight curvature on the chest, and we've got twin tails. Here's one thing that Helm really likes. Helm loves robot girls with robot hair. I mean, I'm sure, again, I don't know the context of the show. There might be some justification, maybe their class is antennae or something, or radar or something. I don't know what kind of show it is. But it clearly is meant to look like twin tails. Yeah, it's clearly Mecha Hatsune Miku. Exactly, yeah. So purely based on the look of this character, I'm shooting this up to S. I love this design. I've seen this design once or twice, just various places along the internet, like seeing images of it posted. Never knew what it was from, never looked into it, but every time I was like, ooh, that's a really good design. So yeah, Drossel here. I may have to look up that series, because definitely like her design and would be curious to see more about the show. And the next one, I believe, is also Drossel. I don't know if this is another... I got this one because I thought it showed off the differences better. I don't know if this is another, like a remodeling or like a parallel universe situation. I don't quite know the context, but I believe this is also Drossel from another version of Fireball, like a reboot or something, I'm assuming. She's a huge friend that looks like a construction dude. Awesome. Expressive looking eyes. Yeah. It's from Fireball Charming, same universe, just different look. Okay, so this is like a redesign of her. I mean, it's very similar. There's a lot to like here. I don't like the hair as much, though. The twin tails were definitely a lot cuter. It's still good. Still good. But doesn't really... I don't like it as much. The twin tails were doing quite a bit of heavy lifting, I feel. In fact, I'm going to just compare back to the other one second. And also, okay, yeah, I wasn't misremembering. She had so this second Drossel Charming here. She does have the Aegis feat, where she doesn't have like proper feet going on. She's got like the little stumps there. I'm not a big fan of that. Again, Aegis gets a pass on those because I love Aegis. This is still good though. I think this is an easy A tier. Would be S tier, but again, I think the original was better. I feel like they dropped the ball slightly with the remake. Alright, and next, coming up from Sonic Adventure, we have E102 Gamma. E102 Gamma, part of the E series of robots in that game. He was the 5th playable character, I think. He had very strange stages where you went through them and had to shoot things. And surprisingly tragic story for this guy, where he had to go and brutally murder all of his other robot siblings. So let's talk about the design. I like the color scheme. Funnily enough, Sonic the Hedgehog is not a series that I have a lot of nostalgia for. I was much more into Nintendo when they were kind of in their prime. But I did play Sonic Adventure, so I do know Gamma. I'm familiar with him. And for a Sonic robot, Gamma's design is pretty good. Everything here makes sense. I mean, the gun does look a little bit silly, but let's be honest, it's a Sonic character. He's going to have... They're not going to have realistic machine guns or whatever. They're going to all be slightly skewed in terms of their realism. Personality is a bit of a weird one. He doesn't really have much in terms of personality, but he does have a very good story arc. The only thing with Gamma's design that I don't like his booster unit up here. You get this halfway through this adventure quest, and it just makes him like hover very slowly downwards. I don't like the fact that it's not attached to him. I would really have preferred to see this be some sort of like physical backpack attachment. That's a very minor gripe. That is a minor gripe. That is me nitpicking. I do think Gamma is a very good robot. He is, as some people have said today, he is baby. I think Gamma we can put him at the top of A. He doesn't quite get the S tier. He doesn't quite get up there, but he is very good. We like Gamma in this house. Coming up next, we have I am familiar with this one. I wasn't really expecting it to get nominated. I'm okay with the fact it did. I was just surprised. This is the wet floor sign robot from Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach. And I think that's about all I can really say about it. I'm not even sure if this classes as a robot, I'm going to be honest. I'm not sure if this classes as a robot or if it just kind of classes as equipment. I mean, he's very cute. He is very cute. I will never dispute that this guy is cute. But it doesn't really do anything. It is basically a Roomba. It's a very cute Roomba. It's an extremely cute Roomba. But I don't know that I can put it too high purely on the fact that it does something. Oh, Tizza, if I am misremembering, then please do let me know, because I have seen a playthrough of Security Breach. All I remember this thing doing is just moving around and shining lights. So if there's more to it than that, then by all means, please do enlighten me. I would like to give it its fair shake. Post as every robot. Doesn't go by the... Oh yeah, he definitely... I don't think he's making into A tier. I mean, he's definitely not F tier. It won't drip the floor as well. Okay. Fair enough. If you have the phaser blaster, he sends the signal to others to Gregory's position. Okay. Well, okay. So, the fact that this guy, he doesn't talk, he doesn't have a personality, he doesn't have a story arc, but he is very cute. I think the fact that he's very cute, I think I can allow it to get to... I think we can put it in C tier. I would have it as a desk toy. I would employ it to warn if the floor is wet. But I don't think he can get any higher than that. He's very good at Uno. Yeah, I think C tier is about as high as I can reasonably allow him to get. Again, very cute for sure, but I don't think he gets higher than that. Alright, so going on. Actually, give me a second, I have to check something. I have to juggle some windows here. We can do one more. Do one more before the ad break. So, coming up next, we have another Yu-Gi-Oh! Monster, as has been identified correctly by chat. We have this monster. This is Galatea, the Orcust Automaton. This is a Link monster for the Orcust archetype, requiring 2 effect monsters, including an Orcust monster. It cannot be destroyed by battle. It allows you to target one of your banished machine monsters to shuffle it into the deck. Then you can set an Orcust spell trap directly from deck, and both effects on a hard once per turn. She has 1800 attack, and she is a Dark Machine Link monster. Very, very cute. Very, very cute. They even gave her a dual mate in Master Duel, which is basically just a companion that sits on the side while you're doing your duels. She's extremely cute. I love... Okay, so, small detail here I'm going to point out. Her face. It's very hard to see. Make her a little bigger, actually. It might be a bit more obvious. I love this detail she has. The lines down her eyes, kind of going down the side of her cheeks. I like that design, that aspect. That is one of those things that is it's a good shorthand for telling you this is a robot character. Color scheme's good. The character actually has a surprising amount of lore. If you're interested, look up the World Legacy lore. There's a lot of it. You'll be there a while. The only thing I don't like with the design is I don't like the scythe, just because it's very oversized. And I don't like... It's actually hard to see on her card normally. You kind of need to zoom in a bit, but I'll zoom right in. The waist here. If you look, her top and bottom halves are kind of just connected by a single sort of metal cylinder piece there. I'm not so keen on that. Makes her look a little bit fragile. She has all children, I know she's cool. Yeah, she's cool. She's a very cool design. I don't know that... I'm kind of tossing up on between whether we go... I mean, she goes near the top. Helm likes robot girls. They're gonna get preferential treatment, so soon. And it makes you feel stronger, it's like, yeah, exactly that. I think we'll put her... I think she gets to steal out the top of A from Gamma. Purely by virtue of being very cute. Yes, more the ones, exactly, yeah, the waist, yeah. Galatea is getting a lot of mileage here based on how cute she is, to be honest. I like robot girls. I like that she has the kind of, ceramic white skin. Robot girls with, unnatural skin tones like that. Very good plus. But I think the few quirks about the design I don't like, I think are enough to knock it down to A. I may even come down and bump up to the bottom of S, but she's hovering around there for either way. So we've got a ways to go, guys, but I do need to take a brief moment to refresh myself. So we're going to take just a couple minutes. You know the drill by now. I actually do need to do a lot more talking than normal, so I need to refresh myself real quick. So I'll be back with you guys in just a few minutes. Please keep your hands clear on the doors. We'll have a little ad break. And we'll be back with you guys in just a few minutes, and we'll get going. See you guys in just a bit. as you guys correctly point out, we got. Guess again, thank you. Oh, I had the image over the top. My apologies. As you guys point out, we got quite a few to go through, so I may pick up the pace a little bit. Although that being said, we have admittedly kind of front-loaded a lot of the ones that I had quite a lot to say about. Some of these I won't have that much to say about, so we'll see. Depending on how the night goes, we may just have to speed up a little bit. That's fine. Let's get moving then, guys. We are next up on the chopping block. We have one that I do not know much about. We have Gao Gai Ga. This is a super robot that I am familiar by name and image alone, unfortunately. I'm not so big when it comes to the super robots, admittedly. My knowledge of them is nowhere near as complete as something like, say, Gundam. I'm aware of the Gao Gai Ga, but I don't know what it does or what its lore is, so I'm kind of judging it entirely based on its looks. Which they say never judge a book for its cover, but I mean, if that's what you've got to go on, then you're going to go by something, right? So looking at this thing, I get real Gundam vibes. The head sculpt is very Gundam-esque. You've got the iconic, well, it looks like the iconic V crest on the Gundam. It does look a bit Megazord-y. Although it also looks a bit confused. So again, this is just my impressions of it. The wings look like stealth jet, but the shoulders kind of look like a train. And then you've got a lion on the head and drills on the knees. It's not a bad look, but it doesn't really seem very cohesive. I know Megazords aren't normally. I don't know if this is a Megazord or not, but I know those sort of robots aren't usually very cohesive. But this doesn't really. If this thing is a Megazord or a Combiner, it doesn't really convey that theme to me very well. The lion on the head, the lion on the chest rather, is a good look. It's a pretty strong look. I think I would like this more. Actually, yeah, the shoulders I think is what's doing it for me. If the shoulders were black and red to go with the legs and the wings, I think that would do it for me a lot more. I don't like the random blue on the shoulders. It's a pretty cool robot though. Like it's definitely by no means a bad robot. I think Gao Gai Ga. I think I'm gonna put him just under Alpha. I like him okay. I feel like he's a robot I might enjoy a bit more if I knew more about him, but as it is, I think he can just sit in B for the moment. I think that'll do. Okay, here we go. They're called a Brave, so he can be B for Brave. There we go. Next one. Give me a second, because I don't know what this one's called. I've got the name saved here somewhere. No, it's not that one. Where is it? Where is your name? See, this is why I wanted these to be alphabetical, because trying to find these. Ah, thank you, Ria. I remember you had already submitted this. All right, so this is. I'm gonna do my best to try to pronounce this name. Gadachnis? Something like that? From Fireball as well, I believe. Close enough, okay. I'll take it close enough. So obviously we've got a very non-humanoid design here. Kinda looks like a crab or a spider. This thing kinda gives me vibes of. This reminds me. You know what, Kazuki? I was actually going to say, before you said that, this looks like a boss from an SNES game. But in my case, I didn't have a specific SNES game in mind. It just kind of had that sort of SNES boss vibe to me. He's a butler. That's fun. I like that he's a butler. That's kind of neat. The design itself, I like the colours. The orange gives a very kind of construction sort of vibe to him. Yeah, he's pretty cool. He does kind of like a construction machine, but that's not a bad thing. Construction robots are necessary, they fill a role. I quite like him. I don't know how big he is. You said he's a butler, so I'm assuming he's not huge. Actually, Ria, if you wouldn't mind answering that for me, how large is he? Because I think the size he's massive. Okay. Because that kind of changes the perspective. If he was like a very small, desktop, that would be very cute, but being massive, yes, obviously some sort of construction kind of guy then. I kind of dig him. He's alright. I don't get a lot of personality out of the design, so I think for that reason, I think he's going to go in C. I think I'm going to put him just under floor sign. but they're basically equal. Neither one of these leaps out more than the other, in my mind. Other than X. Okay, yeah, so he's a proper, like, a JCB thing. Right, next one. Again, I am not complaining that someone submitted this. I was not expecting it. This is another Yu-Gi-Oh card. This is Giant Mech Soldier. No need to feel bad for not knowing this card. I did not know this card by name, but I recognized the artwork sort of. This is a vanilla monster. This is a level 6 Earth machine with 1750 attack. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's just a vanilla, and he's not even a good vanilla, unfortunately. 1750 attack is it's very funny, but it's not very good for a tribute summon. I mean, you can summon this guy, or you can summon Skull, who's got 2500. But let's not judge him too harshly. Let's look at the design. Oh no, it's a real card, Cookie, believe me, it's a real card. So let's look at the design. The design, it doesn't necessarily read robot to me. This guy looks more like a knight. He's a pretty cool looking knight, but it doesn't really scream robot. Granted, we've only got so much of a view, and he's got a shield kind of blocking his arm here. I'm not sure what's going on with the weapon here. It's got like some sort of kind of chakram or something. I'm gonna be real, it's not quite working for me. And if you look down at the bottom of his, down the bottom here, it looks like there's some cloth here. So I actually, part of me wonders if this guy was originally a robot, or if maybe he was originally just like a soldier or something. But F tier robot? Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to give him the F tier. I mean, he's cool enough on his own. Like, he's not a bad looking monster for what he is. But it doesn't do a lot for the design. Looks like one abandoned keeps weapons from the. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Alright, next one. This is another one that I don't remember. But oh no, I don't know rather. This one though, if I remember correctly, is this. This is Google tells me this is something referred to as the Buran Flight from Code Geass. I have never seen Code Geass. A friend of mine once lent me the whole DVD set. And I just never got around to watching it. I borrowed it from him for over a year, and I just never even got around to watching it. So I'm gonna again have to go purely based on the design for this. Now I know this is a mech. I know this isn't a robot. So this is piloted. I like the arm. I like the big mismatched claw arm it's got going on. That's a very cool look. I don't quite understand what's going on with the leg situation. It kind of looks like the legs are hollow, and that there's some sort of deployable landing gear, maybe? I mean, it says flight type, so I'm guessing that maybe the legs fold up while it's in flight. The thing that I really am not vibing with the design, even though I'm sure it makes sense in the context of the design, is the upper body. I don't like the big bulky chest that's kind of got a sort of airplane nose cone going on, and the backpack is huge. That is, I would be very surprised if this thing could realistically stand up under its own weight. It's a little bit, yeah, it don't really fit my personal taste for what I like in mechs. For that reason, I think I do have to stick it into the D tier, just below the Dom. It's alright, it's fine, but I would not. If you gave me a bunch of mechs and asked me to pick one to pilot, I would probably not pick this thing. Stratos! Still sick. Oh, well, I hope you get better soon, Stratos. There's a lot of it going around lately, people getting ill, so please take care of yourself. But thank you for dropping in. Next one, though. This one is this was one of my picks. So I've mentioned before how, in fact, I mentioned earlier today even, how you have the Gundam Wing suits, and then you have the Endless Waltz versions. And this is Heavy Arms Endless Waltz version. This is a mobile suit that has never appeared in animation, to my knowledge. But this is a what-if scenario. This is what if Heavy Arms Custom from Endless Waltz, what did the Heavy Arms that was made into Heavy Arms Custom look like? And this is the answer. As far as I know, this only exists in the context of being a master grade kit. I'm not sure if I'm not sure if this design got put into the manga or not. They did a manga called Glory of Losers, which I think uses the Endless Waltz designs. I'm not sure, I haven't read it. But this thing, I love this thing. The sheer amount of missiles, the Gatling guns in the chest, but also the sheer the Gatling gun on the left arm, the Gatling shield with the belt fed to the backpack. I'm a huge sucker for weapons that need belt feeds or backpacks. It's just one way that you can take a big gun, slap a backpack and a cable on it, boom, instantly improved. I love the color scheme. The orange really pops, and it's something that you don't see a lot of. Most Gundams are blue and red and white. You don't see a lot of orange Gundams, so it kind of stands out quite a bit. I like the head sculpt a lot. I like it's got 2 extra antennas on the side of its head. Don't know why it needs those. Don't really care. It looks cool. This is actually my favorite version of the heavy arms design, and also my favorite mobile suit from Wing in general. Just my favorite Wing canonical robot suit. For that reason, I'm going to shove this into A tier. I think we can put it... I'll put it just below Gamma, because while I like, in a vacuum, the design of Heavy Arms more than Gamma, Gamma has plot, and this thing is barely even canon. So I think for that reason we can get away with that. But next up, here's an obscure one. But some of you, I'm sure, will have recognized her. This is Ignis Clover. This is the mother of Ada and Carl Clover. Now, I did not like Ada's design that much, but I'm gonna be real. I really like Ignis. Ignis's design, even though there's a lot in common, Ignis's design just works for me. And I don't exactly know what... Mommy? Yeah, literally mommy. Literally mommy. Or if it was pupils. I think the pupils help. I think I also like the head sculpt more. The 2 kind of bladed parts she has coming down like the side of her hat here, they kind of look like twin tails, though I don't think that's the intent. But one other very big difference between Ignis and Ada is how they move. I said earlier that Ada moves very jankily, very awkwardly, like she's not in control of her body. By comparison, Ignis moves fluidly. She moves much more naturally. Her movements are a lot more purposeful. And that makes her much more appealing design. So for that reason, we're going to put her pretty high. I don't know if I can put her above Galatea. I think maybe around here, maybe just under, no, just above Heavy Arms, I think. She looks a bit like a Guilty Gear character. Well, Zordon, that's because she's from Blaze Blue, which is made by the same developers. Oh, look at here. Oh, yeah, that's it. Crazy that this lady was not married to Relius, yeah, right? Not gonna lie though, Relius. I'm just saying. Father, you know, he's got some good taste, I'm just saying, okay? But let's be honest, I'm gonna be real with you guys. Looking at the list here, I think this is the only literal MILF on this list. Just saying. Just saying. Next up on the list, we are going to another one that I actually don't know much about. This is the Iron Giant from the movie The Iron Giant. Not a very good picture for him here. I wanted to get one that kind of got the full design on Oh, you know, yeah, Android 18, depending on what part you can. Yeah, you could count Android 18, yeah. So here's the thing. I've heard a lot of good things about the movie The Iron Giant, but I know nothing about it. I've never seen the movie. So because of that, my only choice is I have to judge him based on what I see. And what do I see? Well, this guy is definitely a robot. He is definitely a robot. There's no denying that. Proportions are fine. I'm not a big fan of how big and bulky the chest is compared to everything else. I would like to see the arms and the legs be a little bit thicker, just for proportional reasons. The waist and hip joints look a little bit unstable as well. I would kind of not trust it. I'm about to anger chat. Oh, don't, Cassidy, don't worry. There is one on this list I guarantee is going to anger chat. And I'm not even going to point it out. You will know that one when we get there. But yeah, I need to watch this movie, clearly, because it's very clear from everyone's reaction that this movie gives feels. And I can get on board for feels. Unfortunately, I cannot judge on feels that I have not experienced, feels I don't know about. I'm going to say, for that reason, he's a good-looking robot, he's a fine-looking robot. I'm going to put him into the top of C. It's not a bad robot. He's a perfectly fine robot. But I don't have any emotional attachment to it. Purely based on the design, it's fine. It's a fine design, it does the job. That's where it's going to go for now. The next one, does anyone in chat, it's not the best picture we've got down there, admittedly, does anyone in chat recognize this little thumbnail down here? Does anyone in chat have any idea who this guy is? It's not the most flattering picture. In fact, you know what? I'll show you the picture. Does anyone recognize, to quote Domon Kashu, have you seen this man? So, this robot from Reboot, not a bad guess, but it's not Reboot. It is that same era, though. This is from a PlayStation 1 game called The Unholy War. It is my favorite PlayStation 1 game of all time. I am definitely going to stream it one day because I want more people to know about this game. Unholy War, real quick, is a battle chess game. You have a strategy map, you move your units across the map, but when they find another unit, you go into a real-time arena battle. This is the Jaeger. It is a large, tank-like robot that fires missiles and has lasers and also punches things in the face. In the context of the game, it is the strongest unit for the Technos army. And even though it's really strong and one of my favorite units to use in-game, I'm going to put this... That's fine, Zordon. I was not expecting anyone to know this one. Again, this is a very obscure game. To give you an idea of how obscure The Unholy War is as a game, on the main screen, the very first screen you see where you have control in The Unholy War, you have two options. Play The Unholy War, or play the Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver demo. It kind of makes me feel like they had such little confidence in this game that they just used it to show the demo, which is a shame. As a mildly amusing aside, the Japanese version of this game, for some reason, it got completely reworked into a licensed game involving magical girls. I don't know why, but it's very funny. Anyway, Jaeger, what we're looking at here, we got a big chunky boy, he's got some treads, he's got some lasers, he's got some guns. He's fine. Even though I like the robot in the context of, you say Jaeger, yeah, he's not got much personality. When he gets hit, he goes, damage, damage. And when he dies, he goes, system shock. Well, that's about as much personality as you get out of him. The game's very light on plot. But he's a pretty cool design. I think he can get into C tier. I want to put him top of C purely because I know I have more attachment to him. But he's not incredible though, he's fine. Next up, and I'm pretty sure people must recognize this one. This is a very iconic robot here. We have K9 from Doctor Who. Funnily enough, no one submitted Daleks. And if you had submitted Daleks, I would have had to give you the bonk. Because Daleks aren't robots. Daleks are aliens wearing robot suits. They're basically Samus. So, yeah, K9, this dog robot appeared in the original Doctor Who series. I say the original one of the older ones. And he did appear again in the more modern Doctor Who series. I'll be real, I'm not very big on Doctor Who. I feel like Doctor Who is one of those series that's a children's show that can be enjoyed by adults, and some adults kind of take it way too seriously and then get mad when the children's show has writing on par with the children's show. K9 here, he's fine, he's pretty cute. Again, if he was like a very small kind of desk robot, I'd had him as a desktop pet. But he's not actually very small, he is actually the size of a pretty decently sized dog. And he's also got a very annoying voice. I'd pet him, but I wouldn't... I would treat Canine like I treat most dogs. I'm not much of a dog person. I'm quite happy to pet a dog, but I would not want one in my presence for a long term. So I think for that reason, I think Canine we can put into the C tier as well. I'm going to put Bomb the C tier because he's a bit annoying. Right, and so we get into one of our slightly stranger picks here, but I wanted to include this guy because has anyone here seen the British sci-fi comedy Red Dwarf? Well, Tintin, welcome in, welcome in. So if you guys have never seen it, Red Dwarf, it's a bit of an old show now, actually. I forget when it originally started, but it is a British comedy about the last human alive, a holographic version of one of his crewmates who he hated, an animal that evolved from the ship's cat, and Crichton, a robot who was originally, I forget what they exactly call Crichton, but he is essentially, well, he's kind of the same functions as myself. He was kind of a robot housekeeper. Does things like cooking, cleaning. He's a very funny character. Red Dwarf is a very funny show. And Crichton, despite how funny the show is, he's a pretty good character, actually. He gets quite a lot. Sweet! So, okay, for context, I have to tell everyone about this. So, Crichton gets quite a bit of character development. Surprisingly so for a sitcom. And part of this is because part of Crichton's development is he tries to, one of the other characters wants to break his programming. Because Crichton is programmed to be a perfect robot. He's polite, he's truthful. And one of the main characters, a guy called Lister, who's a bit of a bum, he wants to break Crichton's programming. He wants him to learn to be dishonest, to be able to lie. So he tries to train Crichton to lie and to be able to insult people. Not because these are good qualities, but because he wants him to be more able to think for himself and function outside of his programming. Honestly, decently noble goal. And so in the show, one of the insults I guess used repeatedly is smeghead. Not a very pleasant word. And when Crichton is practicing trying to break his programming, he tries to call another character a smeghead, but because he's struggling with his programming, he's able to just go, Smee! You're a Smee! And it's a very funny moment, worth looking up. But Crichton as a whole, he's a great character, and considering that this show was actually made on basically a shoestring budget, Red Dwarf was basically made on the budget that was siphoned off of another show's budget. They did a decent job with his costume design for the time. He looks like a robot, you'd never mistake this for a human. He acts like in a way that you would never mistake for a human. He's a good robot, honestly. Crichton, he might not be as kawaii desune as some on the list, but honestly, Crichton, I have to give him the S tier. I'll put him at the bottom of that. I don't think he's quite as good as some of these others, but honestly, genuinely great character, genuinely great robot. They're playing a prequel. Oh, I kind of wish I didn't hear that. Purely because I don't have faith that they would be able to do it well, but who knows? Maybe I could be mistaken on that. Coming up, do we have any Earth Machine enjoyers in chat tonight? Because we have an Earth Machine from Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, there we go, there's the Earth Machine enjoyers. So, this one is the boss monster of the Machina archetype. This is Machina Citadel. This is a really annoying monster to deal with. It is a Earth monster. It is a level, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. A level 10 Earth machine monster with the following effect. Cannot be summoned or set. Normal summoned or set. Must be special summoned by a card effect. Quick effect. You can target a machine monster you control. Destroy that machine monster, and all monsters your opponent controls with attack less than or equal to it. If a face-up Earth machine monster you control, except Machina Citadel, is destroyed by battle or card effect while this card is in your graveyard, you can special summon this card, and you can only use each effect once per turn. Has 3,000 attack and 2,500 defense. And this thing is really annoying to out. I have a friend who loves Earth Machine. It's one of his favorite decks. And I like to give him grief for it. I like to joke with him how Earth Machine combos off for like 10 minutes just to draw 2 cards. But honestly, this thing has won him so many games on its own that it's kind of insane. Those are some funky ass treads. So as a card, good card, very strong tier card. How's the design? Well, the color scheme is okay. I don't love the red on the back, and the chainsaw being orange is a little bit strange. The treads are also a weird design. I kind of get the impression that it's meant to be, well, it is meant to be partially transformable, because this is actually the evolved version of another card that may or may not be on this list. I don't like the one thing that the Bucket cards have. I want to zoom in here real far because it's kind of hard to see, but I don't like the eyes. You see, he's got like little normal human eyes. I don't know if they're trying to make them like more alive or like humanize them or something, but I'm not a big fan of the eyes. But this is a really strong card. It's a really powerful monster. Backsmash, good evening! This is Citadel, but we do have Fortress on here. Everyone knows if they have eyes, they're the good guys. True, I guess you could argue that. Oh my god, you're right, that is... This guy is very Digimonish, actually. That's... yeah. Yeah, I could definitely see a world where this thing is called, like... I don't know... High Tank Dramon or something. Yeah, so I think this guy's pretty good. I like this guy, don't love him. I think we can put him... I'm going to put him B tier, just above base, I think. I think that seems good. Next up, we are into another one that I do not know, so we are going to have to just kind of look at it and try to intuit what we can. I apologize for the picture for this one. I could not find a good reference of this thing that wasn't the toy. I wanted one that showed off the full design so that we could judge it accordingly. So I had to, oh yeah, Citadel from, yeah, Citadel comes from Fortress, yeah, that's the one, yeah. So I had to look this one up because it was a bit of a name. I believe this thing is called Magicking, or that's part of the name anyway. It's definitely some sort of Megazord, so we've got to combine it on our hands. As Megazords go, it's not a bad design. I like the wings question mark going on. I'm not sure if they're meant to be wings or what. I'm going to assume they're wings because I like them. I like the idea of them being wings. For a Megazord, the colors are pretty cohesive as well. Magic King is a Super Sentai. Ah, thank you, Post. Yeah, some of these ones, I'll admit, some of the ones I don't know, I just had to reverse Google image search to try to find out about them. Why is the chest so bulky? I'm gonna give this one the benefit of the doubt and assume that the chest is only so bulky in the image I have here because it is the toy. I'm gonna assume that, because obviously when it comes to like combiner toys, you have to make some sacrifices, you know? It's like with Transformer toys, there are certain things you just can't avoid. We all know the curse of kibble and the occasional bit of parts forming that might have to be done. So I'm gonna assume that's why the chest is so huge here. One thing that I did notice about this design, which is actually more obvious on the portrait down here, it seems to have a witch hat. And I kind of love that it has a witch hat going on. I have no idea what purpose that is. But here's the thing, this is a Zord. This is a Mega Zord. This is a super robot. And I'm a lot more inclined to give super robots a pass when it comes to silly things. Like, super robots should be over the top. They should be a bit goofy. They should have fun with them, you know? So I actually love that this thing has the wings, and I love that it has the hat. The rest of the design is fine. It doesn't really do much for me, but I do like the weird elements it's got. Enough so that I think I can probably bump it up to the very, very bottom of B. I think it's probably going to stay at the bottom, but I can leave it there. Alright, so I don't think anyone needs an introduction for this one, but we're actually going to do this one slightly out of order. I'm going to grab Magnemite here. So those of you that were lurking in my friend Yomi's Nuzlocke stream that she recently finished, actually, after beating Red, congratulations to her, you will probably know I heckin' love Magnemite. I love Magnemite. And I love Magnemite not just because it's cute. This design is clean. It doesn't have too much going on. It doesn't have too little going on. There's enough here to keep visual interest without it being cluttered and overdone. And I also love Magnemite because it's a great counter to the argument that a lot of not Gen 1ers, the opposite, anti-Gen 1ers like to draw out. Actually, no, it is Gen 1ers. Sorry, Gen 1ers. A lot of people that love Pokemon Gen 1 like to go, new Pokemon gens are so terrible, they're really running out of ideas. Wow, look, this Pokemon's an ice cream cone. This Pokemon's literally just a set of keys. Pokemon was so much better in Gen 1. And don't get me wrong, I love me some Gen 1. But let's not kid ourselves, we've had Objectmon since the very beginning, and Magnemite is heckin' great. Also, apparently, someone has said, I think Yomi told me this, apparently, Magnemite has been in every single Pokemon game, or every generation, I should say. I don't know if every game, but apparently you can catch Magnemite in basically every game. I love him. He is friendship. I have 3 Magnemite plushes. He is getting put. We're going to put him just below Gamma, because he's a great design, but you know, Magnemites don't have a lot of personality. I will say, I do not have Magneton on this list. Magneton goes exactly equal with Magnemite. I love them both. Maybe Magnemite just slightly more, but I do think that Magneton is also great. But when you can't, it's black and white till posting. True, but you can catch it in black and white too. In fact, you get it very early in black and white too, because I used it in that game. But yeah, no, you are right. Black and white you can only catch. You know the one at the beginning. But, as you may have guessed, by the fact that Magneton is absent, but Magnezone is not, my opinion on Magnemite and Magnezone are certainly not the same. I hate this thing. I really, really, really do not like this thing. Why does this exist? Why did they do it? Look what they did to my boy. Look how they massacred my boy. There is exactly one thing about Magnezone that I like, and it's the fact that Magnezone exists, and that means you can put a Violite onto Magneton. That is the only redeeming factor of Magnezone's existence. I hate it. I hate its stupid little aerial. I hate the fact that it's so fat. I hate the fact that it has less magnets. And did you know, how many eyes do you think this Pokemon has? If you answered 3, you are incorrect. The red circle on Magnezone is not an eyeball. It is a radar dish. Which means Magnezone has some of the worst vision in any Pokemon I can think of. Because look at Magnezone's eyes. The eyes on its shoulders, if we can call them shoulders, I'm just going to call them shoulders for the sake of argument, they can't rotate. Those eyes are fixed in place. So they can only rotate as much as the pupil allows them to. But now consider there's a giant dome in the middle of the two. Magnezone has a exactly! It has a massive blind spot right in the middle of its own face! This is a terrible design, not just because it's silly, but, you know, evolution would laugh at this thing. It would get ambushed by people walking right in front of it. It's not a UFO, like, let's mix in evolution. Yeah, I've seen people meme on Magnemite and Dugtrio where they're like, you know, oh, hey, what if Dugtrio and Magnemite got an evolution where there's 9 Magnemites and 9 Diglets, and that's very funny and all, but I'm not gonna lie, I would prefer that to what they did to my boy here. Magnezone, you are awful, and you're getting put below Boobo. That's how much I dislike you. You get put below Boobo. How do you feel? Bad, I hope. Alright, well, I don't know if Starblind is still around, but as he called him, here he is. Here is everyone's favourite Decepticon leader. And I do mean everyone's favourite Decepticon leader. This is not a matter for debate. We have the almighty Megatron. Admittedly, this is not the most flattering artwork for him, but I wanted to get a good animation reference rather than a toy reference. Here comes the boy, Megatron, leader of the Decepticons. S tier easily? I don't know about S tier. It is. Oh yeah, G1 minute. So let's be clear. Hold on. Let's just be clear with each other, guys. Let's be clear. There is only one Megatron. There will only be one Megatron. Megatron turns into a gun. That's what he does. He doesn't turn into anything else. He doesn't turn into a tank. He doesn't turn into a truck. He turns into a gun. It's really dumb, but that's what he does. Now that we've got that out of the way, Beast Wars Megatron was kind of goated. I give you a pass. Beast Wars Megatron gets a pass. But anyways, so let's look at Megatron. The design's alright. So I don't like Megatron as much as some of the other Transformers. As a character, he definitely fills the job for being the kind of jerk ruler of the bad guys, you know. He does that role very well. Like, he's not completely unlikable, but at the same time, you're very much not gonna root for him. You're right, he does have a lot of grey. I don't hate that there's a lot of grey. Funnily enough, my gripes with Megatron's design are actually... I don't like the red. I don't like that he randomly just has red in his elbows and red on the side of his waist. If he had a bit more red or less red, I'd like the design a bit more. Personally, if it was down to me, I would take the red parts and maybe color them the same color as his waist armor. Cow, welcome in, how you doing? Well. So, I don't like that. I do like the arm cannon. The arm cannon's very good. But there's one thing about Megatron that I can't get over. It's a thing about Megatron, and let me be clear, this is not something unique to Megatron, but it is something that I don't like on all Transformers. Let me zoom in a bit. It's the face. I don't like that Megatron has a face. Now, let me be clear on this. Let me elaborate on this a little bit. I don't like the fact that he has a face because he has a nose and he has lips. And I don't like Transformers that have lips. If you're making a robot that's trying to emulate a human, like we've got Aegis, our robot girl there. In that case, giving them a face with lips makes sense. What function does a face serve for something like Megatron? He doesn't need to eat. Well, I say he doesn't need to eat. There is that one scene in Generation 1 where he's like chugging an Energon cube and getting drunk off it. That's very funny, but I don't know why he has lips. To make his face more punchable. Yeah, do drink the Energon. That is very funny. But yeah, I just don't quite understand why he has that. If he didn't have the lips, I'd like him a bit more. I also don't like the transformation that much. Now, don't get me wrong. As I made very clear, Megatron turns into a gun, and I would not have it any other way. It's very dumb. It's very silly. He can't even fire himself. Well, I'm actually not sure. I think the cartoon's inconsistent about that. I think there are some where he does... Oh, Zordon. Zordon, what are you talking about? Michael Bay Optimus Primes? What are you on about? Michael Bay never did anything involving Optimus Prime. What are you talking about? God, could you imagine that? Could you imagine if Michael Bay made a Transformers movie? Oh, that sounds terrible. I bet he'd make it like all edgy and gross and none of the Transformers would transform properly. They'd just like break apart into cubes and reform. He did? Chisella, no, he didn't. Guys, I think you're having one of those Mandela effects right now. Because there's no such thing as a Transformers movie. We don't acknowledge those. But anyways, so yeah, the whole gun thing is very goofy. But it is kind of iconic as well. We have to admit it's iconic. I'm going to say for Megatron, maybe this is going to be a contentious one. I don't know. I'm going to put him at top of B. He's a great character. Don't get me wrong. He is a great character. He's not my favorite design. That's simply all it comes down to. It's nothing personal with Megatron. Great character. He will forever be the leader of my Decepticons, but he can never be my favorite design. Next one, we have a very funny one here. I was not expecting this one to appear, but you know what? I'm on board for the fact that it did. We have another Yu-Gi-Oh card here, which is awesome. I don't know if anyone remembers this one. For the period, I apologize if I butchered your name. Thank you for the follow. So we have this guy. Look at this boy. Look at this boy. This is Metal Fish. Metal Fish. This is a level 5 water machine monster with no effect, and the flavor text a metal fish with a razor-sharp caudal thing. He has 1600 attack and 1900 defense. So by all rights, it'd be funny if you added robot boys every time. Oh, that would be, yeah. Well, thankfully I keep myself well lubricated, so... Anyways, I love this card because I had this card when I was younger. I had this card, and it was a card that I don't know why, I love this card. It's terrible. It is a 1600 attack beat stick that requires a tribute. That is absolutely awful. I can just reach onto my desk at random and grab a card, and I have just grabbed Soul Eating Overraptor, which is 1800 attack for no tribute, and it has an effect. Everyone has that one terrible Yu-Gi-Oh card I love. You're right. You are right. I love this thing, even though it is unplayably awful. When I was younger, I actually traded for this card. One of my friends had this card, and I loved the artwork for it so much, I just had to have it. So I traded for it. This card actually reminds me of... I'd be surprised if you guys have, but if anyone here has ever played the 8-bit game Sonic Chaos, I don't know why. He reminds me of an enemy from that. I don't even know if they look that similar, but they remind me of each other. So yeah, he's unplayably bad. Wasn't that bad in the early days? I mean, he was pretty bad. I mean, even in the first set, one tribute summon would get you a summoned skull, which beats over this thing. In fact, I think La Jin beats over this thing, does he? Hold on. I think it's La Jin again. La Jin is 1800. So yeah, La Jin, which is a normal summon, beats over Metal Fish, which is a tribute summon. So yeah, this thing is bad. But I do love him. I do love him. He is a friend. If there was Metal Fish merchandise, I would buy it. I think because it's bad, we can't put him too high. He does have a wonderful design. I'm going to put him kind of right next to Alpha, I think. He gets by a lot on being very cute. Very cute. Alright, we got another one here that I do not know. I've heard of the game, but I have not played it. This is apparently Metal Wolf from Metal Wolf Chaos. There's a lot to unpack here. I wanted a nice clean reference. This doesn't show off the silhouette very well. But as far as mechs go, I do like this. The automation machine. Yes, I've seen those, Gerard. The two dancing ones are gorgeous. If anyone had submitted those, the lady dancer would definitely be very high tier. Where is the head? I believe the head is kind of around, like, well, again, I can't hover over, but like just to the right of my mouse. It's kind of like slightly hunched over. So I like that this thing has a load of guns on it. I don't quite understand what's going on. It kind of looks like the from what I can gather, it seems that these big things at the back here look like weapon containers. Back pods are back. Okay, so yeah, they contain the guns. That's very cool. I like a mech that has some weapon storage. It is a bit over-designed. I mean, it has got that very kind of westernized look to it. You know, you've got lots of I'm not sure what the word I'm looking for is. I want to say dry-brushed edges, but I know that's not correct. But it's got a lot of those very highlighted edges, highlighted by the President of the USA. That's pretty cool. I can get behind that. I've heard a little about this game. I've not played it, but I know it's very over the top. For what it is, yeah, this is a pretty solid mech. It's not like I don't see this mech and be like, oh heck yeah, I need to play this game now. But I see this and think, oh, this is a pretty cool mech. I'd pilot this, yeah. I like the Gatling gun. I like the backpack with all these missiles and whatnot. Yeah, this thing is pretty good. We're gonna put this thing at. I think I'm gonna put it like just above Gal Gaigar here. Yeah, I don't really have a lot of knowledge of these two, but they both seem pretty cool. Alright, this one. Does anyone in chat know this one? This red, menacing looking thing here. I'm going to grab another one, because we're going to do these together. Some sort of Metal Sonic, correct. So first off, well, it's Metal Sonic, but it's not. So let's start with Metal Sonic, because we obviously know Metal Sonic. So Metal Sonic, we're going to use the original design. And it is, well, it's a Metal Sonic. It is Sonic as a robot. Honestly, for what that concept is, this is about as good as it could be. I like the fact that they I like the fact that there are some things here that are not the same as Sonic. I like that they went with red eyes instead of blue. Makes it very clear this is a bad guy. I like that it has some shoulder armor. I'm not quite sure what the intent is with the hole in the middle. I think that's like a cannon. But Metal Sonic, it's not my favorite robot, but for the idea of it, it's pretty good. I'm gonna put this thing... I'm gonna put regular Metal Sonic kind of about... he's pretty good. He's not great. He's pretty good. He's B tier. I'll put him above Magic King here. Air intake. Oh, okay. That makes sense then. That makes sense. So now let me give you my deep cut. This one. This character is known as the Metallix Emperor. This is a little bit of a cheat, but this was my excuse to share something very cool with you guys. Over here in Europe, in England specifically, we didn't get the Archie Sonic comics. We got our own version of Sonic comics that were literally called Sonic the Comic. In that comic, there was an event. It's one of the few comics I have followed all the way to the end. And there was an event in that whereby there was this empire called Metallix. All of these Metal Sonics in the context of the comic, they were all called Metallix. You had one of Knuckles. I think at one point they actually captured Amy and turned her into a Metallix. And this big guy, he is the Metallix Emperor. To my knowledge, has never appeared in any games. I don't think he's considered canon. By a weird Brazilian writer, that I couldn't tell you. I don't know much about the history behind the comic. This comic had a lot of weird stuff going on about it. In this comic, Super Sonic actually was his own separate character. When Sonic first goes Super Sonic, he kind of goes berserk, starts attacking his friends, and eventually they do some sort of like ritual to kind of exorcise Super Sonic from him. Super Sonic becomes his own character, gets amnesia, and eventually has a kind of redemption story, if I remember correctly. It's really weird, it's wild. This is also the first way I found out about the Chaotix crew. They were in this comic as well. Fleetway Sonic? It might be? Over here we just know it as Sonic the Comic, but it might be Fleetway Sonic. Anyways, so for the Metallix, I'm gonna give this guy a slightly higher rating than Metal Sonic because he was like a big boss of the comic, but this was just my excuse. I just put him in it because I want an excuse to talk about this because I hardly ever hear anyone talk about this, and a lot of Americans don't know about it, so I thought I'd share it. He gets to go slightly higher. I think we'll put him like just over. Oh no, we've got our first line break. It's only gonna get bigger from here. Alright, well, I think a lot of you guys should know this one. This is a very, very popular character. Very popular game. It's Mettaton. It is Mettaton. It might do. Death by Glamour, yeah, so I think Mettaton here needs no introduction. I think, well, if you haven't played it, Mettaton is a character from the game Undertale. And if you've not played Undertale, and you haven't seen anyone play Undertale, this is me giving you your instruction that you should go and play Undertale. Mettaton is fabulous. He's got amazing legs. He's got amazing moves. He's actually probably one of my favorite characters in Undertale. Hear me out, Boxing Mettaton is the best Mettaton. I almost gave Boxing Mettaton his own entry here, but I think I like them both about the same for different reasons. Regular Mettaton is fabulous. I love his personality. I love the fact that in one of the paths he shows himself to be very selfless. Like, you would think that he is, in one of the paths, he kind of comes across as this guy who's only into himself. But in one of the other paths, he does some very selfless things. So I think he's actually a good guy. Power of Neo is a hell of a banger, you are correct. The only complaint I have about Power of Neo is the fact that it's so short. I know there are like fan versions extended. Mettaton, yeah, you are great. You're going to get into an easy A tier. I'm going to put you like... Yeah, I think right here. I like his design okay. He's not my favourite. But his character gets him up there. Right, next one. We've got another Blaze Blue candidate here. This one might be a bit more obscure because this character was added very late. into the what do I call it? The series of BlazBlue. This character is called Minerva, and compared to some of the other robots in the series, Minerva gets a lot less development. She only really appears, much like the other puppets we've seen, she only appears in the context of being an assistant to another character. Yeah, as you said, she got 4 arms. The arms are actually an interesting thing. Depending on the artwork you find, she actually can have 2 or 4 arms. Her more human-sized arms can actually kind of compress onto her body where they just look like straps across her chest. I'm divided on her. I like the big arms. The big punchy arms are good. And to be fair, all the other dolls that we've shown, because we do have the punchy arms as well. But I feel like we're losing the robotness here. She does have like the, zoom in a little bit here. She does have the lines on her face. You know, the eye lines I like a lot. But beyond that, beyond the eye lines, the plug, and the giant arms, you could tell me that this was like a tiefling or something, and I might believe you. I think for that reason, I have to knock her down lower. I think I like her. She's aesthetically more pleasing than Ada. But I feel like as a robot, she's not as strong. I think we're going to put her just above Ada. Because while Ada looks the part a lot more, her movements make her unpleasant to look at. Whereas Minerva here is too humanoid, I think, to the point where it kind of doesn't sell the robot angle well enough, in my personal opinion. That's my logic for why we're putting her there. Alright, next up we've got one I do not know again. So this character I believe is called Mirage, and they are from Ultra Kill. I've never played Ultra Kill. It's not my kind of game. So I don't really know much about it. What I do know though is this design does a lot for me. I'm going to be entirely real. This design is very, very strong. I don't know much about Ultra Kill. I know it's like a fast-paced shooter game. So I don't know if this is like a gag character or something that only appears down a certain ending or something. I don't really know the context, but so I don't know the character, but I can look at the design and I can make my judgments on the design. And well, as I said before, the best robot girls sell the robot and the girl. And well, I mean, this design definitely does that. I can't argue with that. So I think for that reason, I mean, I'm never going to play Ultra Kill. Whoops. I'm going to play Ultra Kill because it's definitely not my kind of game. But I think we can put her at least as high as Galatea. Maybe just slightly under, just because I don't know much about her. But, you know, I don't know much about her, but, you know, I'll be real, I wouldn't mind seeing a bit more about her. Have you seen the Svarog from Star Rail? Where you putting this? I think I actually may have, purely because I was watching Yomi stream that a little bit. Let me do a quick Google real quick. I'm not going to add him officially, but I'll just have a quick peek for you, Jared. Well, I haven't seen this guy. This is not the guy I was thinking of. He's pretty good. I think I'd probably put him about the same as Mirage here, actually. Yeah, good design, very solid. I like that he's a bit bulky, not a skinny little guy. Yeah. Mirage is very emo. She says you should never try her because everything will be destroyed. Oh. Huh. Not gonna lie, that kind of makes me dislike her a little bit. Like, that kind of takes away from the design a little bit. Well, not the design, but that kind of makes me like her a bit less. But I think I'll leave her here for now, because I was just judging on the design. How many have we got to go through, guys? We've got quite a lot to go still, haven't we? Yeah, we've got a few to go through yet. Alright. So, we're gonna take ourselves, quite a lot, yeah. I need to start being less talkative. But to be fair, there are a few here that I don't have much to say about. So, again, we will be hopefully picking up the pace a little bit on some of these. But guys, I need to take another moment for myself. I need to hydrate, as you should probably as well, if you haven't already. I'm going to hydrate myself real quick, have a little stretch, take care of maintenance and all that. Won't be long, of course. Obligatory ad break, you all know the drill by now. So I'll be back with you guys in just a few minutes, okay? So good chance to stretch your legs, go to the bathroom, etc., etc. And I'll catch you guys in just a few minutes, okay? See you shortly. And we're back! Welcome back, everyone. We're just going to jump straight into things, because... Thank you, Kizuki! we got quite a lot to go through, and I want to get... I'm not that I am by any means in a hurry to get going, but we might have to pick up the pace a little bit. Hello, welcome. Right, we're gonna get going with our next one, and this one's a semi-obscure one. You might not be able to recognize him from the portrait, because it's not the best image of him. But, does anyone recognize this fine gentleman? It's a bit of a slightly obscure one. but there is, if you played the game he's in, you might recognize him. This character is from the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, which has an unlimited free trial up to level 70, including A Realm Reborn and the first award-winning expansion Heaven's Ward, and the second expansion Stormblood, with no limitations on playtime. Correct, Darkest Maelstrom, this is Mystadio. This is from the Ivalice Raid series. Specifically, he is the first boss of the Orborn Monastery. And he is, you move, you get sniped. So he has a big rifle. He has, I don't know if you call them wings or pipes, but they look like wings. They're clearly designed to be wings. And one thing about this guy that I cannot convey to you guys is, actually, maybe I can. Hold on. One moment. We're doing it live. Hold on. Hold on. Here we go. Okay. I want you to hear his voice, because the voice is a big part of what makes this design great.
What's this? I see you.
Quite sure I love this effect.
What comes next? Let this be your final testament.
Okay, you got the point. I wanted to give you you got the auto-tune, yeah. I love that effect they gave to his voice. It reminds me of a certain other, what's the word? A certain other boss. It's another robot that may or may not be appearing on this list. In fact, he is appearing on this list. He's even on screen right now. So, one other thing about this character, in the context of the game, he was not always a robot. He has been turned into this because reasons. So he was originally a man. But when you fight him as a boss, he is pure robot, as far as I can tell. I have said before, I love metal wings. Robotic wings, bladed wings, very strong thing. Very strong design thing. His rifle, again, you can't really see from this, but the rifle is bolt action, and you actually see him fly up onto his perch, open the breech, load the bullets, snap it shut. It's very satisfying. I do like those sort of weaponry that are very manual. It's very cool. And there's a very silly thing about this character that I like. He has a mechanic whereby he will put a marker on you that from every side, apart from one side, if he shoots you from that side, he will kill you. But if he shoots you from the one side that isn't exposed, as they call it, you just take a lot of damage, but it won't necessarily kill you. If you do that mechanic correctly, the voice line he says is, "I rarely miss." And I don't know why, but I just really like the fact that he says that. I like the fact that he's not like, "Impossible, I never miss." No, he's fine. He knows his limits. He knows he's not perfect, and he's okay with that. He's not hard on himself, and honestly, we could all stand to learn something from Mystadio here. The only thing I'd dock a point is that wrist size to hammer. That is fair, yeah, I'll grant you that. The wrists are a little bulky. They are a little bulky. But I think it's not enough to knock him down from being an A tier. I think he can go up here with heavy arms. Yeah, I like him a lot. Alright, next one. This one is another Gundam. But for those of you that are not familiar with Mobile Fighter G Gundam, you may be a bit surprised by the design of this one, because this is the Nobel Gundam. For context, Mobile Fighter G Gundam is a very different type of Gundam series. Where every other Gundam series is a war drama, maybe with some political drama going on, the Nobel Gundam comes from G Gundam, which is basically Dragon Ball Z but with mechs. And yes, this is basically Sailor Moon in Gundam form. And yeah, you'd think it'd be Japanese, but this Gundam is in fact Swedish, yeah. I don't know why this is the one they gave to Sweden. I mean, I know there is like a very old stereotype over here of Swedish women being very attractive, but I don't know if that was what inspired it or not. The Nobel is here, but no God Gundam. I didn't put the God Gundam on here because the God Gundam itself, personally, it doesn't really do that much for me. It's fine, it's a good Gundam. But what makes the God Gundam good is the pilot. Whereas the Nobel Gundam, I mean, look at it, it's Sailor Moon in Gundam form, it's amazing. And also, the pilot for this one, not that we're judging too much on the, we're not giving mechs too much points on the pilot, because technically anyone could pilot this thing. But the pilot for the Nobel Gundam is also a very, very good character. It's actually very funny. One of my friends put this best, whereby they said, there's two female characters in G Gundam. One of them is Rain, who is basically Domon's love interest, and the other one is the pilot of this Gundam, Allenby. And Allenby, I'm not saying this is a universal opinion, but the common consensus is Allenby is best girl. I'm not disagreeing with that, but I'm not saying it's a hard rule. But the best take I heard about Rain versus Allenby is Rain is the girl that Domon gets. Allenby is the girl that the fan base gets to fantasize about getting with, because she doesn't get with Domon. Love, Sekiha, thank you. If you've never seen G Gundam and you love over-the-top anime nonsense, then yes, this is that one, Maelstrom. Yeah, in G Gundam, the pilots, the way they pilot the cockpits is they get in the cockpit and a kind of latex suit gets applied to their whole body, and at that point the Gundam then just follows their movements one-to-one. So the pilots in this show are actually fighters. They actually can fight hand-to-hand very well. I haven't put him on this list, but if that hasn't sold you on G Gundam, the only other thing I think I can tell you that would sell you on it is the fact that there is a horse in this show that pilots a horse Gundam, and it's wonderful. Anyway, so the Nobel Gundam itself, I love this design. It's very silly. Like, it's very silly. It's very goofy. But G Gundam is goofy. G Gundam has silly guns. We have the Windmill Gundam. We have the Mermaid Gundam. We have the Gundam from Mexico that is called the freaking Tequila Gundam. It's very over the top. It's very silly. But I'd be lying if I said I didn't love this design. Yeah, Tequila Gundam. They actually did, I'm not gonna lie, this is amazing. In America, they did a Blu-ray re-release of G Gundam, and the collector's edition of the Blu-ray came with a shot glass with the Tequila Gundam on it. That Gundam appears in literally one episode. They put it on there just because it's funny, and I respect that. Yeah, oh yeah, it's real. It is very real. G Gundam's designs are bonkers. They do not care. You could argue that they're all slightly racist. I'm not gonna lie, you could make that argument, and I wouldn't necessarily argue against you. But it's kind of equally so. Everyone gets like stereotypical Gundams. Like the French Gundam has a Napoleon hat. The American Gundam has a football helmet and a surfboard. The British Gundam has like one of those big black bearskin hats. It's very silly. Anyways, so Nobel Gundam, I love this thing. It's dumb, it's silly. It doesn't have enough personality to get into S tier, but I think I can put it above Galatea at the top of A tier. Everyone gets a slightly racist. Yeah, slightly racist, yeah. What kind of tier list is this? Fucking, this is a robot tier list. This is basically kind of me giving my very subjective takes on what robots I like and dislike, and doing my best to justify it as we go. So, if you're wondering why Android 18 is at the bottom there, and because that's definitely one of the more questionable picks we have, is because Android 18 is she doesn't look like a robot and she doesn't act like a robot. Therefore, bad robot. Exactly, she's a cyborg. Yeah, so bad robot. That's why she's there. Good character. Good character. Bad robot. Next one. Do we have any League of Legends enjoyers in chat tonight? If so, I apologize for your suboptimal experience by having to play League of Legends. This is Oriana from League of Legends. She is a very clockwork robot, and I'm not gonna lie, I like her design a lot. Again, we've got the very... Yeah, EO League. Don't get me wrong. I did my time in the League gulag. I'm not going back there. Exactly. Oriana has a great design, but League. So yeah, Oriana's design is gorgeous. She's kind of a... You've got aspects of like a ballerina in her design. You've got obvious robotic parts. We've got doll joints, which we like. We've got the two lines down the side of the face. She's very good. But the thing that I don't like with Oriana is actually kind of comes back to what I said earlier with Ada. Oriana's design and her in-game are really at odds with each other. Like, you look at this artwork, she looks like She has lips active. But Kasaki, here's the difference. Oriana's lips don't move, they're sculpted. That one I give a pass on, because they're sculpted. But Megatron's lips move. But no, fair point. But no, when you look at Oriana's design, she looks like she's going to be this very graceful dancer kind of character. But again, her animations don't sell that at all. Her walking animation, she's like hunched over like a gremlin, looking around very like... honestly, you could take her animation and put her on like a goblin rogue character, and it would probably look fine. I don't think there's a League enjoyer there, more League sufferers. True. League has great characters and great lore. Kind of intentional, given the thought. It is. But I feel like it's at odds with the. I feel like it's at odds with the ballerina motif they've got. Is Megatron from Funny? No, we only have G1 on here. No one submitted any of the later ones, so we're just going with G1. A little more janky than fluid. Yeah, I do like Oriana. I don't like her gameplay. And one aspect of her design that you can kind of see with this artwork is her top and bottom halves don't have like a clear point of connection. Like, I think her top half and her bottom half are actually two technically separate pieces that you could kind of, in theory, remove them away. I don't like that aspect. The head sculpt is gorgeous. Head sculpt is very, very attractive. Funnily enough, I don't like a lot of her skins, because some of her skins make her more human. I think this is a good level of robot girl. Her voice is also very robotic. Very, very robotic, actually. A bit, maybe even slightly too robotic for how her design looks. Her design looks a lot more humanoid. Not humanoid. Her design looks like she should be more articulate than she is. I think for that reason, I want to put her between Minerva and Ada, I think. It is Metal Scorpion. Oh yeah, we've got some deep cuts on here. I took submissions on my Twitter and I put every single one of them on here. So there are things here that I've never seen before, I've never heard of before. We're doing all of them. We're in for the long haul. Next one. Okay, this one's a bit of a cheat. This one is a bit of a cheat, but I don't care. This was one of my picks. We like Digimon in this house. We stand Digimon in this house. This is Queen Chessmon. Do I need to elaborate? Do I need to elaborate on why I put this design here? I mean, look at her. She's gorgeous. Yay, summer off to bed. No, I have a great night's sleep. I've enjoyed your time here tonight. My wife is middle finger staff? I don't really see his middle finger. Well, I'm not trying to say that. Yeah, this design does go so hard. I love the, as I said before, I love pink and black as a color scheme. So I love this. I love the I guess you could call it skirt. Like the waist armor that is also blades. That's very cool. We've got doll joints, which we like. The only thing that I can really knock this down by, in terms of the design, is just, it's not even to do with the design actually, it's just the fact that this has had barely any media presence. There are Digimon cards of this Digimon, and she appears in Digimon Dusk and Dawn, but she's never been in like an animated series, she's never been in a 3D game. So there's not really like any proper lore. But the design, I mean, I love the design. This is a gorgeous, gorgeous design. I'm gonna put her like right next to Galatea. Easy A tier. Easy A tier. Is she in the modern TCG? That I couldn't tell you, I'm afraid. I don't play Digimon, so I'm afraid I don't know on that one. Alright, we've got another deep cut here, another one that I am sure nobody will know, so I will spare you suspense. Mind the screenshot for this being extremely low res. This is another one of those characters that has basically no artwork about them, because this is Quicksilver from the Unholy War, courtesy of Neoseeker. Yeah, this was the same character as, same as the Jaeger we saw earlier. And this may be the first robot girl character I ever encountered in any media ever. Obviously, there's not a lot to go on here. She's very low res here. The design is very basic. Essentially, we've got a liquid metal robot that can make blades out of her arms. I like the antennae. I like the glowing eyes. I like how simple the design is. And, you know, for what it is, for PS1 standards, she was clearly meant to be the sexy character of the game. Yeah, look at all those polygons. Giving Lara profit run for her model. But yeah, make a number of polygons. Yeah. I like this. This was one of my very first favorite robot designs ever. So I am very biased towards it, but I have to be honest. There's a few things with the design that I do have to knock off. The lore of the game does suggest that this is actually a cyborg rather than a full-on robot. It's a bit ambiguous how that works because her arms turn into blades, so I'm not sure how that's supposed to work if she is a cyborg. But I do like the design. It's a very disqualifying. Nah, I'm not disqualifying her. She definitely counts because in the game, one of the other characters is called Mantis, and it has the ability to overclock the other units. So the fact that Quicksilver can be overclocked suggests that she is robotic enough in nature. You said she was... Yeah, so here's the thing. This game has very little lore. The game has about 12 little bits of lore dump as you go through the whole game. Release cyborg. Well, here's the problem. At the start, during the intro cutscene, you see a humanoid, like a flashy-looking Quicksilver, get covered in the metal. And one of the missions, you can't deploy the Quicksilvers because they are in their non-metal states. So it's... Can't tell she's facing forward or back. She's facing forward with her head kind of at an angle. Her head's kind of looking sideways, but her body is face on. We're going to be now still no podcast. I was like, right, we've had a great time while you're here. So, although I love this game and I do love Quicksilver's design, I'm gonna be intellectually honest with myself. We are not disqualifying people on the grounds of being cyborgs. I said cyborgs are permissible, but we are rating them on how good they are at being robots as well. Quicksilver, while she might be a cyborg, the fact that you can't tell from looking at her means she's doing a good job of being a robot. She's the least cyborg at first glance. That being said, there's not much personality to go by here. I'm gonna put her like under Chi, I think. Yeah, that seems fair. Alright, we have got a Metabot up next. This one was actually not submitted, but someone submitted Metabee, so I put a few other Metabots on here. And we have Rokusho. And I'm very happy about this artwork. This is nice new modern artwork for him, which is good because some of the Metabots have very hard to get good artwork for. So Rokusho, he is one of the two, like, I guess you could say main Metabots along with Metabee. He's got a very clean design. I like the color scheme. I like the limited colors. Slightly strange, actually. I never realized that Rokusho has red eyes. That's very strange because his personality is actually quite calm and quite level-headed. I actually didn't realize he had red eyes. But yeah, so for those that are familiar with Metabots, it's a show about, well, kids get these robots that you can customize called Metabots. You can replace their arms and legs and swap them about, and honestly, if you've never seen the Metabots anime, give it a watch. For something that was basically a tie-in with a video game, goes way harder than it has to. Like, the game is genuinely very good. And yeah, you are correct. Most of the Metabots games come in two versions. You'll get the KBT, the Kabuto version, which is the Metabee version. No. Yeah, the Kabuto version is the Metabee version, and I forget what the Rokusho version is called. But either way, he is kind of one of the two counterparts. When I was younger, I didn't like his design as much. I don't like it's a really silly thing to complain. I don't like the left arm specifically. I believe it's some sort of like hammer weapon. Like the knuckles on this part kind of pop out a bit and he punches them, but I never liked that. But the design as a whole is very clean. To be fair, most Metabots designs are very, very clean. And as a character, he is very, very good. So it's like a McDonald's. Yeah, honestly, it is. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. But yeah, his character in the show, he kind of had that sort of mysterious guy about him. Like, he kind of, at the beginning of when he shows up, he's kind of this mysterious Metabot without an owner, and he kind of has this kind of mysterious traveler energy about him. He's kind of a cool character. I didn't like him as much when I was younger, but he's definitely grew on me as I grew up. I think we can give him pretty high tier. I think we put him just over Gamma. Gamma's good, but Rokusho just has more personality to him. Alright, we're back to one that I don't know. This is another one from Gies, I believe. Code Gies. This is called, I believe it's I may be butchering this. This is called the Shinkiro, I believe. Shinkiro. I'm probably butchering that. Looks quite similar to the Gurren that we had earlier. Doesn't have the funky arm going for it, which is a bit of a shame. Does still have the kind of distended cockpit. I'm not sure on the scale of these robots. Like, I'm not sure if these are kind of Gundam scale or if they're a bit smaller. That might explain the need for the cockpit to be a bit more extended out the front there, but this kind of... It kind of just hits me about the same as the Gurren flight type. They're smaller? Okay, that does make sense then, yeah, because obviously for a smaller mech you need more room for the pilot, so I guess that explains why we've kind of got like the cockpit here on the side. I like the colour scheme, the black and gold is quite nice. The backpack holds a human, it's a strange design choice. Interesting. Again, I'm not that big on the backpack. I think I'm going to put this thing like just barely above the Gurren flight type. It's fine, it's not offensively bad, I don't hate it, but this is one of those designs that I thought was going to probably leave very little impression on me, I'll just put it that way. One that is definitely not going to leave very little impression on me though. I'm sure you guys saw this guy creeping up. It is Soundwave. I love Soundwave. Soundwave is... I have not actually no, which is admittedly part of why it might be why it's so low for me, because I've never seen it. Soundwave, 10 out of 10. Soundwave is my hands down... You know what? Yeah, let's not beat about the bush. Boom. S tier. Easy S tier. Easy S tier. Easiest S tier of any of the Transformers rather. So, I mean, yeah, we all know Soundwave. Soundwave superior, Autobots inferior. His design is just so clean. Like, compared to some of the other Transformers rather, he doesn't have random splotches of colour. He's got some red, but there's enough of it that it works. He's got some yellow, but there's enough of it that it works. He's got the shoulder cannon. I love shoulder cannons. He's got no mouth. He has the visor eyes. I like visor eyes. And he has the voice. Like, okay, I'm not going to say I'd smash Soundwave, because I'm pretty sure that he would destroy me if I tried. But if Soundwave was like a quarter of his size, I'm just saying, Soundwave, he hits different, you know? It's different from the other guys. He's also confident. He's confident, he's competent, he's capable. He gets the job done, but he knows his place. He never tries to usurp Megatron. He's loyal to Megatron to the end, but he knows he's good. He knows he's destined for great things. Soon as Megatron's out of the picture, no guys, I've got this. I don't know why Starscream ended up with the stupid crown on his head though. He's a very loyal boy, very loyal boy. I could not criticize Soundwave if I tried. In fact, Soundwave is the only Transformer that I actually have a model for. I have the Masterpiece Soundwave sitting behind me. And yeah, I can't say anything else. He's just great. Something that's a little bit less great. We have another Yu-Gi-Oh card. We have the Steel Scorpion. So this card is another one of those very old cards that never sees play. But for the sake of completion, so his effect doesn't trigger. So for the sake of completion, I will read out his full effect and his full stats as I've been doing for everyone else. As soon as I can find one that's not terribly low res. Here we go. So Steel Scorpion is a level 1 Earth machine monster with 250 attack and 300 defense, and the effect of a non-machine monster attacking Steel Scorpion will be destroyed at the end phase of your opponent's second turn after the attack. For those of you that don't know Yu-Gi-Oh, that is garbage. That is never going to matter in any situation ever. Funny story? Oh, actually, go right ahead. I will say, for funny story or no, I do apologise, Steel Scorpion. You're very funny. You've got a very funny ability, but you're garbage. I'm sorry, you're going to go bottom of D. In fact, you know what? I'm actually going to put you bottom. I'm going to put you into F tier. Bottom of F. Bottom or middle. We'll put you in middle. Why is that so specific? So it's because it's a really old card. It's like a Zeus? Oh my god, if that actually worked, that'd be amazing. If that works, that's incredible. But yeah, the thing is, it doesn't even look like a robot, it just looks like a scorpion. That's why I'm putting it in F. So next up, we're back to Ultra Kill for one I do not know anything about. What was this thing called again? I've got a lot of robots in this folder here that I'm trying to find the images of, and when you don't remember their names very well, it is a little bit of a challenge to find them. V2, thank you! There we go. This is V2 from Ultra Kill. Again, a game that I know very little about. I know what kind of game it is, but I really do know. Ah, I see. Okay. Yeah. I don't know anything about this game. What I do know is this guy looks a lot like Mirage. They've both got the same kind of head sculpt going on, so I'm guessing that's intentional. I'm guessing that's probably maybe even plot relevant. Purely based on what we're seeing of his design, because that's really all I can go on. I like this energy he's got here, this very kind of sassy, I don't even have to try to deal with you energy, like what are you even doing here? Kind of reminds me of Erebus the Underworld Monarch, actually. I like these blades, I guess you could call them. I don't know if they're blades and if they're wings, but again, they look like bladed wings, which I like. It's okay, not my favourite colour, but yeah, this guy's, they are wings, okay. We do like some bladed wings in here. Yeah, he's alright. I don't love him. I don't hate him. I'm not gonna lie, Mirage wearing the schoolgirl uniform definitely gave her a lot of boost in the ranking. But I think we put V2 pretty high up. I think we're gonna put him. I think we're gonna put him like right next to base. That feels alright. And you know what, while we're at it, because I know he's here as well, we're also gonna grab where is he? Oh, he's here somewhere. I know he's here somewhere. V1 is here somewhere. Where have you gone? This is the problem when you've got over 100 robots on here. I'm certain he's here somewhere, I'm just not seeing him somehow. Geriatrics, oh Jerry, thank you for the subscribe! Really appreciate that! Thank you so much, I'm really glad you're enjoying yourself here tonight. I really can't see him. I know he's here, I know he's on here, I'm just somehow failing to find him. Lower right. Thank you, thank you. Ah, yes, there he is, yeah. We're just going to be putting these guys basically next to each other, because, I mean, I'll give him his little reference, as usual, but, as someone that doesn't know the game, these guys are basically, as far as I can see, they're basically interchangeable. Like, this is the same design, just this one's blue. Actually, you know what? You can go slightly higher. I like the kind of steel blue a little bit more than the red. So, we're just going to put him up there, because as far as I can see, they're basically the same guy. Is Kokiri Spider in the list? No, I must admit that one. Unfortunately. Right, who is next? We have got... Ah, yes! Well, unfortunately, we have no goofs. But we do have a Zaku boy. We have a Zaku! So, I went out of my way to get what I think is the most flattering image I could of a Zaku 2. This is a nice modern one. It's very slightly designed. I've got some more panel lines and whatnot, but this is a pretty good reference for the Zaku 2, I think. And well, for those that don't know, this is the mass production unit for the Federation of Zeon in the Mobile Suit Gundam series. They crop up everywhere. You can't get rid of Zakus no matter how hard you try. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not the biggest fan of the Zaku. It's iconic, and I like the Moto Eye, and I like the snoot they've got, but I don't like the pipes. That's the thing I don't like with the Zakus. I'm not sure what the rationale is, because my understanding of the Zaku's engineering is that the pipes are power cables. Well, why have you put your power cables on the outside of your mobile suit, hanging where they can be grabbed and pulled off? That doesn't make any sense. Like, I get that you've got to have the cables and they're going to increase the bulk of the unit, but why are they just out there to the side? Like, the ones on the legs, like, you could just be walking around and get them snagged on a tree. It just doesn't seem practical to me. I do like the shoulder shield on the right shoulder, the square one. I don't like the spiked one, though. The spiked one kind of seems like, okay, the Gundam doesn't really have goodies and baddies, but I feel like if you're putting a spiked shoulder pad on your armor, you're kind of implying you're the baddies a little bit here. There are Zaku variants that don't have the spikes. The Zaku 1 actually did not have spikes at all. So while I don't love the Zaku, I don't hate it. It's just, of all the suits in Gundam, it's definitely not my favourite. It's also, as someone pointed out earlier, it's kind of the jobber of the series. The Zakus were they the first models of Gundam? So yes, so the Zakus were the first kind of major wave of mass production suits by Zeon. This was before the Earth Federation had any mobile suits of their own. So at that point, I suppose when you think of it that way, yeah, I guess in that case, the pipes don't matter as much. But the Zaku 1 didn't have the pipes on the outside. This was added after the fact. And I feel like, at the very least, if you can't fit the pipes inside, at least staple them to the side of the leg so they're not just hanging out there. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but I know some people love Zakus. I'm just not one of them. But it's not a bad design. I do like it all right. I think we can probably put this one... I think we can get into B. Maybe just above Ada here. I think that's okay. Most people view Zeon as the even guys. That's the broad strokes. I mean, the whole part of the point of Gundam is that nobody is the good guys and nobody is the bad guys. Both sides do terrible things. It's deliberate because Gundam is kind of, you know, mild political commentary on the evils of war, you know. It is one of those shows that if you just look at the surface levels, it's just like, wow, cool robots! But then you miss all of the, you know, scathing social commentary about how nobody wins in war, and war makes monsters of us all and all that good stuff. Anyways, on to our next one, which is this is a card from a different game, a game that I don't play. This is Army Penguin from Cardfight Vanguard, apparently. I know nothing about Cardfight Vanguard, so I don't know what any of these numbers mean. I can see there's a 5,000 on there, which if this was Yu-Gi-Oh, that would be very good, but I don't know if that's good in Cardfight Vanguard. I'm gonna assume, because this guy is just a little penguin guy, that it's probably not that good. If we have any Cardfight Vanguard players in the chat tonight, do feel free to correct me on this, but I don't know what I'm looking at here, I'm afraid. I'm sorry. It just occurs to me now. Now I know how it must feel when I start showing pendulum monsters to my Magic the Gathering friend. It is considered weak. Okay, I mean, I gather that it probably was because he's just a little penguin dude, but I like because robot penguin. I do like that he is a robot penguin. He is pretty cute. He kind of looks like a Mega Man X boss, but one of the ones I like. I'm not that big of a fan of some of the X designs. Foreshadowing. But this one's okay. It does definitely sell robot. The weird thing looking at this design, I don't like that he has hands. Is that a weird complaint to make? Like, realistically, him having hands probably is a good thing for whatever function he's performing, but I feel like I would like it more if he didn't have hands. And in fact, actually, it kind of looks like in the background, if you can't look at behind him, it looks like there's one there that doesn't have hands. Like, this is the only one that seems to have hands. I'm not going to hold the hands against him. Maybe they are retractable. Maybe you can just pull them in. It is pretty cute. It's pretty funny. But it is one of those designs that I don't think is going to, like... I probably won't remember this design in a couple of weeks. So I think we can put it maybe, like... We'll put it, like, here. Put it, like, next to the wet floor sign. Right, next up, we're back to one I have no idea about. In fact, I don't even have notes on this. I made notes on some of these. Hold on. Did I make a note of where this was from? Where's my notes? I can't find my notes on this. Oh, here we go. Found it. This is apparently Astronagant from Super Robot Wars. I'm afraid I've only ever played one Robot Wars game, and it was the advanced one, and I didn't play for very long. I apologize that this image is not very good. I could not find many good references for this guy. It's a black mech. We've got some kind of pinkish, purplish highlights going on here. A lot of edge. The spikes on the wings. This is mildly excessive amounts of edge. I don't quite get what's going on with the feet situation. It kind of looks like it's got like 3 toes on the ground. It's from Super Robot Wars, I think. I'll be honest, this was one of those ones I had to reverse Google image search and just try to get information from that. So if that information is incorrect, I apologize. But its name, I will type it if you want to look. It is called Astronagant, apparently. Again, this was what my reverse Google image search revealed. I'm not gonna be on the bush. This one, I don't really like this. It sells robot fine. It's a bit too busy for my liking. I like robot wings, but I don't get what the spikes are doing with this particular one. I'm not going to say it's as offensively bad as, say, Magnazone, but I'm going to put it just above Bubo here, I think. Looks like from Super Robot Wars Alpha. Ah, okay. Alright, next one. So, I don't know what this one is from. I was submitted this one and told that this guy is called Brave Giant, but I was also told that I should not, that they weren't going to tell me where he comes from because apparently it is a spoiler for the series. I will respect that. So with that, I will just look at what we are presented with. And honestly, it's not a bad design. It looks a little bit Metabotsy, it looks a little bit Gundam-y in some aspects. I like the head sculpt is very cool. I can see we've got what looks like some sort of energy shield and maybe an energy blade going on there. This is a pretty cool design. I'd be curious to know what color this is. Obviously this is a manga panel, so there's not really any color to it. I did try to find a colored reference, but I couldn't see one. I do notice there's like a pillar here, so part of me wonders if maybe this guy is in a series that maybe isn't necessarily okay. Maybe isn't necessarily purely oh, hold on, my sound alert over my references image. Hold on, let me give you a freebie there because I should have done that. Oh, my thing's being silly. One second. I'll make sure people are getting their full value out of their points after all. No, wrong one. Over here. Look, there we go, get your free titles. Oh, it's on cooldown, shoot. I'll do one later if I'm in that. So bad. Anyways, I think that might just be foreshadowing foreshortening, to be fair. Because he's clearly like walking towards you, so I get the impression that this is maybe a dynamic angle. It's a pretty good design though. I don't know too much about it. Then I think that I can say, oh, quick, if you want to, it's up to you. I don't mind. Either way, I like the design. It's a solid mecha design. It doesn't scream like, ah, yeah, I need this right now, but, you know, it's a pretty cool design. I like what he's got going on about him. Oh, he's from One Punch Man, really? I would not have guessed that. Okay. I've never read One Punch Man, never seen it. I know a little about it. I think, though, this guy we can put him into our kind of B, I think. That's kind of above Citadel. I know, I just like his vibes. Just kind of feeling him. All right, so next one up, we have another one that I don't know much about. I had a couple people actually suggest this guy, which mildly surprised me, not in a bad way. I just wasn't expecting a robot from this to get such many recommendations. This is a robot from Titanfall that is apparently called BT7274. Apologies, I've never played, well, this is Titanfall 2, I believe. I only played Titanfall 1, so I don't know anything about this particular robot. I do know, however, how the Titans work in Titanfall, so I've got a bit of an understanding of the series. It's funny to me, in a good way, that there's such support for this guy, because I don't know anything about this robot. If I looked at this, I would assume, without any context at all, I would assume that this is maybe just like a vehicle-type robot. But I do know that someone's told me that he does have a bit of personality, he's kind of acts on his own. I like the colour scheme we've got going on. We've got some nice army colours here. We've got some sort of handheld weapon there. I can't quite make that one out very clearly. I actually like that this guy doesn't have a head. That the cameras are kind of in the middle of his body, as opposed to on top. I'm not going to dock him points for this, but my main memories of playing Titanfall 1 maybe I missed something, but from when I played Titanfall 1, I just remember every single time I got someone jump onto my robot, well, rodeoing it, or whatever they called it, I just did not seem to be able to do anything to stop them unless I had the electric smoke. Maybe I missed a trick. Maybe there was something I could have done I just couldn't understand, or maybe that game was just bastard. I don't know, but that's just my main memory of Titanfall 1. But I'm not going to hold that against him, because that's not his fault. Okay, good. Good to know that I didn't miss it. Yeah, this guy, it's a fine design. The Western style of mech, I will admit, is not my favorite. I mean, my name's Helm-Chan. Of course I'm a weirdo. I do lean very heavily towards more Japanese anime style of mechs. For what it is, though, for a more Western style of mech, this is a pretty solid design. I don't hate it. The fact that he has lots of personality, and the fact that people are clearly passionate about this guy, suggests to me he does have a strong characterization, strong personality. I think they can put him pretty decently high. I'm gonna say maybe we'll put him above the Ultra Kill guys. Put him just under Citadel. That's the next and mostly armor based. Yeah, that's fair. How are we doing on time real quick? Make sure we're not going to... Oh, we got plenty of time. Okay. Alright, does anyone recognize this little guy? This guy's, again, this was a very surprising little recommendation, but I am by no means upset that he was recommended. He's just a little guy. He's just a little guy. This guy's name is Cosmo, and as far as I know, you can actually purchase him right now. He is a small little autonomous desk robot, kind of like a virtual pet, except not virtual. He can like go across your desk and he can recharge himself. And he has a little cube that he plays with. Reminds you of Mo from Wally. Yeah, he kind of has that sort of vibe. He's adorable. He is very cute. He is very, very cute. And absolutely sells the robot thing. I knew about this guy from about a year or so ago. I just randomly stumbled on a video on YouTube where it was just like, oh, it's, you can have a look at this cute robot you can buy. And if I had the money, I would have. Well, actually, not just the money, the space. My desk is an absolute mess. There's a reason I don't do hand cam streams. I'll just say that because a good 30% of my desk right now is occupied by Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Not even the good ones, just random crap I've pulled out of boosters I haven't done anything to put away properly yet. I may be a maid, but the cleaning is my job, not my hobby. Anyways, Cosmo here, he's very cute. We like Cosmo. I like his little blue eyes. His eyes do animate as well. And it's a little hard to tell, but the little bit on the front is like a shovel, like a little shovel arm that you can use to pick up his little cube. He's very cute. If I had the money and the space, I would definitely buy a Cosmo. Even though he hasn't got like an actual, lore personality, he definitely, I think, can bypass C tier. I think I'm gonna put him. You know what? I'm gonna put him right above Metal Fish because I would own both of these as little pets if I could. Absolutely. All right. Well, one of the more out of place looking ones when you look at the things, but I could not include Mr. Data. I mean, he really is one of the most, probably one of the most well-known robots in fiction. I think that's a fair assessment. Like, I mean, people that don't know anything about anime probably know Mr. Data. A lot of people that know anime know Mr. Data. 10 out of 10 character. That, I won't even attempt to dispute that. But, we like Mr. Data. I like Mr. Data. Great character. But the design, though. Now, I'm not talking about the design in terms of the actor's physical attractiveness. I'm talking about in terms of what they did to sell Mr. Data as a robot. I mean, ultimately, what we're looking at here is a guy with makeup, with like a skin tone makeup and some contact lenses. Now, this is a weird one for me. It's puts me in a really weird position because Mr. Data doesn't really look like a robot. Now the characterization, the personality, 100% sells that he's a robot. There's no arguing that. But he doesn't look like one beyond just his skin tone. And let's be honest, he's in a series that having a different skin tone could mean that you're just an alien. It doesn't mean you're a robot. At the risk of repeating myself, if Mr. Data had ear blades, he'd get. I wouldn't be debating this as much. So I say beat you. Guys, it is because it's live action. However, Viking, however, Crichton here, who I don't know if you were here when we showed him, I will show him again. Crichton here is also live action. And Crichton's design does sell the robot a lot better. Limitations of the time? Again, Crichton was from a series that was not much after. I mean, it was after, but not much after. It's a weird thing, because we do have the limitations to consider. We also have to consider one other factor, which is Star Trek is obviously set in a far away enough future that they can just make robots without them having robot pieces. So in that regard, like, if you can make a robot that passes for human, you would. You know, the reason why my head doesn't look like it, my head looks like it does, is because we could not create a head that passed for human. So instead, we deliberately tried to make one that didn't pass for human, but was still attractive. I hope it's still attractive anyway. But it's weird, because with Data, they obviously have that ability. So obviously they're going to. It really puts me in a tough position. Oh yeah, and again, I'm not the actor. No gripes with the actor. No gripes with the actor at all. No gripes with the characterization. No gripes with the writing. It is purely just the lack of robotic parts that is giving me trouble with Mr. Data. That is where I find myself struggling with. That is the dilemma I am wrestling with right now. Skip! Oh, Skip, thank you for resubscribing. Thank you so much. Helm-Chan does thank you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that you subscribe. Thank you. You didn't see when they opened its head. Well, here's the thing. I cannot count like being maintenance, you know? Because, okay, let me be fair to myself. Let me be fair. My design, from the neck down, if you saw me just from the neck down, you wouldn't think I was a robot. But if you then opened up my arms, like you took away my synthetic skin, it'd be apparent. But we're going to go by what we see as they present. So, I mean, obviously he's going to be high tier, right? Obviously I'm going to give him a high tier one. But, oh my gosh, double raid. ID10 and Nixie the Dream Sheet, thank you for the raids. Welcome in, raiders. Oh my gosh, let me shout out Nixie first, and I'll get to you in a second, ID. Wow, two at once, jeez. Welcome in, raiders. I'm Helm-Chan, the perfectly normal robot maid, and today we are doing a robot tier list. We have over 100 robots here. We're slowly working our way through. Thank you for the follow as well, Nixie. And you arrived at a very interesting time. Made you as well. Thank you so much. Why is 18 an F? Okay. So to get you guys caught up real quick, very quickly for 18. Oh my god, X Machina as well. So many people voted. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Okay, so the reason why 18 is an F, there is a valid reason, is because 18 does not look like a robot and does not behave like a robot. That is the only reason why she is an F. This does not mean that we don't like her as a character. She is a good character. But as far as robot characters go, we put her in F because unless you were told, you would never know that this was a robot. You could say that she's just a very strong woman and the character's design would not physically change. You guys arrived at an interesting time. We were grappling with Mr. Data here and what we do with him. Because while his character is fantastic and he is very clearly a robot, he doesn't look like a robot. He just looks like a yellow space buffoon. A fantastic name. Thank you for the follow as well. My gosh. Wow. Thank you. So, you know what? Okay. You know what? Chat is advocating for him to be very, very high up. And I do think he goes high. I do think... in this case, I'm willing to extend... I will extend an olive branch in the name of democracy. Alright? I will extend an olive branch as soon as I can work out how to do a pearl. Hold on a second. Alright, he's gonna go in a high tier. But I want to see... I'm willing in this case to extend this to you guys. Alright? So we shall briefly postpone Data's judgment for a couple minutes. I'll let you guys decide. I will let you guys decide where will we put Data. If the people say S, we will put it in S. But in this case, I could go either way. I will let you guys decide. While we check back with data, while you guys decide that, let's have a look at our next candidate, E123 Omega. This is, I believe, the rebuilt version of Gamma. These are, as far as I understand it, this is canonically the same robot, but rebuilt. So obviously he looks a bit shinier. This is a much higher res render. Obviously there's quite a few years between Sonic Heroes and Sonic Adventure. I'm not gonna lie, I know some people like the Gamma design. I feel like the Omega design was a bit of a blow up. I like the big arms. It gives them a lot more presence, and I feel like I feel like it kind of gives him a lot more menace, which is actually kind of funny because he's not that necessarily that menacing of a character. I also think it was just a little bit more. I liked the melee combat just ever so slightly more than the lock-on combat of Adventure, but that's a very particular minor gripe. Not as good as Camp Adventure. I don't know. See, here's a weird thing. I like the design more for Omega, but Gamma has the better plot arc. I think I can probably put them pretty close together. I think Omega will put just above Gamma. Because, I mean, they are the same guy, as far as I understand it, but Omega just has, you know, he's just got a bit more presence. He looks a bit less flimsy. Whereas it feels like Gamma kind of feels like if he got, you know, just one hit in the wrong place, he might just go down like that. Let's have a look, see where people are thinking, wow, interesting votes. So the majority votes are for high A. You know, honestly, I'm not just saying this because that was the poll result. That was where I was thinking of. Caffeinated Maya, great name. Thank you for the follow. High A was where I was thinking this today as well. I'm going to put him just below Galatea. And the only reason why he's below Galatea is because of the waifu tax. I'm sorry, Mr. Data, you're a great character, but you're not an anime girl. If you were an anime girl, this would be a very different conversation. Next one. I'm not entirely sure if this counts as a robot or not, but I could not dispute it enough to disallow it. We have Genesect, the Pokemon Genesect, a bug steel type. I guess it counts as a robot. It certainly seems robotic enough, and I believe it has like a high speed mode where it kind of turns into like a flying surfboard. Honestly, I think it happened in one of the movies. I like the big cannon on the back. The cannon, you can actually change the type of its attack. It's an enhanced cyborg of Kabuto's. I have heard that theory. I'm not sure if I agree with it, but I have heard that theory. Put a gun onto a cockroach. Yeah, you know what? Why not? Just staple a gun onto it. So here's the thing with Genesect. One of the things I don't like about new, more modern Pokemon designs is how a lot of modern Pokemon, their limbs don't have proper, digits. They don't have real fingers. If you look at something like, say, Lillipup, it doesn't have well-defined paws, it just has, little stubs. Genesect does have that, but Genesect is a bug, and bugs don't have fingers. So, it's one of those weird cases where I can't really... Wait, what did I say? Wait, what did I say? Did I not call him Gen 5? I'm not sure. But, yeah, with, you compare to, the older Pokemon, Gen 1 Pokemon, they have a lot more well-defined, anatomy. But for Genesect, I can't, 2011. I mean, it's still newer. I'm talking about... Well, here's the thing. It's modern in terms of the style. It's... Gen 5 has a lot more in common with the modern designs than it does with Gen 1, is what I mean to say. Compare Gen 5 onwards with, say, the Kensugimori watercolor art. That's what I mean. It's been 12 years from old. Time, every march of time. But yeah, because this thing is a bug, and, bugs don't have digits, like hands, I really can't hold it against it for not having them. I don't really like the grin it's got. That's a bit goofy. And I mean, it is a Pokemon, so I'm not expecting very intense mechanical details, but there's one small part of Genesect's design I don't like, which is this bit right here. The way that the cannon attaches to its back, because you can see the underside of the cannon here, it looks like that shouldn't be able to bend. That's a very silly critique, admittedly, but that is how I look at this. Like, if this is gonna bend, it would have to be fleshy because there's no mechanical joints there. But it's still alright. It's certainly better than bloody Magnezone, that's for sure. I think Genesect probably goes like, I'm gonna go like with the Penguin here. If I had the opportunity to get a Genesect, I'd probably use it, but it probably wouldn't be my Genesect still. But yeah, that's pretty much where I'm at. Like, don't get me wrong. See, pretty much mid. It's not great, not bad, just kind of there. Here we go on time. One more, I think we can squeeze in, because this one's going to be an easy one. Those who have seen my ability for Gundam Battle Operation 2, which I do occasionally, know very much so that I love me some gyms. This is the GM, spelled GM, the Federation's mass production mobile suit. There is a theory that it stands for Gundam Mass Production Model that has never been confirmed. And this is probably going to be one that people disagree with, but the gym is getting into A tier. There is no way the gym does not get into A tier. We're going to put the gym right above Magnemite, just after Magnemite. Right up there. Right up here. Right up here. It's very basic. It's very basic. But for a mass production suit, it just doesn't, it just looks, it's a clean design. I like that it has the visor. I like that it has just a very, like, mundane color scheme. It doesn't stand out. It doesn't look flashy. This is a mass production suit that looks like it's meant to be a mass production suit. Exactly. Yeah, gym is less is more. Punching bag for suckers. Wow, actually, Gerard, did you know that, technically speaking, the gym is actually, in almost all aspects, superior to the Zaku? If you got equal pilots in both a gym and a Zaku, the gym pilot, in theory, would win every time. The reason why you see the gym getting brutalized so much is because the Federation did not have a good program for training new pilots. In fact, most of their pilots were just tank or fighter jet pilots, and they just shoved into mobile suits because they were just frantically trying to mobilize. So while the gym performed better than the Zaku pilots had the experience in mobile suits. They knew how to do mobile suit combat, so they make the gym look a lot worse than it is. It does, you're not wrong, it does have the reputation for being fodder. But technically speaking, the gym outperforms the Zaku in basically every aspect. Skill issue, 100%. 100%. It really is just a skill issue making the gym look bad. I'm not gonna lie, the gym does get made to look really bad in a lot of scenes. Like there is a scene where a Zaku kicks a ball into the gym like a football. Or the scene with Shah and Zagok, that's the other one, yeah. To be fair, let's be entirely honest here. We cannot fault someone for losing a fight with Shah. Okay? Like, Shah is the ace pilot of Xeon, you know. You're gonna lose the fight against Shah. That's not even your fault at that point. That's like saying, wow, you got beat up by Mike Tyson? Wow, you must be really weak. Plum Gundam, yeah. Alright guys, so, there are gym pilots that are skillful. You are correct, they do exist. But guys, I need to take a moment to refresh myself. Again, lots of hydration required for all this talking. I'm having a blast with this though. I hope you guys are as well. This is a lot of fun so far. But I do need to cleanse myself just a little bit. So I will see you guys in just a few minutes. Did you submit? You said about you'd send the colour one, right? Yeah. I'll take a look at it after quickly. But for one, I need to get myself going. I'm about to get jump scared by ads. So I'll be with you guys in just a few minutes, okay? See you guys again very, very shortly, okay? See you soon. We still got the Jill on the screen. Let's get rid of him. Welcome back, everyone. I did a little count while we were on our BRB, and we're only halfway through. We're only we've got about 138 today, and we've got 70-ish to go. So we might be here for a while longer. Also, I'm going to shout out ID10 because I forgot to do so shortly after the raid cooldown ended. So shout out to ID10. Thank you again for the raid. If you haven't checked him out, do check out ID10. He's a great guy. Very just all-around solid guy. Also another VTuber, so check him out. He does some tech support stuff as well. And we're back to Gurren Lagann, some of you correctly deduced. And now, slightly awkward admission. I have never seen Gurren Lagann. I borrowed it from a friend. I could not get into it. I got to like episode 5 and I just really bounced off of it. It's weird. I liked some of Trigger's stuff. I liked Kill la Kill, and I liked what's the other one that I really enjoyed from them? Oh gosh, I can't think what it's called suddenly. Oh, Space Patrol Luluco. I really enjoyed that. But I bounced right off of Gurren Lagann. But here we have, I believe this is Gurren Lagann of Gurren Lagann fame. There's a lot to unpack with this design. So obviously Gurren Lagann is very much more super robot than real robot. So we do need to bear that in mind with the... Oh, it was Gainax, you're right, I'm getting mixed up, yeah. But yeah, we got that on with the design. So like, we got a lot of faces on this, a lot of teeth, a lot of fangs. It does kind of border being goofy for me. There's a lot of faces here. There's a lot of teeth, a lot of jaws. It kind of, you know what, Viking? Yeah, it kind of looks like fused monsters, 8 monsters together, yeah. I don't really vibe with it. I'm not gonna lie. It looks like it's... I feel like if I was 14 years old, I would think this is the coolest thing ever. But I feel like it's now kind of like... I feel like it's trying a bit too hard to look cool. I know it's also like really huge as well. But someone's told me like apparently the end of Gurren Lagann, like this thing throws galaxies or something. And again, like I'm not the biggest person when it comes to super robots. I prefer my real robots. Super robots do run the risk of getting silly, and this is kind of to me where it's like, well, this is too over the top. I can't... It's like when you hear like an impossibly huge number. Like when you hear about like 10 to the power of 1 million. That doesn't mean anything. None of us can possibly comprehend what that means. So like, what is this thing? If this thing is big enough that it throws galaxies, then one of its eyes is bigger than a planet? Well, what's that made of? It just... I don't vibe with it. I'm sorry. I've heard a lot of good things about this show. I have a friend who actually loves this show. This is one of those shows that I know people that hate anime. Like, they will claim I don't like anime, but they like Gurren. Oh, Karina, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for your viewers over. We're doing some robot ranking tonight, and the Gurren Lagann. We shout that. Hope you stream up well for you. So yeah, I'm not really feeling the old Gurren Lagann. Yeah, level of nonsense, yeah. I'm not really feeling it. The design itself, okay, distancing that, just on the design, again, this, if I was like a teenager, I'm pretty sure I would think this is the coolest thing ever, but to me, I've never been about the edgy stuff. So I'm gonna like put this in a C. I'll put it above K9. Not a reflection on the show's quality, but I don't dig it. It was great, but about 6... I'm sorry about that. Speaking of Gurren Lagann, I moved this because this is relevant. My understanding, again, as someone that doesn't necessarily know much about Gurren Lagann, is that this is another Gurren Lagann, I guess, form. Apparently this is Super Gurren Lagann? Apparently this is also the robots, from what I've been told. But, that's the final form, Super Tengen Top. Okay. I mean, this looks cool and all, but where's the robot? I'm looking for the robot. This is just a guy. It's a very, very large man, a very huge man. Like, I'm pretty sure this guy could, like, you know, fist fight God, but it's just a guy. Robot 1 is on the head. What, the shades? Are the shades a robot? This is what it means to go even further beyond. Yeah, again, I'm assuming that each of these little things here are galaxies as well. I'm assuming that's what's going on. So again, this is just like impossible to comprehend the scale of. This is just going extra for the sake of going extra. And yeah, as you say, Cookie, this is barely a robot. So again, not a reflection on the power rating or the show itself, but I'm putting this in D. In fact, you know what? This even gets to go below Giant Mech Soldier. At least this looks like a robot, even if it's a very dumb-looking robot. Next up we have, you know what? I'm going to do a few together because these are all very similar designs. Where are you? Where's the other one I'm looking for here? There she is. All right. So next up we have Fighting Fafnir. We have Sage Harpoonia and Fairy Leviathan from the Mega Man Zero games. This guy is fighting Fafnir. I thought for years his name was Fighting Fenrir, but apparently it's Fafnir. So the proportions here are a bit weird. I'm not holding that against him. That is clearly just the art style. Mega Man Zero does have a bit more of a kind of slightly chibi-fied look where everyone has very large heads and very skinny bodies. Like, it's hard to believe so, but this guy is considered buff by Mega Man Zero standards. I like his big, weird cannon thing. I think it's a flamethrower. The color scheme's okay. It's not my favourite one of this series. And I think he's kind of the one that gets forgotten the most. I think this guy maybe only appeared in one game. Fighting Fenrir is what we're doing here. Special summon Fenrir response. But yeah, this one's alright. He's not my favourite. Yeah, it's not quite pink or red. It's kind of magenta. You know what? I think this guy is magenta. And funnily enough, I think if this guy was red, I think I'd like him just a little bit more. I think the slightly magenta-ish pink colour does him a slight disservice. But he's not bad. I like the gun. I think we can probably put him... I'm going to put him in, like, C tier, kind of just above Genesect, I think. Thrust, response, Bloss. Actually, can you Ash? Thrust, even if... Huh. I have to ask my friend about that. I have a friend who's a judge. I'm wondering if you control no monsters, if you could Ash it or something. Anyways, next one is Sage Harpoonia. So these three that are doing it in quick succession here, these are some of the... I guess you could call them the rival characters in Mega Man Zero. These three I forget if they have a name for their group, but they're kind of like the Three Stooges. They keep showing up to be a pain to you. And Sage Harpoonia here, he's kind of like... But you can, triple tactic response. No! Solemn. The swords hurt the design. I don't mind the swords because he's not always holding them. That part I can give a pass on. I like the head wings. I like the backpack. I'm not gonna lie. I don't... Okay, this is actually more of a specific... This is more of a complaint about this specific artwork of him rather than the design as a whole, but why have they given him such luscious thighs? What the heck? Like, he's got muscular arms and they're like really smooth thighs for some reason. That's not a complaint about the design, that's just him. He is kind of just Mega Man X with funny hat. I like him a little more than Fenrir, but not by much. When it comes to like robot guys, I don't really like the very kind of that wasn't my... Well, actually, I was going to say, I don't really like the very slender guys when it comes to robots. I like my robot guys a bit more bulky, a bit more buff. I don't think design's bad, just not my particular taste. I think we can put Harpoonia top of C. But C's looking a little bit spare, so we've got to put a few more in there. The same can't be said for the last member, which is Fairy Leviathan. And you guys probably know where this is going because you know by now that Helm has a real bias towards cute robot girls, and Fairy Leviathan really is a cute robot girl. Now, wait, you may say, but that robot girl hardly has any robot parts. She just looks like she's wearing a bodysuit, and honestly, I wouldn't even argue with that. But I'll make her artwork a bit bigger here. She's got one of my favorite things for robot girls. She's got robot hair. Now, I'm not sure if these are meant to be like looking like twin tails, but you can't tell me this isn't robot hair. And I'm not gonna lie, her bangs were actually a bit of inspiration for my own design. Her robot bangs were part of what inspired my own bangs. So yeah, I love Leviathan. She is very cute. And also a bit of a tragic figure in her own game. I say her own game, in the series. I do like she's got a spear. It's a bit unusual. Kind of the same with Harpoon, actually. The colour for the spear doesn't really go with the rest of her design. I'd kind of like that if maybe it matched the red jewel on her head, because that's kind of just that one accent colour that doesn't really match anything else. But she is a cute robot girl, so at the very least we put her... You know what, we're going to put her at the top of A. We're not going to get her into... we're not going to get into S tier because she's very cute, but not as good as the ones in S tier, I don't think. The giant man... Oh yeah, like a giant manta ray form, yeah. I think they all had one of those in like an alternative like mecha form to many robot undies. Yeah, that's valid. So here's one that you might think I know a lot about. This is Jenny Wakeman from My Life as a Teenage Robot. I've never actually seen this show. This was kind of airing around the time I wasn't really watching much TV, so I kind of passed me by. So, okay. Obviously, we've got to bear in mind, this is stylized to hell. Like, this is obviously a very cartoonish style. I'm going to try to distance the style a little bit to try and look more at the actual design here. Now, it's hard to tell whether or not we're looking with robot hair or, synthetic hair on a robot body. But we do have features here that we like. We like that she's got mechanical joints. We like that she's got a non-human skin tone. The style is definitely a bit of a oof one with this, because obviously it is making the design look more cartoony and hard to take seriously than it should be. I'm going to try to imagine a world where this design was maybe just ever so slightly more realistic. It doesn't have to be super realistic, but just taking the concept. I think it's a pretty good design. I don't love it. I don't hate it. I don't love it. Again, the style might be messing with my perception of this. I think we can probably put her at like the top end of B. I'm going to say maybe above the Titanfall guy. I think there seems a reasonable assessment. Again, I don't have any kind of attachment with this series, so I don't know so much about the personality or anything, but I'm just going purely based on the design. Next one. This is another fairly obscure one. Has anyone in the house ever played Girls Frontline, also known as Dolls Frontline? This is M4 Soft Mod 2, because all of the robot girls in that game are based around guns. They're all named after various firearms. So this is M4 Soft Mod 2. I'm going to be real. I played this game for maybe 5 hours, if even. I really did not vibe with the actual gameplay. It was kind of too much of an idle game than it was a... it didn't feel like I was actually, interacting with it enough for it to really feel fun. The girls were very cute, but I mean, let's be honest, we're talking gacha games, that's kind of a given that the girls are going to be cute. I put Sopmod on this list purely because she was just my favourite one. I like her hair being very mismatched. She's got like the uneven length of it and the streaks in it. Also, she's got, it's a little hard to see, this actually is something that's a little different to her compared to some characters, but she's got robot arms. Like, you can see her hands are visibly robotic, because in the context of the game, all the characters you're getting here are robots. They are, literally, they call them dolls, and they are just constructed in a factory. Funnily enough, I liked her for the design. And, oops, that is the wrong button, I meant to click fit. But from what I understand, she kind of has a bit of a bad time of it from what I've heard. Like, one of her friends gets murdered and she kind of goes a bit psychotic or something like that. I might be wrong on that, I haven't really played it, as I say, but suffice to say, I like her design. I like that she passes the robot girl test. She doesn't necessarily act. Is she based on a site? Well, I think she's based on an M4. M4 Soft Mod. is what her name is, so I'm assuming that's what she's based on. I'll be honest, I don't know much about guns. We don't really have many of them over here. I assume that's an M4 she's holding anyway. Yeah, I like the design. This is just one of the few designs from that game that really stuck with me even after I stopped playing it. So we're gonna give her a high tier. We're gonna put her up into. I think we're gonna put her just above Melaton. Again, she gets the waifu pass. The waifus gets front of the line, but my list. If you don't like it, you make your own. 19, welcome in. Speaking of waifus, well, I say waifus again. I don't know much about this character. Hold on, I had notes for this one. This character is. Where are you from? I had notes for you. I swear I planned for this, honestly. Ah, Captain Jules, thank you. Mahoromatic, yes. This is a character from Mahoromatic. Her name is, from what I gather, her name is Mahoro Ando. I don't know if it's Mahoro Ando or Ando Mahoro. I'm not actually sure. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. So, yeah. Here's the thing. I don't know anything about this series. I've heard the name Mahoromatic. I don't know anything about it, so I am having to purely base my judgment on the design. Now, I'm not sure. I'm going to look closer here. I'm not sure, and if you would like to correct me on this, please do. I'm not sure if we're dealing with, is this hair around here, or is this robot ears? I think this looks like hair. So I think we've got a bit of an ear poking out here. That's what it looks like to me. I could be wrong on that. Again, it's just hair? Okay. Alright, well, unfortunately, I'm afraid that is going to penalise her quite harshly because... just to reiterate this, because we've got some people that came in late. If a character is rated low on this, that does not mean they are a bad character, it doesn't mean they are weak, it does not mean we don't like them as a character, but we're judging them on a robot basis. This character, she's very cute, you know, she's got that cute moe anime about her, but nothing about this design says robot. Now, I do know she's a robot, because I did a very, 10-second read to make sure it was. No, Jules, you're fine. You are fine. It's good, if anything, because we want to have a broad spectrum. I don't want to put everyone in A tier. Because of this, we are going to have to put her in D tier. Okay, again, it's that same thing as Android 18. 18 is not a bad character. We do like Android 18. She's a good character. But if you did not know these were robots, you'd never know they were robots. That's why we're judging them harshly. And we've got another 2 for 1 here. I'm going to put these together. So you guys may recognize one of these faces, possibly. You might not recognize them both. This character is Marvin, the paranoid android from the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And we've got him here twice because this is his first design. This is very, very, very old retro sci-fi robot design here. Yeah, this guy's a whole new, yeah. So Marvin is a robot that's, well, his catchphrase is, I think you all ought to know I'm feeling very depressed. He's kind of the comic relief by virtue of hating everything going on around him. Now, I've put him here twice because we're going to judge both the TV/book and the movie version. TV version, there's not a lot to love with the design. It's very tin can. I mean, it's got kind of retro sci-fi look about it. It's not a good look, though. This is not an attractive robot. Sure, you have to bear in mind that this guy was a guy in a suit, and probably there wasn't much budget for it, but it's still not a good look. So but I will say, his personality was good. The TV version of Marvin had a great personality, he was very funny, and he had a good screen presence. For that reason, we are going to put him into C. We'll put him kind of near the higher end of C. I want to put him near Iron Giant. I'll put him just under Iron Giant. Again, I don't know anything about Iron Giant. I've never seen it, but his design kind of has that sort of energy. But I do know Marvin's personality, and that is kind of what's carrying as high as he is. The second version of Marvin, this one is one you may be more familiar with if you've seen the movie. This is the movie version of Marvin. And I'm going to be honest, I don't like this version as much. they've gone for much more of a kind of... Well, this was kind of like around like the early 2000s. They've gone for much more of a kind of iPod, sleek, smooth look for him. To their credit, he does look more credible as a robot. We've got some visible hinge joints going on, got some nice separation of parts here. Like, he clearly looks much more convincing as a physical entity that exists. But I feel like he lost the personality from the retro sci-fi version. Like, this looks like an Apple iPod version of Marvin. I will say the face is quite, like, the head is cute in that kind of minimalist angle. But one thing that I cannot convey, the personality wasn't as good in the movie. In the movie, he kind of just come across a bit more aggressive, weirdly. Like in the TV version / radio drama version, personal recommendation, if you're going to check out any version of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, the radio drama is the best way of doing it. But in the movie, he was just a bit more angry and a bit more unpleasant. To be fair, the movie being worse is by no means unique to Marvin. Loads of characters had, I'm not going to say full-on character assassination, but they did not have a good time in the transition. So we are going to be ranking Marvin lower. I'm going to put him like down with K9, I think. K9 can go above him. K9 has like a bit of an annoying character voice, but he wasn't unlikable. Like, Marvin kind of comes across as unlikable at times. Next one, we have another super robot. Unfortunately, it's a super robot I'm not very familiar with. This guy is... Hold on. Shoot. Wait a second, this wasn't the guy I thought it was. Hold on. One moment, I need to find this guy's name. Where is he? Shoot, I have so many robots that some of these names have blended together, and I thought this was Gal Gaigar, but this is not Gal Gaigar. Who is this? Mazinger Zero, that's who this is. This is Mazinger Zero. Okay. Alright, so Mazinger Zero. Another super robot that I do not know anything about, unfortunately. But I will say, for a super robot, I do like this design. I don't know what Mazinger Zero's idea is. I don't know anything about the backstory or the plot. But what I do know is the design is clean. This is a really clean design. We've got very minimal colors, but the use of colors is very deliberate in a way that really pops. I do like the big, I'm not quite sure what the intention is, but the red on the chest is very striking. The only thing I'm not the biggest fan of is, if I zoom in just a wee bit here, I'm not the biggest fan of the head sculpt. I'm not even sure what, I like the mouth. I think it's the spikes and like the kind of blockiness. Oh yeah, that's fine. The mouth and the kind of blockiness on the head kind of is well, the mouth, the spikes and the blockiness is kind of a bit rough, but that's actually the pilot's. Oh, huh. But I do like this design. Again, I'm not the biggest fan of super robots, but as super robots go, this is a pretty good design. I'm gonna assume this guy doesn't have like any weapons that he wields beyond like the arm blades. Like it's supposed to be an arm special with a putt. Oh, okay. Huh. But yeah, this guy I'm gonna get a pretty high rating for. I think we can put this guy. I'm gonna put this guy like up next to Megatron. I don't know anything about him, but he's a very cool looking guy. You know, if I was gonna pick a super robot, I might go for him. Alright, I got another Yu-Gi-Oh card, everyone. And this one is even less playable than the last. Behold, the Mech Bass. This thing is one of the cards of all time. This is a vanilla card. It is a level 5 water machine with 1800 attack, 1500 defense, and the flavor text, a mechanical bass with a large mouth and a cannon on its back. The cannon fires blinding plasma rays. Well, I'm not being gonna lie. It is the pog fish. The fish is pogging. The fish is hardcore pogging. S tier. I don't know about S tier, but I do love this thing. It's very dumb. Actually, you know what? Compare this to the metal fish from before. Hold on a sec. It's an evolution. This is like if it was a Pokemon, it would be the evolution of metal fish. It evolved into Mecha Bass. I think I have to put it basically next to Mecha Bass. Metal Fish, rather. I think Mecha Bass has to go... where did I put Metal Fish? This is getting big. Oh no. Okay, he's over there. We'll put him just above because he's the evolved form, and he does get to... He is pogging. The pog is very funny, and that does give him some bonus points. Because they're just a small art of a machine fishing you. Oh, early Yu-Gi-Oh! Is wild. There is a Yu-Gi-Oh! Monster that is like a robot bat, and it's literally just called Bat. Just Bat. I like to think the Metal Fish was a prototype of a fish robot, and Mecha sent it. So yes, they attempted it, yeah. But we got one more City Yu-Gi-Oh! Card coming up next. If you thought Mecha Bass was a silly one, this is almost as silly. This is Mechanical Snail. Look at him! Look at him! Mechanical Snail is another one of those ancient Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards that never saw play. This is a Dark Machine monster. It is a level 3. It has 800 attack, 1000 defense, and the flavor text, a cyborg snail that still travels at a slow pace. This is very silly. He does look very happy. Though, he does look a bit like... Okay, what's going on with the face? Like, what is happening with the face? Because it kind of looks like... This looks more like an organic snail that just has mecha limbs attached to it. In fact, these aren't even that convincing as robot limbs, now I look at it. But it was in Joey's deck, I would not bow that at all. S plus, no, he's not going, he's gonna... I think this guy is kind of... This guy is not as good as Mecha Bass and Metal Fish. In fact, you know what? Okay. Here's what the situation is. I've deduced the lore now. I've deciphered the lore of these ancient vanilla monsters. Mecha Bass and Metal Fish are like friends, and then they met Mechanical Snail, and Mechanical Snail is just like hanging around with them, and they're too polite to say go away. Well, because he's not like doing anything offensively bad. He's just kind of hanging around. He's kind of annoying. He's got a few imitating habits, like he leaves the toilet seat up, and you know he won't stop talking about his latest obsession. But it's not like he's not doing anything wrong, you know. He's just kind of deal with him, I guess. He's harmless, but they'd rather he wasn't there. It's too high, they couldn't get rid of him. True. So yeah, I think Mechanical Snail. I think we're gonna stick him into. I think we're gonna put him in D tier, just over Magnezone. I will be real. If he was more obviously mechanical, I could be persuaded to put him higher, but. Honestly, I'm not even sure if he is mechanical, like that mechanical. He's got a tongue and a mouth, so maybe he's like a cyborg. But he's too funny to put him there. What did Magnezone do? Be worthless. It's fat. It's ugly. I hate it. It has a blind spot directly in the center of its face, and it ruins an otherwise perfectly good evolutionary line. That's all. Nothing major. All right. So next up. Okay, so we've got two similar boys here. First off, we have the Blue Bomber himself, classic Mega Man. Not to be confused with bad box art Mega Man. I mean, what can we say about Mega Man? It's an iconic design. Whether you like it or not, it is an iconic design. It's a very basic design, though. It's not an exciting design. He is a super fighting robot, I will give him that. Depending on where you're judging him, he does have, you know, he's not a bad character. He has a lot more style than Astro. Yes. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of low-key glad no one's mid Astro Boy. I don't like Astro Boy's design. I really don't like Astro Boy's design. Okay, here's the thing. I've got the Mega Man 7 art on the tier list, but much like we did with Base, let's base it on this art we've got here, this nice, clean design here. It's clearly a robot. He's got a face with flesh, but you're not going to mistake this for a guy in a suit. You've got panel lines on him. He's got his buster that turns into his, from his hand. The one thing with Mega Man I've always found a bit weird is kind of his main gimmick, the whole, I've killed you, now I've got your power. It's a bit weird, you know? How does he do that? Like, how does he manifest metal blades? That's me overthinking it a little bit, but it is a thing that I kind of find a bit weird with him. But he is a good robot. He is a very good robot. I can't put him low. He has to go high. You know what? 3D print actually not bad answer, honestly. I think Mega Man. Where do I put? I mean, I'm thinking bottom of A. Bottom of A. Just because while he's a good guy, he's a good design, it's purely just the fact that it's a plain design, you know? It's clean, it does the job, but it's not exciting. Now the question is Mega Man X exciting? And the answer may surprise you. Let's have a good look at Mega Man X. Mega Man with Edge, yeah. So, I'm gonna be real, I've never played a Mega Man X game, and I've never been the biggest fan of the designs from it. They always... While we're here, actually, I'm gonna just move a few around, because we're gonna combo off this. You up there, there we go. And we're gonna combo off this a little bit. So, I've never liked the designs in X. The main thing is just that with Mega Man X's designs, I always felt like they had just a bit too much, which is weird, right? Because I did just kind of knock Mega Man some points for having not enough going on, but for X, I don't know. I like it less. It's not bad design, but compared to the OG Mega Man, I don't know why. I just don't like X as much as I like Mega Man. I think I'm gonna put X into B tier. I think we're gonna put him in. I'm gonna put him like just under Galgaiga, I think. I don't know much of the X lore. You don't have him in his armors like we took extra designs, Ultimate Armor X. Oh, I have seen, yeah, some of the armors they have. Part of my thing with Mega Man X designs is just, I feel like most of the Mega Man designs, most of the designs in Mega Man X, I feel like they have, like, one or two too many colors. And in fact, that's a great segue to move on to Zero from Mega Man X. Actually, no, not Zero, hold on. I put Zero there, but that's actually for comboing this properly. Let's put Axel up. Because we've got Axel on this as well. We've got Axel from Mega Man X. Well, from some of the Mega Man X games. I don't actually... Have you reached the spicy take? Oh no, we have not reached the spicy take bit. You will know when we get to the spicy take. You will know. So Axel, I actually, funnily enough, the one Mega Man X game I played was the one where he was introduced, and I don't like him. I don't like his design. He's actually very emblematic of what I don't like with X designs. You've got the dark greyish blue, you've got the red, you've got the beige, you've got the yellow, you've got the white, you've got the hair. There's a lot going on with this design, and they're all kind of fighting for, like, dominance. Oh, don't worry, I am fully aware that it is the bad one. The only reason why I played it was because I got it at a used GameStop for like £1. It really wasn't much. But Giant Next Door should be above F tier. You know what? I could be convinced of that. I'm gonna put him to the bottom of D tier. Because he does look okay enough that he could be convincingly robot. I'll give you that. I will grant him that. He can escape the F tier. But for Axel, he is also going into the D tier. I don't like his characterization or his abilities. He is a robot. I can't put him in F tier because you would never mistake us for a guy. He is clearly a robot, even if I don't like what they've done with it. I'm putting him above Magneton though. I don't like Magneton. Yeah, I don't like the hair either. The best part of that is he can change into other... True. So he has the Ditto thing. The best thing about Ditto is that he can turn into a good Pokemon. Alright, so let's go to Zero. Now I know before you say anything that this is not the most flattering Zero artwork. Now, wait a second, Helm. Why did you give Zero the bad artwork when you gave everyone else really cool looking artwork? I did this because this captures a particular angle of Zero that the cool artwork does not, and it is exactly what has been identified. It is the boober. Why does Zero have nipples? Why does Zero have nipples? Okay, I'm gonna be real. If you removed the nipples from this design, it wouldn't be my favorite, but I would immediately like it far more. Remove the nipples, maybe, I don't know, change the, like, stripy parts on the torso. I would like it way more. Everyone knows that Zero is the cooler character compared to X, or at least they portray him as that, you know. Whether you agree on that, that's up to you. But you know, Zero is the cool, edgy guy. He's got the flowing hair. He's got the beam saber. That's very cool. And that is very cool. I'm not going to dispute that. That is very cool. But I can't take him seriously with the nipples, man. Why did they give him nipples? So, even though, to be fair, so it specifically made worse for us than up X. So we had to have the guy with hairy hair, same colour, stand up. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, he is flashy, and he would be cool. Literally, just take a belt, sand it to the nipples. That's a sentence. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Don't quote me out of context for that. Oh my gosh. That is the sentence. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, that's gonna be my version of Yomi's squirt gun, isn't it? Oh gosh. Alright. Remove Zero's nipples, and I like the design immediately more. Got the chat? Oh, go ahead, I won't even be mad, that's hilarious. But yeah, if we remove the nipples from the design, it'd be a good design. Honestly, the nipples really do weigh the design down so much for me, in terms of not being good. It's so bad, I'm gonna put him into like the lower end of C. I'll put him like below Fefnir. Think about the nipples. Oh gosh, this is my legacy. I've peaked, guys. It's all over. It's all downhill from here. All right, but it's not over yet because, as I'm sure many of you are aware, thankfully, they did remove the nipples, and we got Twink Zero. Actually, that's not fair. This artwork actually does give him. It actually looks kind of muscular here. They're giving like some more definition on the thighs and on the arms. This was actually, funnily enough, this was my actual introduction to Zero as a character. This was the first time I saw him, was this design. As you have pointed out, Jules, the downside is they gave him a diaper. This design, though, I do like this design. This is more of an animation thing, but the way that they render his hair in this particular design is a lot more, what's the word I'm looking for here? Dynamic. Oh. Uh-oh. Yes. Music. That's alright. For a moment there, I thought my internet died. But yeah, the way that his hair does flow is a lot more dynamic in this. But the diaper really... Okay, here's the thing. Here's another sentence for you to put out of context. I don't mind the diaper as much as I mind the nipples. Because in-game, his sprite, whenever you see him, is a lot smaller. Yeah, I'm not even mad at that. It's not as noticeable. I do think this design would be improved if they took the kind of, well, we're calling it as, let's go with it. If they took the diaper and made it like the same color as his boots, maybe that same sort of reddish color, I think that would make the design... I think that would make the design more cohesive. But I do think this is the better Zero design by a considerable margin. And I'm clearly not the only one, because I believe this was in one of the fighting games. I don't know if it was like Capcom with SNK or something. I know they did put this version of Zero in one of those games. Great, oh gosh. Feel free to link it. Oh jeez. So, I actually like this Zero design a lot. I'm actually going to put this one... I don't know if... I'm going to put Mega Man. I'm going to put it like just above Mega Man. So a lot of people... Oh gosh, I'm going to save that for later. Thank you very much for the clip there. Really appreciate that. There we go. Save that later. Yeah, so I... As I said, generally speaking, people say like Zero is the cool X. And I do think that the Zero from Mega Man Zero is the coolest version of the character. So, I'm going to put him in the bottom of A. A bit bland as a character, admittedly, but I like the design. Right, we've got another Ultra Kill one here. So again, unfortunately, one I'm going to have to go purely based on design, because I don't know anything about this character. I've never played Ultra Kill. But, this is Mind Flayer, apparently. So, okay, thank you. So in my Flayer lore, these machines were fighting humans, and while doing so, found out weren't meant to be human. So they had to get their own identity, they turned trans. Ah, neat. Well, I'm I'm just gonna I'm gonna take it purely based on the design because I don't know too much about what's going on with the design. And in any case, she also has sex. I mean, to be fair, the internet wants to have sex with everything. Let's be honest. I like the design, all right. I'm very interested in what's going on with like the whole head area. It's got that very kind of unusual alien aspect to it. My only complaint with the design is, well, this might be more of an angle thing. I was gonna say it kind of looks more organic besides the more like robot-y parts on the top of the bomb, but I think actually on closer inspection it does look like we're looking at yeah, it does look like we've got some joints going on here, so that does actually bypass that complaint. This definitely has the vibe of something that would be an enemy, something that you would fight, perhaps. I do like the design. I don't love it, I do like it. More games seem to have joints around and scenes around limbs. I'm guessing it's probably like an Aegis kind of vibe then, where they are like partially organic perhaps, or something. I'm thinking, I do like it. I'm gonna put it like bottom of A. I like how bizarre it is. Like, this is definitely something that I want to know more about it. There's like, it's a design that gives you questions. Like, okay, so there's obviously more maybe a cyborg. Well, like, I say cyborg, it could be a robot that just has fluids in it. It doesn't make it not a robot. What may not be a robot is this thing. Hold on, what's this thing called again? This is Nepta. I believe this is from, I think this is Adventure Time? Again, apologies, I'm not familiar with this one. I mean, it's a toaster with treads and a sad cow on its face. I feel bad for this thing. I want to give it an upgrade. I feel like its existence is probably suffering. Again, I've never seen the show, so I don't know what's going on with this guy, but I'm very sorry. There is a cuteness to him, but I am afraid I am going to have to dump this guy into D tier. Bottom of D tier, I'm afraid. So I don't mean to throw pies. I say, yeah, I'm afraid this one doesn't really he's not cute enough to get into a higher tier. We're back to Metabots now, and this was my pick for a Metabot one. This is one of those ones that's like, why did you pick this, Helm? It's cute. I like her. She's very cute. This is a Nutri-Nurse from Metabots. She's a nurse Metabot that does healing. I have no excuse on this. This is purely just self-indulgent. I just think she's really cute. I like her pink colour scheme. I like how it looks like she's kind of got like a hat on, and how she's got like the illusion of having pink hair. I just think she's very cute. I'm going to put her in A tier because this is my tier list and I'm going to do what I want. Below Queen Chessman, I think. Actually, yeah, below Queen Chessman. No, I'm not putting her in S tier. She's not going to S tier. She's very cute, but she's not good enough of a character to warrant S tier. She just doesn't get much personality, to be honest. I like her. Yeah, she does. They look like pills, exactly. Alright, this one, I believe, is the Omni Droid. This is from... I think this is from The Incredibles? I'm gonna be real, this one doesn't really give too much to go off. It's kind of just an orb with some spidery legs. I don't hate it. Obviously, it's obviously a robot, but I don't really get any personality out of it. There's no face. So this definitely gives much more of the vibe of robot as a vehicle, rather than robot as an entity that is self-sufficient. I think it gets to be over Nectar, but I think I'm putting in bottom of B, I'm afraid. It's not really... There's not a whole lot of personality coming out of this one, I'm afraid. I think of a lot of innocent people. Well, you know what? Okay, good thing that he goes to the bottom of D then. Alright, let's do these two together because we know these two go together. So, first off we have 3PO. C-3PO. Everyone knows C-3PO. I don't think this guy needs any introduction. We all know what he is. How does he stack up as a robot? Honestly, pretty good. Like, this is clearly a robot. Like, you would never in a million years mistake this for anyone else. My only problem with it is, I don't love his design. Like, this is not a particularly attractive robot. he's got a lot of personality, but I don't know. I feel like. Put it this way: if I was going to take one of these robots home to meet Lord Helm, I don't think it would be 3PO. He's not an attractive robot, but he's not hideous. He looks like he was built by some child using bone scrap. True. Yeah, I think 3PO. I think 3PO gets to go into C tier. I'll put him like just above Marvin. Feels fair. Because they do both have that sort of retro sci-fi aspect about them in a way. As for the other one, as for R2-D2, well, I don't think this is going to be a conscientious take here. I think we're going to put him. We're going to put him. Whoops. Top of it. Near top of it, I'd say. What can I say about R2? Let's get him back up again, you know. Iconic design. Clean as heck color scheme. Clearly a robot. We might not understand a word he says, but we know he has personality because of how C-3PO reacts to him. He's just great. And also, fun fact, when I was but a wee Helmlet, R2-D2 was my favourite Star Wars character. Purely because I hadn't watched any other Star Wars, I just liked the cute robot, but you know. Alright, we've got to scroll now. Ah, yes! I was surprised that no one submitted this one. I had to put this one on myself. As we have Robo-Kai from Guilty Gear. Justice for Robo-Kai, by the way? Come on, Arc System Works. Why is he not in Guilty Gear Strive? Or whatever version they're on now. Sign? I don't know, I don't pay this kind of stuff. Why is he just an NPC? Why does he only appear in the story mode? We want playable Robo-Kai and playable Abba while we're at it. So, Robo-Kai is the robot version of Kai Kisuke, and he's one of those characters that you look at him at first glance and you would think, oh, it's one of those clone characters. But no, he's not. He plays completely differently. He's got his own complete moveset. His voice lines are all unique. They're not just Robo-Kai with a filter. In fact, he's actually kind of a pervert. I remember the one Guilty Gear game that I spent any amount of time trying to learn was Guilty Gear XX Accent Core Plus and Knuckles. And I looked up a translation guide of all the dialogue lines. One of Robo-Kai's lines is, "If you lose, I'm taking naked pictures of you." Bit of a creep, not gonna lie. But let's look at the design. So, he's based on Kai Kisuke, who is an attractive man. I do like Kai's outfit that he's wearing. Other than that, we've just got like some robotic features, but they're good robotic features. You know, we've got the light up eyes, we've got the mouth that's got like the kind of puppet chin going on, obvious robot joints on his hands. We can reasonably assume that probably extends to his entire body. Ennui, what a move, right? Yeah, I believe he's got ennui because it's like his, because Kai's belt says hope, so it's like the opposite. I like him. I do like him. He's pretty good. I don't know if he's A tier good. I want to put him like up with Megatron, like just under Megatron. I like his design. He's kind of the gag character, so admittedly it's kind of hard to take him seriously there, but yeah, I like him. Next up, we got Roll from the Mega Man series. Possibly should have done a with Mega Man, but that's fine. Let's get a look at Roll. Emmy's, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a great evening tonight and hope you're enjoying yourself. Alright, so here she is. Here is Roll. So, be real with you guys. I think Roll's going to make it out of F tier. Now, I know that depending on which version of Roll you're looking at, sometimes she has a buster, sometimes there's like some more dull joints or anything, but this was like the cleanest, most modern art I could find that was like a transparent background. I was trying to get transparent backgrounds. And honestly, it's just a girl. She is just a girl. She's also probably the worst character in Marvel vs. Capcom. So unfortunately, Val, although you are very cute, you are just a girl. So we will put you among the other just a girls in F tier. For the anime theme song. Well, we don't count theme songs, unfortunately. Theme songs do not give credit here. Next up, I was surprised by this one. We have Rosie from the Jetsons. Robot made technology has come quite a way, hasn't it? So, Rosie the robot, it's in the name. Definitely a robot. We definitely know she's a robot. You're never going to mistake her for not being a robot. Now, again, this is one of those ones where it's a little rough because this is a very cartoonish design, so we try to distance ourselves from that just a tad if we can. I don't really like the design. I don't like the whole single leg with wheels on it. I feel like if you've got a robot that's able to have functioning personality and limbs, then you should probably give it legs so it can climb stairs. And I don't like the claw hands, and the mouth is the mouth's kind of unsettling. Robo-Kai, I gave it a pass on, because Robo-Kai is only open from the bottom. But, yeah, she's also kind of a chunk. I mean, we don't body shame, but I feel like in the future we could make a robot that's a little more svelte. Again, there's nothing wrong with a chunky robot. In fact, we've got at least one chunky robot on this list still to do yet. But yeah, I don't really like Rosie's design, I'm afraid. I'm gonna put her into D tier. I'll put her like top of D tier because she's at least sentient robot, but yeah, it doesn't really do much for me. Just checking out the timing. Okay, we've got time for at least one more. Oh no, Jerry, you're fine. Jerry, no, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. Okay. Next one. This is Sunny from iRobot. I have never seen iRobot. This is the best full-size image I could find, I'm afraid. And okay, I swear this one isn't just because I'm a weed, but yeah, this one ain't doing it for me either. You've got like okay. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. The reason why I look the way I do is because we were not capable of creating a humanoid face that was not uncanny. Because if you make a humanoid face and it's not convincingly human, it becomes uncanny. That's what we're dealing with here. The face is very uncanny. And I also really do not like what is going on around this area. Like this, again, I can't go over the image, but the waist area. That looks extremely fragile. That would snap very easily. His thighs should not be that much thicker than his waist. In fact, he's not on this list, but if anyone had submitted Gundam Barbatos, I would be docking him points for the exact same reason. Yeah, generic and plasticky, yeah. I don't think anyone's going to argue too much if I put him in the lower end of D. I guess, Axel, you can beat him because at least you're not generic, but... Alright, we've got another tragedy. Let me just check out time real quick. One more's fine, yeah, we can do one more. Alright, we got Starscream! Everyone knows Starscream, the little whiny Decepticon bitch. I don't know, do you not know why his eyes are so big in this artwork? Calling the models from IBO bad? Hey, yeah, I don't like him. I don't like, well actually, not even all of them, just Barbatos. I just don't like Barbatos in his pinchable waist. Right next to Megatron, he's trying to kill him. So, I don't like Starscream's design. And I don't enjoy his personality apart from ironically. It's funny that he's such a coward, that he's always looking for his chance to one-up Megatron. There's a lot of very funny memes about Starscream, where it's like, Megatron has stubbed his toe! Now I, Starscream, am your leader! It's very funny. But I don't know, his design, he's a funny guy. But I don't love him. I mean, he's not going to go in the lower. He's not bad. He isn't bad. But I don't love him. I think we're going to put him in the B tier. I think putting him next to the Zaku somehow seems very appropriate. Near the lower end of B tier. Yeah, that seems reasonable. In fact, you know what? Looking at this list, I'm actually going to move Ada down a bit, I think. I'm going to put her next to C-3PO. Right, we're getting through this a bit, guys. I'm pretty sure we're over halfway there. There's 14 in each of these rows. I counted them during one of our breaks. But for the minute now, we are going to get our next jump scare here. Oh, you see Mega Man and Baseball Dog? Oh, we had X. X is here. Here's X. Put it into B tier. But yeah, we're about to get our next jump scare advert, guys. So we're getting there. We're getting there. Might just speed up on some of these, but we're getting there. So guys, see you guys in just a few minutes. We're gonna jump to adverts, of course. Take a break. I'm gonna hydrate because I need it, and I'll see you guys in just a few minutes. Okay? See you guys very, very shortly. What? I'm not muted again. You know what? Screw it. We're gonna stay unmuted. You know what? There, I'm gonna make this a flex. We're just staying unmuted. This is a secret sub talk we're gonna have then. Only the subs get to hear this. The subs and the people who got shorter adverts for no apparent reason. I'm not going anywhere. We'll be back in a minute. I always like to err on the side of caution because for some reason the OBS tracker and the stream manager report different durations for the adverts, so I always like to err on the side of caution. And we're back. We're back. Yeah, I forgot to mute myself again, but you know, it's fine. I literally only got up to get a drink anyway. Alright, so we're back, and I did a quick little count. We've got about 51 to go, so let's get cracking. So, this guy, this is, what's his name? It's from Armored Core 6. I know that. I don't know what its name is. Hold on, I will find it. It's here somewhere. I unfortunately did not save it as Rusty under my files. I saved it as its actual name. It's something Steel Haze, I think that's it. Steel Haze, here we go. There we go. This is Steel Haze, also known as Rusty, I guess, from what I gather. Again, I don't know much about this, about Armored Core. I have never played Armored Core 6. And this is not the hot take I alluded to, but this may be a hot take. I don't like Armored Core mechs. I don't like their proportions at all. I mean, looking at this, it's got really long, gangly limbs, a very pinchable waist. What is going on with the gun? The gun looks like some sort of industrial welder. And I do know that there is a purpose behind the reverse jointed limbs. Legs rather. I'm just not a fan of it. Do you hate mechs with thin waists? Yeah, I do. I do. Skinny mechs, you know, flaunting it out in our faces and setting unrealistic robot standards. Now, my main reason why I dislike it is because it doesn't make sense. Why would you make a mech with such a thin waist? Especially in the context of a series where you're going to be engaging in mecha combat with melee weapons. Like, one good slice with an energy blade or a heat blade or whatever they've got, that thing snaps in half, now you have no legs. Now what do? You got a need for speed. True, I mean, I can see that there's a speed angle, but there is a compromise you need to make between speed and endurability. And I feel like when your mech's waist is that pinchable, like, I'm pretty sure Rusty here could put his whole, like, grip his own waist in one hand. So that way in TC84 mechs. The one that I did play, actually, was Armored Core 4 Answer. And that game, that was way too fast for me. I do not have the reactions or the dexterity for that. I like my mechs a little bit slower, a little bit stompier. It's like a very thin and small but can mess you up. I do get that angle. I just don't like how gangly it is. It looks weird. I know that there's a lot of customization you can do in this game, and I'm sure that maybe there even is a combination that I could enjoy. But this particular version, which I'm assuming that this version is either the default or like the canonical version of it, it doesn't do it for me. I'm sorry, ID, it doesn't do it for me. I mean, it's okay. It's not going low. It's not going low tier. Like, there's certainly far, far, far worse robots than it. I think Rusty I'm gonna put at like... I want to put it like just under Harpoonia here next to Jaeger. If it was a bit bulkier, and if it was a bit bulkier and a bit less gangly, I'd like it more. The proportions just don't work for me. Speaking of proportions, so this one here requires a brief degree of explanation. This is Sumomo, also from Chobits, that we saw Chi from earlier. Now, your first reaction is, this is just a girl. However, there's an important fact that is not apparent from this character design, and that is that this character is about 5 inches tall. Yes, she is handheld. She's extremely small. So again, in Chobits, the robots in that game are designed to be, that series rather, are basically personal computers. And she is kind of the equivalent of a laptop, if you like. You know, where she is very, very small, so she's more portable. She has got a little bit of an annoying personality at times. That is intentional, that she's meant to be very over the top, very, very energetic, very cheerful. I don't think I can fairly put her above Chi, because they are basically the same in terms of their how they use in the series, but she's a bit smaller. I'm gonna put her like next to Chi. I like Chi more. There we go. I like Chi more than Sumomo, but they're basically on par. And no problem, Tessa. Thank you for saying this long. I'll be real, I did not expect things to go this late, so thank you for saying as long as you did. Have a great night's sleep. Next one. This one, I think this was another Ultra Kill, I think. This is Swords Machine, apparently. A lot to unpack here. We've got a very big head, very tall head. I do like the colour scheme. I like the kind of black and yellow. Again, gives that very industrial machine vibe. It's the point. Again, I don't know anything about this machine, so I'm having to base it purely on the aesthetics that I see. I like how weird the like inhuman the head is. That is a big point for it. Again, the points are a bit gangly, but I don't hate it. Compared to the Armored Core one, I feel like this one's a bit more. I don't know. It's a bit more like just a skinny guy, you know. It's not like too gangly. I think I'm gonna put this one. This reminds me of the. Well, I'll just show you. It reminds me of this guy here. But I think I like him a bit more. I think I'm gonna put him like not too much higher. Just over Genesect. I think he's a bit better than Genesect. Not by much. Next one. Again, I was kind of surprised we didn't get this one submitted. We have Tachikoma from Ghost in the Shell. I was actually low-key kind of expecting a few Ghost in the Shell nominations, but surprisingly not. So this is again one of those ones where it's definitely robots. Funnily enough, this looks like it should be a vehicle, but it isn't. It is an autonomous robot. And they are kind of cute. I know there's like I think like a 4-coma or something where they have like them get up to shenanigans. This is kind of falls into that realm of where I would keep this as a pet robot if it was desk size, but it's kind of the size of a car, so that wouldn't really work. So it's cute, but it's not sized to be cute. I think we can put Tachikoma fairly high. I think, I'm thinking like, you know what? Put him near Alpha, just above Alpha. That kind of seems appropriate. These two, I feel like these two would get on very well, actually. All right, here's a bit of an obscure one. Don't know if you guys would be familiar with this one, but this is character from Grandia 2. This is Tio. And, well, okay. There is something I should point out here. This does look like just a girl, but there is one important thing with this character to note. The first is her skin tone. This isn't just the artwork. Her skin tone is unnaturally chalky white. That is deliberate. The second thing, which again is one of those I cannot convey to you guys in this short space we have. I'm going to move on to the next song because Black Onslaught is a bit loud. Yeah, she is white. This is the true white woman jump scare. Her personality is ultra robotic. This is the robot that is. You would never mistake this for a human based on their behavior. She's also very cute in her behavior. She develops a kind of father-daughter figure bond with another one of the party members, Marek. There's a very cute moment where it goes completely unaddressed, actually. During the tavern scenes. Oh, sorry for the flashbang. I can't help it. I like my YouTube on light mode. I'm sorry. There's a very cute moment in one of the tavern scenes where you see Marek drinking, and he's just like chugging this mug of ale or whatever, and she watches him, like not moving, and then she copies him because she kind of is learning how to be human, if you like, from him. Her arc is very good. Her design, not so much. I don't like her hairstyle, like her weird hair antlers. I don't like her weird dealy boppers on her head. I'm not a huge fan of her outfits either. Like the earrings are a bit weird. Oh, I see. It goes on. I see. It's a weird one because this is one where I like the characterization and the personality. I don't like the actual design that much. So who have we put based on that? I think based on that, I'm gonna put her like. I want to put her like around base tier. Maybe just under base. Base, I don't really care too much for him as a character, but I like his design, okay? Tio, I like her. Actually, you know what? Just over base. Because I like her as a character so much, but I don't care for her design. I think high B is okay. Next one. Someone asked if we were having this, and we do. Unfortunately, I don't know much. This is Tom from Toonali. I don't know much about the varying areas for Tom, so I just got a big lineup here. I have no idea Can someone in chat enlighten me if you're familiar? What is going on with this one here? What the heck is number 4? Is this actually a form that Tom took at one point? Because if so, that is a colossal yikes. Oh my god. That actually happened? Wow. Yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Well, we'll just pretend that didn't exist. I'll be real. When I think of Tom, I think of, like, these three. I think the middle one more in particular, but yeah, I think of these three in particular. But yeah, right? I cropped that off. I don't know how to uncrop that. I hope that will change when we go to the next image. But yeah, Tom, solid design. Very obviously roboty. I like the helmet. I say helmet, it's much like me. That's his head, but it looks like a helmet. I like the glowy bits. I like the color scheme. Yeah, we like Tom in this house. Tom is good. Headmet. Yeah, really coin that one. Tom is good. I'm going to knock Tom a few points purely on the fact that you don't see much of him. You don't get too much of a personality out of him. Like, I know he talked during the stingers, but I think Tom we can put in high B. I want to put him like next to this guy, next to the brave giant guy. Oh, Joe, that's fine, Joe. I don't mind that. These extra points for loving anime. True. Alright, we've got a combo one coming up. So let's put all these pieces together. Because we have got some Gundams coming up, and they are similar Gundams indeed. I'm going to hope that this unhides the part I cropped off. If not, we may need to take a moment to do some maintenance. Okay, one moment, guys. Should not have done that. Let's see, I believe I need to do Alt. There we go. Everything's back now. Okay. Yeah. So we have the Unicorn Gundam. I'm judging the Unicorn Gundam pure based on the Gundam as a whole. I'm not judging the Destroy mode and the Unicorn mode separately. For the regular Unicorn Gundam specifically, I do like the Unicorn mode a little more. But I do like this design. It's a great design. The glowing psycho frame, very cool. The transformation gimmick, very cool. It's not the most exciting visually when it's in the Unicorn mode, but it's a great design. It's technically iconic at this point. I went to Japan some years ago and we got to see the 1-to-1 scale Gundam Unicorn transformation, which was very good. If you're ever there, definitely check it out. When we went there, we actually arrived just after it had done the transformation sequence, and they only do it like every 2 or 3 hours, so we had to just like kick around for 2 or 3 hours to just kill some time. But it was worth it. So for the Unicorn, we got to put him pretty high. Okay, so where we put the gym? I put the gym at A. He's better than the gym. I like the gyms, but I like the Unicorn a bit. I think I can probably put him above Gamma, but I don't think I'm going to put him over Rokusha. I think that's a reasonable assessment for the Unicorn. Next up, we have the Unicorn's Player 2 palette. Also known as Gundam Banshee. And you know what? It's amazing what a different coat of paint can do. I like the Unicorn. I really like the Banshee. Banshee definitely surpasses Unicorn. Partially for the colour scheme, partially because I love the big chunky claw and the beam cannon that it gets. We're going to put it above the Banshee. I'm actually going to put it above Rokusho. Because there's not much in it, but I do like it a bit more. Yes, there is the FedEx. I actually forgot to put the FedEx on here. If I had the FedEx, it would be right next to it, to be honest. And finally, we have... This one probably didn't need to be here, to be honest, but I wanted to put it on here because it's excessive. The Full Armor Unicorn. This is just the Unicorn with a boatload of guns. And I'm not gonna lie, maybe it's because I went through like a very, very brief period where I built orcs for Warhammer 40k. But I do like me some Daka. We've got 3 dual beam Gatling guns, 3 shields, a beam magnum, missile pods on the legs. We've got 2 beam bazookas that also have missile pods attached to them, and the big thing on the right hand is a fuel booster. Lightning Kyoto, thank you for the follow. Glad you're having a this night. Yeah, American Gundam. And yeah, it gets the green psycho frame, which I do like the green a little more than the red. It's a pretty rubber. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. We're just doing a tier list of robots, and we've still got a few to go, so please get comfortable. So, Full Armor Unicorn, I'm going to put it just, I'm putting it just under Banshee, but I could easily be convinced to put it just over. They're both better than the regular unicorn, but I do like the black and yellow / orange color scheme just a little more. Although I will say, if we were talking the kits, this kit is far better than the Banshee kit. Unfortunately, the Banshee high-grade kit, because they use translucent yellow, the yellow really gets lost in the black plastic, unfortunately. In the blue looks better. You are right. I forgot to put the Fennecs onto this tier list. If I did, it would definitely be the highest of the unicorn suits, that's for sure. Alright, next up on the list we have Wally. I mean, who doesn't like Wally? I mean, he's just a little guy. He's just a little boy. He's just trying his hardest. He's got treads. We like treads. He's just a little cute boy. He's a baby. He is baby. He is baby. I mean, we can't possibly put Wally low. The only thing I will say for Wally is, I'd like to see more of him. I'd like to know what Wally would do in a situation that wasn't as bad. I'd like a Wally series, honestly. But he's extremely cute. He's a good boy. He definitely makes the... Yeah, he's here. You know what? I think we put him next to R2. I think putting him next to R2 here, we've got two boys, two good boys, two cute little boys just hanging out. I could see R2 and Wally being friends. He's R2 that tries to do everything. Exactly, yeah. I think this seems fair. I think R2 definitely belongs in top tier here. Next one. This is one... Actually, I'm going to put this together with another one here. So this is Xenogears, I believe. Xenogears from... well, I believe it's... I don't know if this is from Xenosaga or Xenogears. I'm gonna be honest, I actually don't know if Xenogears and Xenosaga are different series. I'll be entirely honest, I've never seen either. I think they're both from... I think this is Xenogears from Xenosaga, is my understanding. I've never played Xenosaga. So here's my fun fact about Xenosaga for you guys. Did you know Xenosaga did not get a proper release here in Europe? Xenosaga, the 3-part game on the PS2, we did not get all 3 parts. We got part 2 and nothing else. We only got the middle part. I don't even know why they bothered. So anyway, that aside, let's look at this design. This is a very, very pointy design. Kind of has, it's not that similar, but it kind of makes me think of, I don't know why, for some reason this makes me think of the, I'm going to butcher this pronunciation, the Newer Zeal from Gundam. And I'm not a huge fan of that. It's a weird design, like we've got these very big bladed legs that don't seem to have knees. We've got a lot of spikes on the back. And then we've got these little stubby arms that I don't know what this mech is supposed to do. I don't know if the arms being this stubby are, if that matters or not, but kind of has T-Rex arms going on. Not gonna lie. I don't really vibe with this one. Again, this looks kind of like... I feel like this is the kind of mech that just kind of... It doesn't animate. It's just like... You see this thing in battle, and it's just like sliding across the battlefield slowly towards you. Like, I feel like that's what this thing does. Just A poses across the battlefield, and I'm not really... I don't like that. I gave the Dom negative points because it looks like it doesn't look. And this thing... Well, there's clearly no way this thing is surviving under gravity, unless it's got like some sort of, you know, self-controlled anti-grav propulsion or something, I suppose. Which it might do, but I'm just judging what I can see. So for that reason, I'm going to put it under these guys, I think. It's a bit too busy, but doesn't look very functional. Next up, we have from the same series, everyone act surprised, we've got another robot girl. As we have Cosmos. I'm assuming it's pronounced Cosmos. Either Cosmos. Cosmos is a cute. And I think we know by now where Helm's tastes lie when it comes to robot girls, to know that There's no way that Cosmos is going near the lower end of this. I don't know anything actually about Cosmos' personality. Again, I haven't played the game because why would I bother playing a game when I'm only able to play the middle piece? But this design clearly does read robot because we have the all-important, the very important, we have the robot ears and the which I don't know if this is attached to her visor or not. I don't know if this is headgear, but it looks like robot ears. I also really like her hair. I have no follow-up on that. I just really like the long blue hair. Just a good look. So yeah, Cosmos is definitely going up. We're gonna put her. Wait, I got the wrong one. That's not Cosmos. This is Cosmos. We're gonna grab Cosmos, and I think we're gonna put Cosmos I think just next to Galatea. I think I could put Galatea, either above or below it. They could either go there. Was it Ethan from Modern Warfare on the list? I don't think I had anyone submit that one. I did try. If I did miss, I will say, if I did somehow miss any, I do apologize. I did my best to try to get every single one that was posted on my Twitter. If I did miss any, I can only apologize. Next up, yeah, we have a Yes Man from the Fallout franchise. Oh, you did? Oh, Jerry, I'm genuinely sorry. I can assure you it wasn't intentional. I literally was just trying to get everyone, and it just slipped through the cracks. I do apologize. So we have Yes Man from the Fallout series. That's a very low-res picture, unfortunately. So I don't like Fallout. I don't like Bethesda games. I don't like the one game that Bethesda make that they just keep reskinning and pretending it's a different game. But I'm going to be objective despite that. And Yes Man here, he's fine. I like that. Okay, so obviously we've got another one of these kind of very retro sci-fi things like Marvin. I don't know this guy's personality, so I'm having to just purely go on his thing. It's a security one that's probably to be basically a yes man. He has to say yes to everything. Okay. I guess that checks with the name. We got these kind of pipe arms of a retro sci-fi. I'm not the biggest fan of the retro sci-fi, and I'm assuming that that's just a single wheel that he's mounted on. I don't really like that. I think, yeah, Uniworld is a bad design. It doesn't really bother me. I mean, I know that you could make a robot that could stabilize itself this way, but it doesn't really make sense to me. Unless it's a uni wheel that's extremely wide, which this is a pretty wide wheel, but yeah, it doesn't really work with me. I'm sorry, Yes Man, but it'll be more of a no man for me. I'm gonna put you in D tier here. You deserve to be that low. Maybe not. Maybe we'll put him you can go above Mechanical Snail. In fact, you know what? Actually, we're gonna move Sunny down a bit. Actually, he's gonna go here. I think that's better than Rosie. Well, the only reason why Rosie is as high as she is because she does have personality. That's the only reason why she is as high as she is. If she did not have a personality at all, she would be lower. She would probably be right next to Yes Man, to be honest. Alright, so we have a few that we're going to combo again. Let's grab you over here. It was just a 2, wasn't it? No, not put in. Hold on. Oh, wait, here we go. Alright, so next up we have cue up Mobius Orchestra. So next up we have Alexander from the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV as an unlimited free trial up to level 70, including A Realm Reborn, the award-winning expansion Heavensward, and the second expansion Stormflood, with no limitations on playtime. So yeah, the Alexander in FF14 is one of the 8-man raids. Perfect timing. In fact, Alexander was actually notorious back in the day as being a really hard raid. A lot of people used to call Alexander the static killer back in the day. Static being the term for a group of players that meet up every week to try and do the hardcore content. Let's get a clear picture of him up on screen, because Alexander is one of those iconic Final Fantasy summons that takes a lot of different forms, and this is the Final Fantasy XIV form, and whew, there's a lot going on here. I mean, Alexander's always been like a big castle with no legs, and this keeps that trend up. One thing that I cannot show you from this artwork is during the final phase of the battle against him, he sprouts giant feathery wings. And one thing that Helm likes is mechs with feathery wings, or metal feathery wings. Sonic Boom! And he also has an absolute bop of a soundtrack, but we're not giving points for soundtracks. We don't get points for soundtracks, even if they're really good. So, yeah, I like Alexander a lot. I don't like his lack of legs. When you fight Alexander, he does move about the battlefield, and he does kind of just glide across the battlefield, which is a bit awkward. But, I mean, this boss will forever have a special place in my heart, because this fight was actually the very first raid tier that I cleared, was the final fight against Alexander. And that led me to some very good memories where we cleared a lot of other raid tiers. Did also eventually lead to me getting horrifically burnt out and then quitting the game for a year. But that's besides the point. Alexander, this is a good design. Very good design. Not the best. Not the best. I think we put him with Machina Citadel here. Next we have Brute Justice. This is from the same well, not raid tier, but the same raid series. Brute Justice is a combiner made up of 5 different robots. And it's also a Transformers reference. Every one of its components parts are named after Transformers, and they combine into Brute Justice, which is a allusion to Bruticus. Brute Justice is so cool. I'm going to buff my D&D game. Funny you should say that, Kasuke. One second, hold on. I hadn't prepared this, but I'm doing it. So, I've told you guys this was booked before, but some of you weren't here for I'm sure. I actually used to have a really weird, for lack of a better word, pride thing, whereby I felt the need to draw every single asset that I used in my Pathfinder game. This was a bad idea. This was what led to me getting horrifically burnt out. But I did at one point. This is not my best work. This was very rushed, but I did do a very quick Brute Justice to throw at them. This is not my best work. It's very rough. It's very rushed. I wasn't know how to get it done. But they did fight Brute Justice, and I did put some of the mechanics in. But let's get a look at what Brute Justice looks like when he's not drawn by a literal chimpanzee. Let me get my folder back ready here. Here it is. Here it is, and Brute Justice. Bit of a weird pose here, but this was the cleanest reference I could find for him. So yeah, Brute Justice, you've got 5 different robots here. I forget their names, but as you can probably tell, each arm is a robot, each leg is a robot, and the middle part is also a robot. I love the concept that combines it, split apart, and still fight individually. It is, yeah. Brute Justice does have a slightly augmented form in his Savage fights, whereby in the final phase he does grow mechanical wings. We know Helm likes mechanical wings. I don't have a reference for that on hand, unfortunately. But Brute Justice is very cool. Also has an absolute banger of a theme song. I like him about as much as Alexander, a little bit more. We're going to put him pretty much exactly over Alexander. And for the last one, I put black backgrounds on every other one, but this guy is so radiant. Ooh, classic theme or metal theme? Metal theme, I think. But for this one, this guy is so radiant, I had to leave his background on. And in fact, I want to show you guys this guy in all his glory. You will indulge me for a moment. We're gonna just briefly watch the transformation sequence that happens when you fight Alexander the Assembled, also known as Perfect Alexander. I'm just going to speak for itself. So yeah, I think that speaks for itself pretty decently. Get the music going again. So, remember that part where I said I like Alexander, but I hate how it doesn't have legs? He has legs now. Remember the part where I said I love robots with feathered wings or mechanical wings? Bear Bones Brand, thank you for the follow. So, yeah, Alexander the Assembled, or Perfect Alexander, I don't actually know what the official name is. When he does his transformation sequence, he calls himself Alexander the Assembled. But I've heard people call him Perfect Alexander as well. Alexander the Giga Chatty, yeah. I love this design. I adore this design. There's so much to talk about. It's good stuff. We've got the color scheme. The way it all just transitions to that gold and white color scheme, the bursting out of the feathered wings, the cool spikes around the head. For reference, the yellow robot on this artwork here, this is a robot called Cruise Chaser. I did debate putting Cruise Chaser on as well. It's a pretty cool robot, but it doesn't really have enough to it to really justify it, I don't think. But yeah, this guy is Mark. Oh, awesome! Thank you as well for the compliment. So yeah, I adore this design. Square Enix, if you are somehow listening to this stream, make a model of this thing. I will pay unreasonable amounts of money to own this. Yeah, Alexander the Assembled, Perfect Alexander, whatever we're gonna call him, S tier. Absolute S tier. Absolute S tier. I will hear no slander to the contrary. Alexander the absolute badass, definitely. Definitely. How are we doing on time? Oh, we're doing fine on time. Excellent. Excellent, okay. Alright. We got a couple of Digimon entries here. Actually, we had one already. Let me just group these together real quick. I think that's the only Digimon left. Seems to be. Alright, so next up, we have got, where's my order? We've got Andromon. Here he is. Bit of a low-res image here, but this is his... I think this is actually more flattering artwork of him than the anime artwork, because the official Digimon, this is called the reference book artwork. It has a much more harsher shading style and more detail, rather than being more animated. Yeah, the TCG, yeah. So Andromon, obviously he's an android. We know he's an android. Now, we obviously have some fleshy bits here. But again, we're not discriminating purely on, do you have fleshy bits? Fleshy bits are permissible. We are not purely gonna give him the bonk for that. He's a bit thrown together, isn't he? I mean, he's got a lot of loose wires. He's clearly not finished. I kind of like his vibe. I like his skull helmet. That's kind of cool. And he is kind of a bit of a bro in the anime, from what I remember. It's been a while since I've watched it, but he helps the kids out. He's not a bad guy. Also, Helm-Chan, did you get a commission of Metal Fish Neck based on mechanical style being good friends? Excellent. He's only an ultimate level. Yeah, he's only an ultimate. Yeah, there is the High Andromon, which I'm actually going to be real. I actually don't like High Andromon as much. I think his weird incompleteness is kind of part of the charm. I like him. He's not my favourite. He has also got a very pinchable waist, but because he's not a mech, I am not holding the pinchable waist as against him. I think we can put him I think he can make it into B tier. Maybe around X's level, I'd say. Maybe X can go above him. He can hang out with Minerva in B tier, I think. The same cannot be said for what is to come next. He's an android, but android is permissible. Again, we are not discriminating. Androids are allowed to be robots, but we're still judging them on how good they are at being a robot. An Andromon, in the right light, you wouldn't know was a robot. Was a android. So I just now noticed Mechabate is indeed pogging. He is indeed pogging. He is super pogging. Alright. Machinedramon. I mean, this is basically the ultimate robot Digimon. His entire body is made of parts of other robot Digimon. He's got the left arm from Metal Greymon, the chest from Metal Greymon, stomach and feet from Metal Tyrannomon. His knees came from Andromon's head. His right arm is Gigadramon. His head is Gigadramon. His cannons are Metal Monomon. I'm not going to say it's the perfect Digimon, like Machine Digimon, but if it's not, it's pretty darn close. And I will say, hashtag not sponsored, if any of you guys like building model kits, there is a Digimon model kit line, the Figure Rise Amplified model kit line, the Machinedramon kits, genuinely my favorite model kit I think I've ever built. Everything goes together perfectly. There's hardly any stickers, and the stickers that are included make sense. They're like reflective holographic metal ones that go underneath transparent red ones, so you get like a metallic red effect underneath. The neck and the head, so the neck and the tail rather, are done with like a very clever system where you feed a wire through them, so it's very articulate. If you like model kits and you like Digimon, you owe it to yourself to get the Machine Dramon kit if you're able to, because it's that good. Machine Dramon himself, in the anime, he was one of the 4 Dark Masters, and he was honestly the only intimidating one. Metal Seedramon could have been intimidating, but in the dub they decided to give him like a weird surfer dude voice, which just kind of made him very goofy. Puppetmon was not intimidating, he was too silly. And Piedmon is a literal clown. Whereas Machine Dramon, this is a monster, this is a machine. This thing does not care, this thing wants you to be gone. This thing has a game plan called Operation Elimin-8. Not to be confused with Elimin-7. We're putting him in like, honestly, I don't think we quite make S tier. I don't think he's quite good enough, but I think we can put him like top end of A tier. You know what? Let's put him next, we'll put him actually just above Queen Chessmon. Because while Queen Chessmon gets the waifu pass, Machine Dramon would destroy her. And yes, to adjust, to address Adroid, yes, Super Tengen Topper Gurren Lagann is an F tier because it doesn't look like a robot. Same with Roll, Android 18, and I forget his character's name, I'm sorry, but they don't look like robots. Can we get a chance to do his theme from Next Order? I will do so. I did bounce off of Next Order. I was not vibing with the gameplay, unfortunately, but I'll give it a listen. I will say this though, there's one thing that's very funny to me about Next Order, which is whoever was in charge of the voice direction had never heard Machine Dramon said out loud. Not Machine Dramon, Machine Draymon. I think Draven was in charge of the voice acting. Alright, next up, oh look, it's another robot waifu. Helm's gonna rate this one very highly. Well, maybe not, maybe not. So this is a really weird pick. This is another one of those ones that I kind of picked because I just want to talk about this thing. This is Architect from the Frame Arms Girls line of model kits. There was also an anime. Anime is very cute. I like the anime. It's kind of a wholesome anime. Only like 12 episodes, quite short. This is my favorite design from the anime. Now this character has like a pair of giant fist weapons that she wields. This is basically just hits I want to bitch about this model kit. I've built 2 Frame Arms Girls kits, and they were really bad builds. I unfortunately cannot recommend them, which is a shame because they're very cute. If you want to build a robot girl kit, I do not recommend these at all. The plastic on the flesh parts feels awful to use, and some of the parts require glue. That's okay, but the color separation is what kills it for me. As someone who likes building Gunpla and a lot of the Bandai kits because of the great color separation, this was awful. Her accessories are literally just one color, and they look terrible. You need to paint them. I'm sure if you know how to paint, you can make it look great. But if you're not like me, if you like Snapfit kits because I don't need painting, then unfortunately this is not for you. But that said, I'm not going to criticize her for that. That's just me bitching about a model kit. Architect has the very what's that archetype called? Kudere. Well, not even dare. She's not even really dare. She's just very cold, very emotionless robot girl, which I do kind of like. She is also like Sumomo, where she is like 5 inches tall. She's like very small, desk-sized. She's cute enough. I'm actually going to put her a bit lower because she doesn't have an awful lot of personality. I'm going to put next to Tio, actually. It's actually got these two things together because Tio, I don't like her design, but I like how much personality she has. Architect, I like her design. I don't really like how little personality she has. It's funny how Still Scarf is on SST at GL. Hey, let's be fair. if Super Tengen Chop and Gurren Lagann attack Steel Scorpion, we all know what happens in 2 turns. Just saying. We all know it will be destroyed. We don't know that Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann is protected from destruction. Alright, next up. Does anyone recognize this face? Anyone recognize this gentleman, this fine specimen of a gentleman? For those who do not, this is a character from Fate Grand Order. This is Sky Tosuna, Charles Babbage, correct. For whatever reason, in Fate Grand Order, Charles Babbage is a giant steam mech. I don't know why this is the case, but I'm perfectly fine with it. So, Charles Babbage is from Fate Grand Order. It's a gacha game. He was the first character that I actually rolled for, and he's not even rare. He's a 3-star, and I still didn't get him. Thankfully, that game gives you so many free rolls that it's not hard to get what you want. They made Charles Babbage a mecha, yeah. The disappointment is, I'm surprised they never gave us a Ada Lovelace in there either. It just seems obvious to me that we've got Charles Babbage as a mecha. Give us Ada Lovelace as a mecha Musume. Just seems obvious to me, but hey, what do I know? Why has he got booba? He's not got booba, it's just, the chest is slightly curved. It's more the artwork than anything. Short story, he decided to take the shape of his dream in death after being recorded for freedom. Yeah! So his whole Rebel Phantasm is an idea of a world of machines. Also, we've got the Bang Shishigami thing going, let's go. So I love Babbage. For context, in Fate Grand Order, the star rating of a servant determines what level they can reach. The 5 stars can reach level 90, the 4 stars can reach level 80, the 3 stars can reach level 70. However, you can use Holy Grails, which are very limited items, to raise a servant's level cap. If I remember correctly, every one you use raises their level cap by 10 until they're level 90, at which point each one raises it by 2. So to get a 3-star to level 100 is possible, but you're going to use about 7 Holy Grails to do it. I had a level 100 Babbage. I love Babbage in this. He's got big dad energy in a weird way. He kind of has he kind of treats Frankenstein in that game as kind of like a daughter because Frankenstein's an anime girl in that game, because of course Frankenstein's an anime girl in that game. His design I didn't like his design at first, but it really grew on me. I like how his head kind of, the weird height of it makes it look like a top hat. I think that's kind of neat. I actually like his weird proportions. He's got very big arms and quite short legs. But that fits him because he's a very stompy, slow mech. His hands are huge. His hands are massive. This is his first Ascension form. He actually gets a giant mace in his second one, which is huge. Holy Grail, a wondrous legendary that spoken in legend. Hell, he's like 30 of them on my boy Mechadu, not that rare. Yeah, exactly. I had 3 servants in that game that I maxed out on levels. The first one was Charles Babbage, second one was Skaha, and the third one was his official in-game name is, I believe, the Old Man of the Mountain, but he's commonly known as King Hassan, who unfortunately is not a construct, but would rate highly if he was one. That said, you know that he's going high. He's going right up high. I don't think he quite makes S tier, but I think, you know what? Daddy Babbage beats out all the waifus. I like him that much. Quick time check. Okay, we're good. So these 2 guys, very funny story about these 2. I actually had never encountered this character before. Someone suggested it on my Twitter, so I'm going with it. But the funny story is, before I announced that I was taking submissions, I saw this character for the very first time, a week before I took submissions, because a friend of mine was playing Tatsunoko versus Capcom. I'm doing them together, but I will rank them separately. This is, hold on, what was his name? This is Kashan, who is the guy, and Frenda, who is the dog. At least that's what my research has led me to believe. Apparently, Kashan is a robot or a cyborg. But Wispy raid, got it, Rick. Wispy, welcome raiders. Thank you for the raid. We shout you out, Wispy. What were you up to before you came here, Wispy? If you don't mind my asking, we had a good time with it. Here we go, shout out to the Witch. We have been going through our robot rankings here. We're getting near the end. We've still got a good chunk to go through, but we've been at it for 5 hours now. So yeah, you're welcome to join us while we're ranking some robots if you'd like. So yeah, this guy Kashan, he kind of looks like this looks like what you would get if you took the Gundam and turned it into just a dude. And because he looks like just a dude, he goes into F tier. Hi Wispy, hope you're doing very well. We are ranking our robots and we're putting this guy in F. So for context, we're on the list. I'm not on the list. No, I'm not on the list. I wouldn't feel right. Someone did suggest I should put myself on the list though, but that seemed a bit self-serving. So for context, for those coming in, and those that didn't hear it earlier, the reason why Android 18 and Roll are an F tier is not because we do not like them. They are good characters, but they do not look like robots. For a robot to be a good robot, it should look like a robot and / or act like a robot. That being said, this robot doggo, we like a robot doggo in this house. Even though I'm more of a cat person myself, I think we can put this robot doggo. It's a bit bland, it's a bit generic. I think we put it like next to the penguin. Like this robot doggo next to this penguin. So funnily enough, actually, someone did suggest I put Helm on this list. So a couple of people suggested I put Helm on this list. So I decided, you know what? Bet. This is Helm from Nikkei. Okay, obviously this is not what people meant, but I saw an opportunity to take a dumb joke and I'm running with it. I'm not gonna lie, I actually really like. I've played a little bit of Nikkei. It wasn't my particular type of game. I don't really like. It felt too much like an idle game, and I don't like the gacha progression model where you have to kind of. What's the word? You grind for items to upgrade your characters. That's not fun for me anymore. I did my time in the gacha mines of Fate Grand Order. I don't think I could do another gacha game because I played Fate Grand Order for a good couple of years when I stopped. That being said, I will say, like, she is gorgeous. Like, I mean, everyone knows the characters in Nikkei are kind of like, you know, they've got lots of plot. The game is definitely very much setting itself on its plot and its bakery. But I gotta say, I do like her jacket a lot. I kind of wish she was wearing proper pants, honestly, or maybe like a longer skirt would be nice. The very short shorts I don't think work with the rest of her design, but I do like her design, her outfit a lot. Maybe I should get myself wearing this at some point, a commission of that. Then again, I actually have to commission myself a lot more, but I need to get over my nervousness about approaching artists that are actively advertising commissions. I can't help it. I'm always worried I'm going to be bothering someone somehow. But anyway, even though we like Helm's design, even though she is gorgeous, she gets the F tier because you would not know this was a robot if you looked at her. She's just a girl. She's just a woman. A very pretty woman, but she's just a woman. And next up we have one that I am tangentially aware of. I know a little bit about this character, though I've never actually played the game he's from. So yeah, as you guys ever do, I guess, HK47. I'll commission you for your commission me. So, yeah, here's the thing. I don't like Star Wars. I've just never been a Star Wars girl. I kind of missed out on when it was really big. So I actually watched the movies in kind of air quotes, correct order. I watched the prequels first. To be fair, I was very, very young at the time, so I wasn't so... at the time, it didn't bother me all the stuff like Jar Jar and whatnot, but I just never really saw the hubbub about Star Wars. Don't get me wrong, if you like it, great. I'm sure there are plenty of Star Wars fans that don't get why people like Gundam so much. But my hot take on Star Wars, If Star Wars didn't have lightsabers, no one would have cared about it. That is my theory. My film theory, thanks for... I'm not finishing it. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. The fact that HK-47 comes from Star Wars is not going to be held against him. I do know that he is... Yeah, I know he's afraid of meatbags and that he doesn't like people. I get that. I can get behind the idea of a robot that doesn't like people. It's a bit alien to me. As a maid, I am here to serve people, so a robot that is designed explicitly to hate people is kind of a bit strange for me. But I'm going to judge him based on his design as best I can. And honestly, I think I'm just going to put him next to 3PO. Because, like, they've both got that very monochromatic design. I do like his head sculpt more than 3PO, and he does look a bit more competently thrown together than 3PO. Actually, maybe slightly higher. I can give him slightly higher. Because I think he's not... I think I like his design a bit more than Ada. But I think I like his design a bit more than the Iron Giant. I think we'll have him next to the Iron Giant because also this makes it look very funny because it's like Iron Giant wants to be friends. He's like, no. But yeah, they both... He's a monochromatic droid. He hasn't got a lot going for him. Doesn't really do that much for me from a design standpoint. It's not very exciting. We've got another Gundam, well, a mobile suit coming up, not a Gundam. We have the Camphor, this big blue boy. This image does not admittedly do it justice because what this does not show is the fact that this thing is equipped with a shotgun and 2 missile launchers, rather. I don't like the Zaku much, but I don't mind the Camphor. It is a bit bulky, though I think that may be this particular reference art. It might be my imagination, but I feel like in a lot of its 3D renders, it looks a little bit more slender than this. I like the head sculpt okay. The legs are a bit chunky. The Camphor has definitely not skipped leg day, that's for sure. I think we can put the Camphor... You know, I think putting it next to Jaeger is fine. It's a war machine. Actually, what happened to Zaku? I do like it more than the Zaku, actually. So we can move it up a little bit. Let's put it like... I'll put it like next to... Well, just under Gal Geiger. Just behind, just over X, I think. Oh my gosh, Simply Azra, raid before we raided. Thank you for the raid. Oh my goodness, let me shout you out for that. Thank you. Let me just make sure I'm capitalising that right. I don't know if that matters. And a raid, let's go. Oh my gosh. Let's make me bug out here. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. And Helm-Chan, the perfectly normal robot maid. Tonight we are doing a robot tier list. We are getting close to the end. We've still got plenty to go. As I feel obligated to explain this one because there's some strange ones here. If you're wondering why we have the likes of Android 18 in F tier here, it is not because we do not like Android 18. Android 18 is good. She's a great character. Super Tengen. I know this is a very powerful mech. These are here not because they are bad characters, it's because they don't look like robots and they're therefore bad robots. We are judging robots today. And if a robot doesn't look like a robot and it doesn't act like a robot, then why even make it a robot at all? Bad bots. Yeah, exactly. They're not bad characters, but a robot should at least look or act like a robot. If it's not doing one of those, then it's not being a good robot. Speaking of which, well, kind of actually, that's not fair. Next up on the list, on the chopping block, we have Labris. Actually, I want to grab another one to move with this. We're going to put Metis here as well. So Labris is from Persona 4 Arena, and for those of you with eyes may notice that she bears a striking... Oh no, Azra, no problem. Thank you for the raid. Really appreciate it. Yeah, you get yourself sleep. You've had your stream. You must be tired. I'll never feel bad about a raiding and dash. Thank you for bringing your community over. Hope you had a great stream. Yeah, so for Labris here, she is from Persona 4, specifically from Persona 4 Arena. And yes, you might notice she looks like Aegis. I forget what the exact lore behind her is, because it's been a hot minute since I last played Arena, I'll be honest. But I know that it's deliberate that she is... I think she's like part of the same production line as Aegis. I like her design a lot. We do have the same issue as Igus, where she does have the hoof feet going on. And although I don't like that, I do give her a pass for this. I like her hairstyle more than Igus. I think the nice light blue hair with the ponytail is a good look. I don't like the axe. I think that'd be finished, yeah. I don't like her axe as much. Obviously, she had to have a labrys because a labrys, for those that don't know, is a double blade axe, much like this. But it has that same issue we have with Galatea, where it's like, it's too big for her. It looks a bit proportionally wrong. Also, and this is entirely a dub issue, I don't like her dub voice. I believe in the Japanese version, her voice was like, oh, I forget what it is. It's that one part of Japan, that one dialect. Is it Kansai or something? Where it's the one dialect in anime where all the other characters poke fun at the character that has that accent, and it normally gets localized, that character having like a country accent when they do it in American. They did the same thing for Labrys here. She's got a very strong like country accent. I'm not going to try and put an exact geographical location on it because I'm very bad with accents. The accent is definitely a bit of a oof. We're not going to put her in the Igus tier. She's not as good of a character as Igus. She doesn't have the same amount of development, the same amount of personality. She does get the waifu pass. I think we'll put her like next to Galatea. I think I like Galatea just a little bit more. Spider. Yeah, just a little bit more than Labrys, but they both have the oversized weapon that kind of hurts the design a little bit, I think. And in a similar vein, we have the character Metis. Where's Metis? Oh, there it is. Wow. We've got a lot of characters that are M-E-T. So this is Metis. And again, she looks like Igus. This is by design. Metis exists only in the Persona 3 FES content called The Answer, which canonically takes place after the main game. It is apparently not going to be part of the remake, so I don't mind giving you guys a bit more spoilers on this one. Basically, in the Answer is a epilogue, takes place after the Persona 3, and in it, Igus becomes the main character. It's not good. I'm sure there are its fans, but the whole content is just dungeon crawling with a few cutscenes in between, and Persona 3 is not a game about dungeon crawling primarily. It has its RPG elements, its story elements, its social links. Everyone knows all that stuff. That's the part that got Persona 3 on the map, not the dungeon crawling. That said, Metis. I don't like her. She's kind of Igus at home, and when she appears, she introduces herself as Igus's sister, which isn't quite correct either. I feel like they were trying to make Igus's lightning strike twice with her. It doesn't work for me. That said, looking at her objectively, we still have some nice robot qualities. We got the doll joints that we like. Unlike Igus, she seems to be more of like a hard material from the look of her construction rather than cloth outside. So we're going to give her some points on that. But I think Metis, putting Metis next to Tom, actually just under Tom. I don't know, that just feels right somehow. She's not a bad design, but she's bad compared to Igus, but being bad compared to the literal second in place on the list, that's not exactly a damning critique, if I may say so myself. Okay, we're getting near the end now. This one is a bit of a cheat, but I had to put this in because this is Mecha Zero Scion. This is technically a skin for Scion from League of Legends, because I did used to be I did unfortunately used to play League of Legends. I have recovered since though. I'm doing better. Things are going okay. This is a skin for the character Scion, who is usually like a big, scary zombie guy with an axe. This turns him into a robot that turns into a train. I put this in here mostly because Scion was the first character I made in League of Legends. I just kind of felt obligated to, for some reason. It's an okay design. I don't actually love it that much. There are recolors for this. I used to actually play the black version, but this is the default. It's a fine design. I like the glowy generator in the chest. His head pops off, and he's got a lot of very funny quotes where he gets mad about being called defective and whatnot. I don't like the asymmetrical shoulders. I'm not sure why they went for that. And I don't like that the axe becomes a hammer. But it's okay. I like his face. The head sculpt is good, and a good head sculpt goes a good way for a mech, in my opinion. I think for that reason, we can put it like decently high up, not like mega high. I think I'll put him like next to this magic-y Megazord here. That seems reasonable. How are we doing on time? Okay, so guys, actually, I don't know, come on. Oh, I can't read. Maybe we can do a couple more. Oh, hold on. Shoot. I opened my graphics program by mistake. Let's close that. Yeah, we can do a few more before we go to obligatory ad break. Alright, we got... this is one of the Mechagodzillas. I don't know exactly which one this is. I think this is Mechagodzilla 3, is my understanding. I'll be honest, I had some... So, full disclosure, I said I'm going to try and do everyone submitted. I had someone submit this one, and someone's calling it Mechagodzilla 3. Someone submitted another Mechagodzilla, just calling it Mechagodzilla. They looked the exact same to me. I could not tell the difference. If there was a difference and you submitted the Mechagodzilla, I do apologize. But I will just say that I wouldn't have... These are going to go about the same either way, because they... Again, if there was differences, I couldn't tell the difference between it. So I don't know much about Godzilla. I've only ever seen the really bad movie that came out in the late 90s. And I remember nothing about it. So I don't know too much about Mechagodzilla, what he's all about, but I mean, it's Godzilla, and it's a mech. That's kind of self-explanatory in itself to me. I know there is a Mechagodzilla that's like a transformer, but I don't quite know what this one is. This guy's literally built around the bones of the first Godzilla. Okay, that's pretty metal, I'm not gonna lie. I do like this thing's design for what it is. I do like that they gave it shoulder cannons. I think there are very few designs you cannot improve with shoulder cannons. I think it could do a splash of color here or there. It's a bit monochrome, but it's fine for what it is. I mean, I think this is actually a toy that I got the reference of, if I'm honest, but again, I wanted to try and get the references to be as clean as I could, so that I could judge the whole design. Think based on a post. Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, I did like this design. Let's see, where do we put this? I like it, but I don't love it. I think putting it like... I think putting it like top of C seems okay. That seems fine. I'm not the biggest fan of robots that are non-humanoid, like animal robots, you know, unless they're going for like very cute. I'm not the biggest fan of them typically. So like Zoids, for example. I'm not as big of a fan of Zoids as I would be of a Gundam, for instance. But it's okay for what it is. Got time for one more? Yeah, got time for one more. Alright, so I saw a lot of you guys talking about this one. Megas XLR. And time for Helm to make another embarrassing confession. I have never seen Megas XLR. I know it is a thing. I knew it was a show when I was younger, but I never actually watched it. And I don't know why. I think it's because I didn't really get big into mecha when I was until I was a bit older. Oh, I do know the theme song. Yes, I'm aware of the theme song. So looking at this, I like the design. I mean, obviously, it's very over the top. It's supposed to be over the top. It's a cartoon show. They're gonna make it over the top. And I wouldn't normally like the flames and the, you know, the decals on it, but it works for this. It works for this design. If I'm being very nitpicky, this is a nitpick. I am not holding it against it. I don't quite understand what's going on with the inside of the elbows there. That kind of doesn't really make sense to me. That is a nitpick. This is not a real robot. I am not judging it by real robot standards. That said, considering this is not a real robot, the mechanical detail is pretty good. My complaint about this design is the lack of head. The head is a freaking car. And I get that's kind of part of the point of it. I feel like I would like it more if it either had a proper head or if the car was gone. In fact, if the car was gone, this thing would kind of look a little bit like a Space Marine robot of some sort, just tricked out with loads of decals. The car is necessary. I'm sure the car is a selling point for some people, but for me personally, I don't like the car. Is for me a detriment. But I do like the design. I actually like it a lot more than I remembered. Actually, I think we can put this guy pretty high up. So again, bear in mind I don't have the Pearl Sander. Yeah, me, well, come on, your stream on though. So this guy, we're gonna put this guy up by You know what? I think we can put this guy above Machina Citadel. I don't like Citadel that much. I think we can go there. We're getting near the end, guys. We're getting near the end, but unfortunately, we have hit that unfortunate time again where we're about to get the advert jump scare, and you know I like to plan around those so that no one misses out on anything. Hopefully we can knock out the last batch in one go, but if not, we'll see. We're on 5 hours, 20 minutes, guys. This is a heckin' long stream, but I've been having a blast with that. I hope you guys have as well. So guys, I'm going to take us over to our advert screen, our BRB screen. I'm going to refresh myself because I definitely need to hydrate myself. And I'll catch you guys in just a few minutes, okay? And we'll go on to, hopefully, the final stretch. I'll see you guys in just a few minutes, okay? See you shortly. Yeah, we're doing the unmuting during the BRB thing again. Get shouted out, Yomi, you nerd. If you guys somehow are not following Yomi, despite the fact that I've been shouting her out all the time, this is your chance to go and join and follow her and all that good stuff. You are here because you are not in the advert break. That means you are a subscriber. If you like me, you will like Yomi, I promise. She is my best friend. Go subscribe or follow or whatever. Anyway, BRB. Dang it! The funny thing is, I meant to click that as well, and I got distracted by the fact that I had my YouTube on the wrong page. Oh, jeez. Alright. As I was saying, Zoro, you shot my S tier. Thank you, guys. Alright, let's get into it, because I want to try and see if we can get through all of this in one more block. So next up, we've got another Metabot, and we've got the iconic Metabot. We have got the one, the only, Meta B. I love Meta B. Meta B is probably the most iconic Metabot. This is the Pikachu of Metabots. But you know what Meta B has that Pikachu doesn't have? Well, besides machine gun and missiles, he has sass. He has personality. I love this little jerk. He is like, yeah, he's got an attitude. He is such a little snarker at the beginning of the show. And it's great. The banter between him and Ikki is wonderful. The voice actor that they got to do Meta B's voice was perfect. The dub that is different from sub ones and stuff. I've never seen the sub. As I've said, I prefer my anime dub just because I find it easier to watch than to read. If I want to read, I'll read a manga. But that's nothing against the sub actors or people that enjoy subs, just my preference. And Meta B's dub is chef's kiss. It is so good. In fact, I believe the actor for Meta B actually did some, I forget what it was. I think he went to like a speedrun event and did some voices to raise money for charity, something like that. It's been a while since it happened. I can't remember, but it's clear how much he loved the character. I love Meta B's design. I love the orangish yellow here. I love the colors is so good. The only thing, the very, very small thing about Meta B that I don't like, and this is absolute nitpick. This is such a nitpick. It's barely even worth mentioning. I don't quite like the asymmetrical guns on his arms, specifically the one on his left arm. I feel like rather than there being like this bolt here, I think they could have like put the gun in the middle maybe, or done something different. The bolt there kind of makes it look like it's incomplete, but it's not. That's by design. It's only meant to be a single shot revolver gun. So that's the only thing I don't like about Meta B's design. They've tried to redesign Meta B a few times throughout the years. It's never been as good. This is the superior Meta B design. This is the iconic Meta B design. I actually have the Kotobuki kit of this. It's a great kit. I'd recommend it. He was sold as a junk for well, in the show, he's actually sold as old stock, if I remember correctly. Like he gives it to Ikki as, hey, I've got this old KBT type that no one wants to buy, so. The right is heavy duty electric sniper. Yeah, so officially, if I remember correctly, the left arm with the double barrel is referred to as a machine gun, and the right hand is referred to as a revolver. Or was it rifle? One or the other. I think it might be rifle, actually. Doesn't really look like a rifle, but yeah, it's like a single shot, powerful, accurate spec one. What are the antennae things? Are they exhaust guns? They are missile launchers. I have no idea how that works. It doesn't make sense, but to be fair, Metabots isn't real robots. Metabots is... There's like magic-y things in Metalbots that are just like vaguely defined as science. Yeah, science, like Kusuke said. For example, Neutronurse, who we ranked earlier, has the ability to heal other Metabots by just firing beams at them. It doesn't make sense. To quote a friend of mine, don't think about it too hard. Where to be the kind of color tank? I don't remember too much of that. I do know they had like interchangeable parts, but it's been a while. The chassis is interchangeable. Yeah, so that's the whole point with Metabots there. The whole chassis is interchangeable. So in one of the episodes, he loses his legs in a battle and has to walk around with his awkward octopus legs for a little while. That's actually a plot point in the show. And yeah, the medal is kind of the brain or the soul. They're called Metabots because it's a medal that you put into them. But Meta B, he is fantastic. I mean, I don't think this is going to be a hot take for those that know him. You know what, Meta B, you get to bypass the waifus and sit next to my boy Babbage at the top. He's honestly that great. The episode was Meta Rot, yes. Alright, we got some really obscure ones right near the end here, that's fine. Alright, this guy, give me a second because I do not know this guy's name. I will find his name when I find his, here we go. This is called Odin. Apparently, he is from something called Little Battler's Experience, I believe. I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea who this robot is. I apologize. But I kind of dig him. He kind of looks like a slightly edgier Metabot. Maybe like a Medabot crossed with a Gundam. It's not bad. He's a bit too. It's a bit of a weird mixture of like these slightly more realistic, I guess you could say, like the more detailed mechanical parts with still having the chibi proportions. He's not bad though. I quite like Odin. It's like Metaboss but smaller and kind of crazy. Fair enough. If I knew the series, I think I could like this guy. The name Odin makes anything sound cool. Yeah, not wrong. Not gonna lie, they could have taken one of his eyeballs out, you know, really leaned into the Odin thing, but I'm not gonna hold that against. It's just a name. Odin, yeah. I mean, where do we put this guy? He's kind of cool. He's kind of alright. Let's hide the image. Yeah, I think we can put this guy. I want to put this guy like next to this magic robot Sentai thing. Like he's cool. I like him alright. If I was playing a game and he was a character option, I think I would probably consider picking him. And yes, of course, as I'll point out, I said it's obscure ones, and then we get the iconic Optimus freaking Prime. I mean, what can I say about Optimus Prime that hasn't been said by everyone else? He is the Transformer. He is the guy that you all know if you know anything about Transformers. He will light our darkest hour till all are one, etc., etc., etc. It's very funny, so I want to say something about Optimus real quick. Maybe this is embarrassing to say, I don't know, you be the judge. At one point, I was considering for this stream, having like a side quest of making this a smash or pass. Even though, as robots, we don't really do that. It's not how it works. But just for funsies, I had the idea of doing that at one point, but then I realized we were getting a lot of mechs submitted, so I'm like, well, it doesn't really work with mechs because they're all giant anyway, so I abandoned that idea. But one thing that I thought of when it came to Optimus is, would I smash Optimus? Would Optimus get the smash? And here's the weird thing about this. Optimus wouldn't get the smash, but not for the reason you think. It's purely because I respect Optimus too much. Optimus kind of, to me, has always had big dad energy. And I don't mean that in a weird way. I don't mean like daddy energy. I mean father energy, you know? I mean like he seems like he'd be like a guy that's always there for you. He's got your back. He's kind of he's like a father figure. I think maybe part of that's down to the voice actor's performance. Like, I don't know. I always got the impression that Prime was kind of like, in human terms, I got the impression that Prime was kind of older than the rest of the Autobots. Maybe that's just me, but like, I kind of got the impression that maybe like Blaster was maybe in his 20s and Jazz was in his 20s, but maybe Prime is like in his 40s or so. That's just my kind of personal interpretation, but that's how I was kind of looked at him. I don't know. I will say, this is the only acceptable Optimus design. Now, I was willing to go flexible when it came to Megatron because Beast Wars Megatron. I'm not gonna be flexible on this. This is Optimus Prime. This is the only Optimus Prime. And before you hit me with, actually the Beast Wars one is Optimus Primal. Yeah, I know. This is the only Optimus Prime. So, Optimus Prime, I mean, yeah. We put him next to Soundwave. Soundwave, we do smash. But, yeah, Prime is great. We love Prime. He's also just a fantastic, like, role model, you know? The only robot I would say on this list that you could say is legitimately a good role model. So there we go. Pre-saw gender is extremely fluid in Transformers, especially the comics. I heard someone one of my friends is a bit more versed in the comics of Transformers than I am, and they told me apparently like there's one of the comics continuity where like RC exists, because you know how like RC is kind of like the one girl Autobot. Apparently, like in one of the continuities, and if any of this is wrong, this is not where I heard it from a friend. Okay, if this is wrong, don't blame me. But apparently, in one of the continuities, RC exists because originally they were kind of an agendered robot, and there was a Autobot scientist that conducted weird experiments to kind of introduce gender to the Autobots, and RC was the result or something. And apparently that RC is like very aggressive. I don't know anything about it myself. The only thing I know about the comics is that one comic where Optimus becomes an hero after cheating the video game, but that's neither here nor there. So Starblind, I saw your prayer, your cries for your boy, as we have the Singularity from Dead by Daylight. Let's have a look at this guy. Let's have a good look at the Singularity before we judge. So, where's the robot? No, okay, that's unfair. That's unfair. This is a cyborg. Now, my understanding of the Singularity's lore is that it was an AI that got corrupted by this gross fleshy stuff, and this was just a body that it made for itself out of the parts. This does lean very heavily on the cyborg, but we have said cyborgs are permitted. We're not banning cyborgs. I'm gonna be real though, Starblind. I don't like him, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. I feel like they could have done this concept better if they wanted like a gross fleshy robot. I know it's a killer in Dead by Daylight. I know it's not meant to be appealing, but I do not vibe with it. See your D tier? I think we're gonna be putting him in the D tier. He's too fleshy. It kind of looks like, let's have a look again. It kind of looks more like a guy that has grafted metal parts onto himself rather than a robot. Yeah. Well, Starboy, here's the thing. This is a robot tier list. It is a robot tier list, and as a robot, Singularity is not great. I think we'll put him at like. You know what? Actually, hold on. We're going to put him above Magnezone. I'm actually going to put Giant Mech Soldier above Magnezone as well, because screw you, Magnezone, I hate you. We'll put him above them at least. He's not dead last, but he's pretty close. Right, next one. This is from Murder Drones, I believe. Because it's Quickie, yeah. So, funny enough, I only ever saw, like, a brief bit of Murder Drones. I think I saw, like, a pilot or a teaser or something a long while ago. I never got around to watching it. But I will say, Quickie, you are certainly correct. As I've said before, I do like me some bladed wings, and this certainly fits the bill. I like the long claws here. That's very, very cool design. She does have the... I'm assuming... I say she. I think this is a girl robot. It's a little hard to tell. I think it's a girl robot. But they do have the, I guess, little stump legs, but that's okay. Again, that's not a deal breaker. It's quite a cute design. I like the... Okay, thank you. I like the glowy eyes. Kind of looks a little bit like myself in some aspects. So of course I like that. So I think we're going to give this one a pretty high rating. We're going to put this one up by... You know what? Let's put her with the waifu squad. We'll put her at the bottom of this. Bit too chibi-fied to be actually waifu, but she is very cute. I would pat her on the head, and I feel like I would probably lose a finger for doing so. Alright, a couple we can combine here. Let's get the rest of the Gundams together. We've got a few Gundams left to go through, and I figure, since we've got so few Gundams, we can sort these by an order that makes sense and get through them nice and quick. So, first off we have Grandad, or to use his formal designation, the RX-78-2 Gundam. I mean, what can I say about the Gundam that hasn't been said? And this is like Optimus Prime, right? Like, it's iconic. This is the mobile suit. This is the Gundam. This is the Gundam that all other Gundam are based on. Iconic as it may be, it's not my favourite design. It's fine. I don't like the colours as much, funnily enough. It's one of those things where, again, I think I'd like it a little more if we kind of maybe dropped either the blue or the red. Thankfully, there's plenty of Gundams that do that, where you can have different colours on them. But the Grandpa Gundam, as a whole, I kind of feel about it like I feel... It is iconic. It is iconic. But I kind of feel about it like I do the gym. Like, they're kind of way more blocky. Admit, I will say, actually, this artwork is a bit more... I feel like the torso is a bit more square on this one than some of the other references I've seen. But I do like it. I mean, I do feel about it like I feel about the gym. but I'm going to put it just below the gym because even though the Gundam is objectively better than the gym, I like the gym's head sculpt more. That's literally all it comes down to. I just like the gym's head with the visor rather than the Gundam's two eyes. That's about it. If the Gundam had a visor instead, I could go either way. Maybe even the Gundam would go higher if it had a visor. Can't recommend Murder Drones enough. I'll give it a look at, honestly. I've heard good things. Next up, we have this is a bit of an obscure one, but I think I know why someone recommended this because this is a real chunky mech. This is the Full Armor Double Zeta Gundam. This is a chunky boy. And I kind of have mixed feelings. I like the color scheme, the kind of periwinkle blue with the white, very clean. I love the giant, I think that's, if I remember correctly, I believe its weapon is referred to as like a mega particle beam launcher or something like that. I do like that. My complaints with this kind of boil down to the same thing I come to with the actual regular Zeta, funnily enough, which is just, it is a bit thick, a bit too chunky. I don't like how big its calves are and how just bulky it is. It's kind of that same thing I was saying with the Dom, whereby I said I don't like the Dom because it has legs, but it doesn't walk. Well, this thing I don't think walks either. And again, why does it have legs? That said, whether this thing walks or not, I don't know it does. I would imagine this thing probably can't operate under gravity if I had to guess, but that's just me speculating. How do you fit it on your shelf? Oh, you think that's bad? I have a high-grade Neo-Zeon and a high-grade Dendrobium. Those don't fit on any shelves. But yeah, I like this design because I do like mechs that are armed to the teeth. I think this one can go quite high. I think we're going to put this one... You know what? Putting it just under heavy arms, that seems appropriate. They're both armed to the teeth, and that's their main selling point. So there we go. Next we have a absolute fan favorite. I think I had a couple people actually say this one. As we have the classic Wing Zero Custom. Oh, what about the Freedom Gundam? I don't like the Seed Gundams. I'm sorry. The only Seed mobile suit I like is the Luna Maria's Custom Zaku, and that's mostly because it's got the big beam gun with the backpack. Gundam X is okay. Not my favourite. It's kind of just middle of the road. This guy, on the other hand, though, the Wing Custom, I mean, Helm said it multiple times today, we like feathered wings. We like mechs that have feathered wings or that look like feathered wings, regardless of how stupid they are, regardless of how functional they are. The Wing Zero itself is not my favourite. This design is entirely carried by the wings. Like, if these wings were not here, we would not give this the time of day. But the wings are here, and we love them. There are versions of this kit that actually do make it transformable, which is pretty cool, but the standard one does not transform. I think this thing probably goes... I think we're putting this about... It's definitely better than the standard Gundam. And, do I like it more than the gym? You know, I think that's a good middle ground. We'll put it between the Gundam and the gym. The wings are great. I just love my gyms. I'm sorry, I just like my little mass production goobers. This one was one of my picks that I wanted to put on because I just want to talk about this thing, much like the frame arms girl one. For those unfamiliar, this is the Wing Gundam. I think it's pronounced Fenice. It's basically Venice. This is from Gundam Build Fighters, which is a fantastic show. Even if you don't like Gundam, you can still enjoy it. You just won't get any of the references. This is, as you can tell, a customized version of the Wings Gundam. And I just like it. I just think it's neat. Even though I said, like, I don't like designs with too many colours, the Italy colours here, it's pretty clever. But I just love the asymmetry on this. The fact that they put the two wings on one side, it does weight that design very heavily on that side, but it's a really cool design. Also, although you can't see it on this reference, the shoulder with the wings has a beam cloak. I don't know what purpose that really realistically serves. I think it's more like a shield. It's very cool. Also, this has a motorcycle. This has its own custom motorcycle unit it can ride. So you've heard of car games on motorcycles. This thing is Gundams on motorcycles. I love it. Honestly, I don't. It's basically just going next door wings here. Wait, with the wings and the swarts. These could be swapped places, and I wouldn't argue. They're just both great. There's those mass production Gundams from the 8th MS team. The ground type, correct? Yes. You have those. All right, guys. It is time. I have alluded to this multiple times throughout the stream. It is time for the hot take. Because next on our list, next to be rated, is 2B. Oh boy, 2B. I hate her. I'm not neutral about 2B. I actively dislike her as a robot girl. Now don't get me wrong. As a design in a vacuum, she's cute, she's attractive enough. You know, we all know about how Yoko Taro asked all the fans to send pictures of her butt because why not? But why is this a robot girl? What features does this have that make it a robot girl? Or a robot at all? This just is a girl. This is just a woman. She has white hair, but white hair doesn't mean that you're a robot. She has a blindfold on, which apparently is a visor, but where's she seeing from? There's no cameras on that. Her hair's over half of it. How can she see anything? She just uses a sword. She hasn't got any integrated weaponry. Her personality isn't even robotic. Her personality is just stern military bitch. I mean, none of the robots in that series, none of the Yorha robots have robotic personalities. They have human personalities. Nagatar just made him because she said, that's fair, don't get me wrong. Do not misunderstand. Let us be clear. Let's be clear. I am not opposed to putting things in place because they are hot. Do not misunderstand me. I am not opposed to the power of hotness. But this doesn't look like a robot. This doesn't act like a robot. The only features that 2B has that even imply she is a robot is the fact that she can self-destruct and that you can change her programs out. And even then, the program part, you don't even see anything happen, like, to her. It's just stats and interface things and whatnot. It's not like you see her open her arm up and change her chips. We don't even know where the chips go. She could just eat them like snacks for all we know. You're not wrong to like 2B. If you like 2B, you are valid. If you like Nier Automata, you are valid. I do not like Nier Automata. I did not like that game. We are not going to go into that diatribe. That's a story for another day. But the thing that with 2B that gets me the most, the thing that makes me really dislike 2B is how many people are like, oh yeah, robot girls are so hot. I love 2B. If you say robot girls are hot because you like 2B, you are the equivalent of someone who says that they like monster girls because they think a cat girl is cute. They are not the same. And what a girl with cat is not a monster girl. 2B is not a robot girl. Also, thank you for the follow, that Angel Arian. I hope that my complaining is enjoyable. So, for that reason, even though I wanted to make 2B her own special tier, I'm gonna be fair, but she's still going right to the bottom of F. F for failure. F for go back to the drawing board. Give us some ear blades, give us some doll joints, give us some guns out of her fingers or whatever, then we'll talk. Until then, you are not a robot girl, 2B. You have not earned that right. We are yes, we are gatekeeping robot girls here. Gatekeep, girl boss, gate guardian. Wait, don't gate guardian, it's bad. Anyway. Alright. The hot take has been delivered. The hot take has been delivered. Next up, we're on to something unfamiliar here. Pardon me while I find this thing's name. This thing is called Neo Granzon, and he's a bit of a chunky lad, isn't he? Did I make a note of where? I must have made a note of where this guy's from because I don't recognize him. Let's have a quick see my list here. I should have been deleting this list as I was going. It's way too long. Where is it? Hold on. Let me search for it here. I did not make a note of where this thing comes from. Well, this is Neo Granzon, and he's a robot from something, I'm sure. I'm gonna be real. This one's a bit too chunky. Again, we're not about body shaming chunks in this stream. Chunky robots are valid. But yeah, you hit the nail on the head quickly. How does this guy move? I don't know how this thing's meant to walk, if indeed it does walk. And he's kind of got the World of Warcraft shoulder pads going on, isn't he? Like, shoulder pads 15 times the size of his torso. I get the impression this guy's probably a super robot, just from the design. I get the impression he probably does a lot of weird shenanigans and like laser beams and whatnot, but I'm not really feeling him so much. He's alright, he's fine. I think I'm gonna put him behind the dog. He's too chunky, I feel like he couldn't walk properly. Yeah, penguin waddles, exactly. Exactly. Alright, we're on to another. Oh boy, here Helm goes again with these obscure robots from video games no one's ever heard of. This is Razorfane. He comes from the same video game as Jaeger and Quicksilver. Again, he's here because I love this game and, well, I want an excuse to share it with you guys. I think it's any chance to inform more people of this game's existence, the game being The Unholy War for PlayStation 1, is an opportunity I'm going to take. I am going to stream it one day. I promise you guys, I am definitely streaming this game 100% one day. Eventually. I don't know when, but it is getting streamed. Look forward to it. So Razorfane, what do we have here? He's a killing machine, literally. This is a robot with chainsaws for arms. And if you don't think chainsaws for arms are awesome, then I don't know what to tell you. He has chainsaws for arms, he fires chainsaws. Look, he's big on chainsaws and that's about it. It's simple, but I like him. He also, part of the very limited lore that you get out of this, because Razorfane is a sort of, it's a type of robot. It's not one guy. It is just, it's like I guess you can call them like a line of robots. One of the part lore is that the Razorfanes that are very good at their missions get rusty because of the blood of their enemies. Now, I'm not an edgelord. I've made it very clear. I'm not one for the edgy stuff. That's pretty cool. I'll give him that. That's acceptable edge. He's not the prettiest guy. He's got a bit of a square face. He's got a chin that you could, cut glass with. I kind of like him. You know what? I'm going to put him I think put him between the Ultra Kill guys and the Titanfall guy. That seems fair. You may disagree, but I like him. What can I say? Alright, we got another Robo on our team. This time it is Robo Fortune from Skullgirls. I was pleasantly surprised by the addition of this character. I, unfortunately, had stopped playing Skullgirls by the time this character came out, so I've actually never played her. But I think it's a very clever design. So for those that don't know Skullgirls, this character is Robo Fortune. She's based on a character in Skullgirls called Miss Fortune, who is a cat girl who I don't quite know what her deal is, but she can basically detach all of her limbs. So you can see all these hazard marks here. Well, Miss Fortune has scars there where her body detaches. I think making a robot version of a character like that makes a lot of sense. It's a very sensible design because, hey, robots have usually more detachable limbs. She's got the same kind of face as Robokai, which is definitely not an accident because inspired by Robokai, no doubt. And I think for that reason, I think putting her with Robokai is pretty fair. She's quite cute. I mean, the face is admittedly less cute. I think this sort of style of face works better on a masculine robot. That's just my personal opinion. But I think she's quite fun. I like the colour scheme a lot. I think we can put her... Let's look for Robokai. Where's Robokai? You know what? I think we can put her at top of B. She's a bit better than Robokai. And yeah, I think I can agree to like her a bit more than Megatron. Alright, this one is a very specific one. I couldn't even find a clear render of this. I don't know if the person that submitted this wanted this exact version, but I'm going with that version. This thing is called Trio of Enders. They are from... Hold on. Did I make a note of this one? Did I make one of this? This is from... No, I did not make a note of what game this is from. I believe it's from a mobile mech battling game. This particular version, from what I gather, is a skin for them called, Wee Chef. I don't think this is the default form, but I like this. This one is very funny. I love his little goofy mustache and the chef hat. That's pretty fun. He's got the tank tread rolls on his feet as well, which is something kind of unusual. And it's like an egg beater sticking out the side. This thing's kind of silly. I like it. Obviously, it's a skin, so it's probably meant to be a bit silly, but I can dig it. I can dig it. I think this guy can go. I would be like with Gal Gaigar. He's very goofy, but I kind of like that he's goofy. It's fun. Alright, another obscure one here. Bear with me while I find the name of this. This guy, if I remember, had a really long name. Yes, okay, this is another Card Fight Vanguard monster, but I got clean artwork this time. This is Super Dimension Robo Dieliner. I think this guy transforms. It looks like a transformable robot. I'm not gonna lie, this to me looks a lot like a yeah, this guy to me reminds me of some of the more recent Transformers. Like the face is very like animated modern Transformers, I think. Now, fortunately, that does mean he has lips. Well, he's got a mouth. And we know that I don't like mouths on Transformers. The legs are very bulky. It kind of looks like he's wearing kind of like flared pants almost, which is a bit silly, but I don't hate it. I think this guy probably is. I don't like him as much as Megatron. So let's start there as a baseline. Let's say I don't like him as much as Megatron. I think maybe a bit lower. I'm gonna go with Starscream. Starscream can complain to Megatron about being stuck next to him, but they both have kind of that same sort of Transformers energy, I think. So I think that seems reasonable. Alright, nearly done, guys. 6 to go. Let's go. Alright, so this one. Again, this is not necessarily a guy, but we have the Sentinels from X-Men. I don't know why that image is so small, but that's fine. So, it's kind of... Okay, so obviously it's a robot. But it's kind of just a guy. Like, it's a big robot guy, but he's just a guy. He's just... he's not got any weapons. He's not got any, like, crazy accessories or anything. It's just a big buff dude in robot form. I do remember these guys being really busted in, I think it was Marvel vs. Capcom 2. I don't know, it doesn't really work for me too much, if I'm honest. The purple's a bit silly for something that's meant to be like a combat machine. I think like putting it next to Sage Harpuria here seems fine. They're both like fine, but I don't think anyone's really excited to see a Sentinel, Unless, apart from the, if you were doing it as fan service, because hey, X-Men, Sentinel, Right, where's this guy? I thought this was a Gal Gaigar, but I don't think it is actually. There's a lot of money to find it by name to work out what it is. If I was smart, I'd have been deleting these as I was going through. I'm not smart. What is this man's name? I can't find him. Hold on. Here it is. This is from the Xenosaga. Oh, I should have done it before the Xenosagas. This is apparently called Erde Kaiser? I'm not gonna lie. This guy kind of feels like, Mom, can we have Gal Gaigar? We have Gal Gaigar at home. I don't hate it. It just really looks like Gal Gaigar to me. Bit more of like a slightly more heroic vibe, I guess. I think just putting it next to Gal Gaigar makes sense. Where's Gal Gaigar gone? There it is. Yeah, I mean, look at them. They look like brothers, practically. I think Gal Gaigar's slightly cooler. Alright, next one. I do know this one. This is the Big O. I know of this one. I don't actually know anything about the Big O. I've never seen it. So, again, we're going based purely on the aesthetics once more. And, I'm not really feeling this one, Chief, I'll be real. He's got, like, a really long neck, and then really skinny ball-jointed arms that are, like, go into huge hands. I like the okay. I like the big hands, the big punchy hands that look like they've got. I don't know if those are jets or thrusters. I like those. I'm not really feeling the boat feet. Like I don't know if those have a function. I'm assuming they do. It kind of almost looks like they maybe open up. And then the neck is like, why is his neck like that? Yeah, this I don't like it. I'm gonna be real. It doesn't really work for me. It kind of is a bit like a worse Iron Giant, I think. They're built-in pile bunkers. Okay, I will say pile bunkers are cool. That you may have saved him a little bit here. I think with that in mind, we can put him just above HK here. I don't like him much, I'm afraid. Funny enough, if he was like, I do know one thing about the Big O, which is it is big. It is a giant robot. If it was a small robot, I think I'd like it more. But I think the fact it's giant, nah, don't really do it for me. Alright, we're in the last stretch, and we have 3 more Yu-Gi-Oh cards to round us off. We have another Machina card, so you might remember from the beginning of the test. Wow, beginning of the test, that seems like so far away now, right? We had Machina Citadel. This is the card that's presumably turned into its Machina Fortress. And of course, we're going to do the card by card. Machina Fortress is a level 7 Earth Machine monster with the following effects. You can discard monsters whose level equal 8 or more, then special summon this card from your hand or graveyard. Fun fact, you can discard it for that cost. Very silly, so you just need to discard another card, basically. If this card is destroyed by battle and sent to the graveyard, target a card your opponent controls, destroy that target. Before resolving an opponent's monster effect that targets its face-up card, look at your opponent's hand and discard 1 card from their hand. Has 2500 attack, 1600 defense. It is pretty goofy. It is pretty goofy looking. We've got the Digimon eyes again on him. I mean, it's kind of just worse Fortress, Citadel, right? So here's Fortress. Let's look at Citadel again. I mean, Machina Citadel basically is the evolution of Fortress. Like, there's no comparison. This is far cooler by comparison. Let's have a quick look at Citadel. So, this has a lot more of a vehicle vibe to me. Like, this looks much more like something that you should ride rather than an independent robot. I will say I do like his very big shoulder cannon. That's very cool. But I don't like his weird arms. Like, again, this is like the opposite of T-Rex arms. You can't do a Citadel from Wish. Exactly, yeah. I do like that he's got like a kind of scope going on, but I think by and large, we're looking at a downgrade from Citadel. So Citadel was here. I think he can probably stay in B, because he's a pretty good card still. I think bottom of B. Not quite good enough to drop, bad enough to drop into C, but not good enough to get any higher, I think. Next one, we have Jinzo, who is a very iconic monster. I think even some people in tonight that don't know much about Yu-Gi-Oh! May well recognize Jinzo because it played a pretty decent role in the anime. And it's shown a fair few times since then. As a reminder, Jinzo is a level 6 Dark Machine monster with the following effects. Trap cards and their effects on the field cannot be activated. Negate all trap effects on the field. He has 2400 attack and 1500 defense. As a Trap Tricks player, someone who enjoys trap cards, I would be obligated to dislike Jinzo. But I've never seen anyone actually play it. I know it used to see a lot of play, it used to be meta, used to be very good. But I don't think I've ever seen anyone actually summon this card. Outside of people playing older formats. So let's look at Jinzo. I mean, look at that neck. Look at that neck. That is a neck that only a mother could love, and a very short-sighted mother at that. I don't know that he reads robot. This doesn't. So fun fact: Jinzo's name in Japanese, I believe, if I remember correctly, is something like Android Psycho Shocker. And that definitely fits the bill. This is clearly much more Android in the vein of Android 18. Yeah, he's got a very small face. I mean, the fact that his face fits behind that tiny mask means he's got to have a very tiny face. And he's got a very veiny head. But this is kind of just a very weird, lanky guy. I do like his coat. I do like his very, like, a lot of his artwork for his coat. It's very dark and just kind of, oh, hold on. Music. Thank you. A lot of his coat in a lot of artwork is very dark with just green highlights. That's pretty cool. But I mean, the cool colour's not enough to save you, I'm afraid, Jinzo. I'm sure that Traffic 7 will rejoice as we put you to the bottom of D tier. F tier, rather. Not bottom, nah. Top of F. He's weird enough that he doesn't look just like a guy. Like, there's clearly something off about him. But this isn't a robot. This is a weird alien man wearing a funny costume. That said, while we're on the topic of Jinzo real quick, one more detail before we go to our final robot for the evening. We're gonna go, give me a second here, because Jinzo also did not escape my wrath. Konami, may I present to you my convincing argument for a Jinzo retrain? I present to you Jinzo Mommy. Jinzo's mom says no track cards in the living room. I think if we make this card, we could make it an ultra rare, make a whole new archetype of Jinzo monsters that are all anime waifus wearing goggles and cool masks, and I think this would do very well. Konami, call me. Call me. I have more of these ideas. They're yours. Just call me. Actually, I want to show that. This is the... I lined this one on the computer, but I want to actually show the sketch, not a sketch, the Copic version of this real quick. Just cause... Okay, the colours of this have got blown out to hell because my scanner is very bad. I just want to say that I'm very proud of how I got the highlights to look on the shiny clothing here. That's literally all I wanted to show that one for. To be fair, the searches are usually such a waifu, so Jinzo search makes sense. Exactly! I mean, come on. We've got Gate Guardian playable. Well, playable is a bit of a stretch, but come on. We've got Gate Guardian that does things now. Surely we can get Jinzo up there. Surely. And finally, our final robot for this evening. Our final robot that is going to be ranked. We have another Yu-Gi-Oh card, and well, if you know this card and you've seen me summon this thing in Master Duel, then you know exactly what I'm about to say. And then along came Zeus. More specifically, Divine Arsenal AA Zeus Sky Thunder, who is a light machine monster, a rank 12 Xyz monster that you can summon with any two level 12 monsters. But once per turn, if an Xyz monster battled this turn, you can also summon Divine Arsenal AA Zeus Sky Thunder by using one Xyz monster you control's material, in which case you transfer its Xyz materials to its card. Quick effect! You can detach 2 materials from this card, send all other cards from the field to the graveyard. Once per turn, if another card you control is destroyed by battle or card effect, you can attach one card from your hand, deck, or extra deck to this card as material. So, yeah, Zeus. This is probably... I mean, I don't think it's unreasonable to suggest that Zeus is probably the single most relevant machine monster at the moment. I think that's a pretty safe assessment. Like, if you're running an Xyz monster, you are definitely running at least one Zeus in your extra deck, maybe even 2. Quick thing with Zeus, I don't know how you pronounce his name. I like to say Divine Arsenal AA Zeus Sky Thunder, but I don't know if it's meant to be AA Zeus, or Zeus, or Zeus, or what? Seal Scorpion, greater than Divine Arsenal AA Zeus Sky Thunder. Yeah, Zeus may be big chunks in the monster machine, but he's not small, born carried by the small friend. True! Trident down on Pearly, share the cockpit of Zeus. I do love finding very funny Zeus lines. One of my favourite stupid Zeus lines was going into Zeus with Dreadnoid using trap tricks. Really bad. Like, I don't do it anymore now that they've got their support, but very funny. So, I mean, this is a great card. And he's a heckin' cool-looking monster. I mean, it's not quite wings. It's kind of more like shoulder reactors, but they kind of look like wings, right? And we do like wings. I think the only thing with Zeus I'm not a huge fan of is he's got too many glowy colours. Because, like, his chest and his visor are blue. The wings are pink. And then, the top of the wings, like, okay, I can't point to them, unfortunately, it's below the thing, but, like, on the top side of the wings, you've got, like, a green glow, you know? I think I'd like him just a little bit more design-wise if it was one glow colour, you know? Maybe we just have, maybe we just have blue or something. That would make it nicer. That being said, Zeus is getting a model kit very soon. You can bet that I'm going to be picking this up because that is going to be awesome. So for Zeus, I mean, yeah, great model, great design, great effect, great monster. I think we're going to beat out the waifu squad. I think we're going to have our 3 bros here hanging out. Babbage, Metabe, and Zeus. I'm sure they've got a lot in common. And that is it, guys. We have finished our robot tier list. Your little scroll here so you can take it all in. No ancient gear. I didn't get anyone to submit ancient gear. No. I think if I got an ancient gear, they'd probably sit around B somewhere, perhaps. Unless it was Chaos Giant. I actually don't like Chaos Giant as much. Man, I've had... You and me both, Jerry. We've been at this for 6 hours. It's been a long stream, but I've had a lot of fun with this, and I hope you have as well. I'll download this, and I will put the entire tier list up on Twitter. But that's just fun, guys. We did it. We successfully did marathon stream. I say marathon. This isn't actually my longest one yet. But we did our stream. We finished the tier list. Thank you, Jerry. Thank you. Thank you. I hope you guys had fun. I had a lot of fun with this, honestly. I was not quite expecting this to be going on as long as it did. I'll be real. Here's this funny thing, guys. Would you believe me would you believe Helm if she said she was worried that this stream was going to be too short? Would you believe me if I said that? Because I honestly did. 48-hour streaming, oh goodness. But I will say this. I am not making any concrete plans, but my birthday is in February. I might do something marathon-y then. We'll see. I make no promises. But if I do a very long marathon stream, that probably would be when it would happen. February, yes. So yeah, we'll see. I have no plans for what I'm going to do there. Honestly, might not even do anything. So don't get your hopes up too much. But happy birthday, bit early start, but thank you. Appreciate the enthusiasm. Whew, so guys, I'm going to take us over to our chatting stream, and we're going to wind down because I'm tired. Call me Mario because I'm tired. All right, guys. Let's take one last look at our tier list in all its glory here. A nice slow scroll down so you guys can take all of it in. I've seen a lot of robots now. Did you see Bravos? I didn't actually. Tell you what, let me 1 second. Before, to be fair, let me take a quick look and see the colours. Oh, that is very Gundam. Doesn't change my feelings, though, I will say. But, yeah, no, it is. The colours are very Gundam inspired, I think. Would it be a build stream? It's one of those weird things. We use terms like birthday because it's just what people are more accustomed to. People tend to expect people to have birthdays rather than construction days. But it gets weird as well because technically I was constructed on a different day to the day I was coded. You see, this body is actually one of my latest of a few. It's just the first one that I've been doing my VTubing with, so it gets complicated. Fine, that's why we just stick to birthday. It's easier that way. Anyways, there's our tier list, guys. As I said, I will post this on Twitter when we're done here. So, could Steel Scorpion be in the same tier as Mechanical Snail? You know what? I'll allow it. Just because look how happy he is to have his friend. He can join the tier of unplayable garbage robot vanillas as part of their friend group. The real winner here is friendship, guys. On second thought, maybe too busy shit trash waifu in general. Hey, I'm not gonna argue with that assessment. at all. Alrighty, guys. Did you get Zero? Yeah, we did. Mega Man Zero, we had him twice. We got regular Zero here, and Mega Man Zero is up at the bottom of A. I like this one a lot more. Guys, I want to go onto the chatting screen because I want to start winding down myself. This has been a long one for me, and while I usually am very talkative, this is more talkative than usual, I feel, because I've got to explain myself. So I'll catch you guys on by the chatting screen in just a second. Say goodbye to the rock music. We're going back to the chill music. Alrighty. Been nothing. Oh no, Stratus, you are fine. You do not need to apologise for that. It's been a heckin' long stream, and it is heckin' late. I am going to be logging off and powering down basically immediately. I need to immediately get myself some rest, I feel. But you are more than welcome. So guys, it's been a long stream, but it's been a fun stream. And I've had a blast with you all. I hope you guys have as well. This has been, I'm not gonna lie, there was part of me that was ever so slightly nervous about the stream. Partially because I was worried it was gonna be very short, and partially because I was worried that it wouldn't be entertaining. I was worried that I wouldn't be entertaining enough just doing this. But the fact that you guys, and some of you guys have been here since the very beginning, and you guys are the real MVPs right here. You know, not just because of the, like, you know, obviously I love that you guys want to support me, but just the fact that you guys stuck around because you enjoyed yourself, that means the world to me. So guys, as our usual wind down, we're gonna be doing more streams next week, of course. We're gonna go back to Final Fantasy 3. That's probably gonna be Wednesday. Wednesday kind of seems to be our designated RPG day. Well, I say these days, it's just kind of ended up being a designated RPG day. So we're gonna go at FF3, see how far we can get with that. I don't know exactly what the rest of the week's gonna look like, but we'll probably be doing some more Yu-Gi-Oh! Let's see if that's always a fun thing to do. And hopefully I can brick this, because oh my gosh, this week's Yu-Gi-Oh! Stream was, I felt bad just because I felt like not just because I was a bit tilted, but I felt bad because when I'm bricking like heck, it's not fun for anyone. I'm not having fun, you guys aren't having fun, you guys aren't having fun watching, I was just like, that's awful. But yeah, we'll be doing some more Yu-Gi-Oh! Thank you. It's been a lot of fun. I really have enjoyed this, and this has definitely given me confidence to, heck, maybe we will do more tier lists in the future. Maybe we'll do some Yu-Gi-Oh! Artwork tier lists. Maybe we'll do some more pure Gundam tier lists or something. I don't know, I'm not gonna jump into it. I don't want to make that a fixture of a thing, but I think this is something we can definitely do again at some point in the future, because this has been a lot of fun. So, I see someone that I'd like to raid. There's someone that's raided us a few times, and honestly, this late at night, I don't have too many people online. Everyone's asleep, so this is perfect. We're gonna raid. Oh, FF14. That could be a very good one, actually. Yeah, definitely. We're gonna raid Zeke the Human. He's raided us a few times, and he is actually in Australia. So while it's really late for me, it's probably like afternoon for him. Oh yeah, bye. Don't go away. Yeah, we're safe for the raid. So guys, we're gonna go with our usual perfectly normal maid raid message. You all know it by now, but if you don't, here it is. There you go. If you don't have the emote, of course, that's absolutely fine. You don't need to post it. You're upside down. Exactly, yeah. It looks like he's playing some Resident Evil right now. I'm not much fun for horror, but yeah, I'd like to send you guys this way, give me a bit more love. So guys, you have yourself a great evening. An absolute pleasure. As always, you are always a delight to serve. And I will see you guys next week, okay? Have yourself a great night's sleep. It's been an absolute pleasure. Take care.